has challenged the ruling in court, seeking to have the commission's order suspended. Authorities in Islamabad have deployed additional security forces to deter any clashes or violence once Khan's convoy reaches the Pakistani capital. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now viewers, the Pentagon has announced another security package to Ukraine in the form of $275 million. Now this is the 24th drawdown aid that is being sent to Ukraine since August 2021. Here are the geopolitical ramifications in the war in Ukraine that seems to be going on. Take a look.
The Pentagon has announced a mega security assistance package for Ukraine, its 24th drawdown package since August 2021. The military assistance includes ammunition for the high mobility artillery, rocket systems, anti-armor mine systems, Humvees, several satellite communications antennas, and millions of rounds of small arms ammunition.
Today, the department is announcing the authorization of the 24th presidential drawdown of security assistance valued at up to $275 million to meet Ukraine's critical security and defense needs. This authorization is again our 24th drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August 2021. Capabilities in this package, which you'll see up here: additional ammunition for HIMARS, which are the high mobility artillery rocket systems, 500 precision guided 155 artillery rounds, 2,000 155 millimeter rounds of remote anti-armor mine systems, more than 1,300 anti-armor systems, 125 Humvees, small arms, and more than 2.75 million rounds of small arms ammunition, and 4 satellite communications antennas. In total, the U.S. has committed more than $18.5 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration.
Meanwhile, in Ukraine, Kiev's mayor has announced that new air defense equipment had arrived in the capital and expressed hope that it would help protect its energy infrastructure after weeks of targeted Russian airstrikes. Earlier, he said Ukrainian capital's power grid was operating in emergency mode, with electricity supplies down by as much as 50% compared to pre-war levels. Speaking on North Korea, the Pentagon slammed the country for firing 2 short-range ballistic missiles towards the sea on Friday in its first ballistic weapons launches in 2 weeks.
We can confirm that North Korea did launch 2 ballistic missiles. Just to give you a little bit more detail, the launches were from the central part of the country. We believe early in the day, October 28th, so late in our day on the 27th. These missiles landed in the vicinity of Alsam Island, and we have assessed that these launches, this event does not pose any immediate threat to U.S. personnel or our allies. And again, we have and we continue to do, we are going to continue working closely with our partners and allies in the region. But the actions that the DPRK has taken, again, further destabilize the region, and our commitments to the Republic of Korea and Japan remain ironclad.
The back-to-back launches, the North's first ballistic missile test since October 14th, came on the final day of South Korea's annual 12-day Hoguk field exercises, which also involved an unspecified number of U.S. troops this year. Agency report for Republic TV.
And here's some news in brief from the world of sports, viewers. After BCCI announced its landmark decision to introduce equal match fees for male and female cricketers, the England Cricket Board announced a $3.5 million increase in funding for the women's regional game to run until the end of 2024. BCCI President Roger Binney heaped praises on Virat Kohli and labelled his match-winning innings like a dream and a treat for the viewers. Chirag Shetty and Satvik Sairaj Renkireddy defeated former world champions and top speed Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi of Japan in the men's doubles quarterfinals to reach the semi-finals at the French Open 2022. Hosts Australia had to split the points in the Group 1 match of the ICC T20 World Cup against the arch rivals England as rain spoiled another game of cricket at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers. Coming up on the Morning Express, Bengaluru-bound Indigo flight catches fire during takeoff. Emergency declared at the Delhi airport. And getting you updates on how caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Stay tuned for more updates on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Elon Musk completes his Twitter takeover, sacks the top Twitter officials including the CEO Parag Agarwal.
Rahul Gandhi was waded into the poaching controversy, saying that the TRS and the BJP are two sides of the same coin.
Fire has broken out in a godown in Kurla area of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders have been deployed.
Fire that broke out in Kishtwar of JNK. The attempts are still on to douse the fire.
The Kerala Secretary of the PFI, C.A. Rao, has been arrested. The national capital's oldest Chhat Puja Ghats are taken care of so that people can celebrate in a clean environment.
I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive? When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Cadets and Officers Training Academy staffs on the successful completion of the splendid parade. Parents and relatives of gentlemen and women cadets of the passing out course and all guests are requested to remain seated till the reviewing officer leaves the parade ground.
देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि परेड ग्राउंड से मुख्य अतिथि के जाने तक आप सभी अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें।
Well, these are the live visuals coming in right now, the passing out parade at OTA Chennai, and this ceremony which happens every year, the officers at the Officers Training Academy in Chennai. So these are the live visuals coming in of the Jawans marching, and this is of course the passing out parade which was taking place in Chennai. And as you can see, these are the visuals coming in from the Officers Training Academy in Chennai. The cadets of Officers Training Academy in Chennai who are seen marching as it is a passing out parade which is being conducted. And this, of course, passing out parade which happens every year after the 11 months of grueling training. And parade of the Army Cadets which is taking place at the Officers Training Academy in Chennai. So a series of spectacular events that have been lined through the day, and as you can see, it's the marching parade where the cadets performed during the combined display organized as part of passing out parade of the cadets at the Officers Training Academy, which is the OTA in Chennai. Moving on then, last night a video shot by passengers sent shockwaves as it showed the Indigo flight on fire at the Delhi airport. The flight bound to Bengaluru had to be grounded after the incident. Republic reported you the first information and even got you live rolling coverage of the incident. Here's what transpired late last night.
Panic, fear and chaos gripped the passengers of Indigo 6 E2131 on Friday. The Bengaluru-bound flight that they were on board was on fire. Listen into the panic-stricken passengers. The flight caught on fire just as it was about to take off. Takeoff aborted, the flight was grounded and full emergency was put in place at the Delhi airport.
Full emergency was declared in the Delhi's IGI airport. This because a Bengaluru-bound aircraft reported a spark in its engine. Soon after the spark was reported, the flight was grounded and the takeoff was aborted. Soon after the takeoff was aborted, all passengers and crew were shifted. Now it is being said that there were almost 184 people on board on the Airbus.
Recovering from the major shock, a passenger on board shared the ordeal with Republic TV.
Yeah, so while the plane was taking off, it was on the runway. We saw a massive spark coming out of the wings, and suddenly flashes of fire started coming out, and the plane was stopped immediately. The pilot informed that there's some malfunction with the engine, and that's when the crew got activated, and they helped everyone to not, settle down and not have a panic situation. We've been deplaned from the plane now, and we are heading towards another alternate flight. We are at Terminal 1 now, and everyone is safe. The flight was fully booked, and it was a very close call, but very quick action from the airline and the pilot and the crew. So everything's safe, and yeah.
Republic TV was the only channel live and rolling to bring you live updates from the Delhi airport. Republic in fact approached the Indigo help desk to get details of the mishap, but the manager was totally clueless on the major mishap.
और जो ये पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट हुआ है उसका क्या कारण है ये भी पता करना होगा, ये जांच का विषय है। लेकिन फिलहाल सबसे जरूरी है कि जो भी यात्री हैं जो जाहिर तौर पर घबराए हुए होंगे उन्हें जल्द से जल्द उन्हें जहां भी जाना है, बेंगलुरु जाना है, तो उन्हें वहां पर भेज दिया जाए।
More details on how the fire started and whose negligence was it are yet to be known. But the lives of hundreds were at stake and Indigo needs to answer. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe to ascertain the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall take place. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has ordered officials to submit a report on the incident after looking into it. So, DGCA taking stock of yesterday's incident, ordering a detailed probe into this case. This, of course, after the Indigo flight had to make an emergency landing. After the flight caught fire during the takeoff, the passengers, of course, were in a panic mode as the flight caught fire. A horrific video of the fire also emerged in which the fire could be seen on the wings of on this particular flight that was grounded after the fire. So the DGA ordering a detailed probe. Tanisha, my colleague, got us this detailed walkthrough from the Delhi airport. Let's take a look.
Emergency was declared in the Delhi's IGI airport. This because a Bengaluru-bound aircraft reported a spark in its engine. Soon after the spark was reported, the flight was grounded and the takeoff was aborted. Soon after the takeoff was aborted, all passengers and crew were shifted. Now it is being said that there were almost 184 people on board on the Airbus. Soon after the incident happened, a Twitter user took to Twitter to share the scary experience, where he shared the video of the aircraft that had spark in its engine. Remember, it was a Bengaluru-bound aircraft that was taking off from the IGI airport. And the Twitter user shared this video, quoting it a scary experience on the runway. In the meantime, soon after the incident was reported, Indigo issued a statement where they said that there was a technical snag that was reported in the aircraft engine, which is why the flight was aborted and the takeoff was cancelled, and all the crew members along with the passengers have been shifted to another flight. However, it remains to be seen that this is not a sole incident that has happened in the past few days or past few months. Remember, it was SpiceJet first who had been experiencing technical snags, be it a bird hit or fire in the engine. And today, it is Indigo that had reported a spark in its engine at 10 p.m. However, all passengers are safe and have been shifted to another flight. It remains to be seen what DGCA will take a note on it and what will be their response on the same. At 10 p.m. on Friday night, a technical snag, as quoted by the Indigo Airlines, was reported from the Delhi airport. The Bengaluru-based flight, which was about to take off, reported a spark in the engine and it had to remain grounded. The flight had to abort. Soon after that, Indigo released a statement saying that it was a technical snag because of which the flight could not fly, and all the 184 members in the flight have been shifted to a safe flight. Now we are right now at the Indigo help desk at the IGI airport. We'll try talking to them, we'll try asking them about what was the technical snag that actually happened, how did it actually happen. Sorry, sir? But Indigo released a statement saying there was a Bengaluru-bound aircraft that was about to take off, but there was a spark reported. Sorry, sir? That all information you will get from seniors. We don't know about it. So there you have the help desk saying that they have no idea about the same and they do not know what had happened, and we could get more information from the inside counters where we are not allowed to go. Now it remains to be seen how does the help desk that is there at the IGI airport do not have any information on how the Bengaluru-based aircraft aborted and why did it abort. We are right now at the help desk, and we tried confronting the help desk required person that is there at the help desk. We tried confronting them, but yet they have no information on the same. They say that they have received no such information, and all flights have been taking on time.
And Prajwal, my colleague, also filed a walkthrough and spoke to the passengers who bore the brunt as a result of the fire that happened at this particular flight's wings last evening. Let's listen into that.
Some eyewitnesses went ahead and spoke to Republic off the record, and clearly they stated that it was a near miss because if it was late by 30 seconds, the plane would have taken off, and a major tragedy has been averted by the alert authorities now. But all said and done, all the passengers have finally landed safely here in Bengaluru, and we can see that all the passengers are coming out safely now, because majority of them do not want to speak, mainly because of the jet lag and the process that it has taken place, because the Indigo Airlines took over 2 hours to find a new plane for them, to get a new plane for them, and finally put them inside this plane. And finally the Indigo plane EX, this particular Indigo plane has finally come here and landed in Bengaluru. As of now, there has been no sort of official response by the Indigo Airlines, and some of the ground staff over here at the counters are not even aware about this entire incident. But all said and done, thankfully now all these passengers have gone on to land safely, and we are also getting information that this was the plane EX2131 from the Indigo Airlines, which has landed in Bengaluru at 3:13 a.m. With video journalist Bhagat, Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic, Bengaluru.
There was a technical slag that was reported. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ problem takeoff nalle ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ they identified, and in fact we should appreciate the pilot for his timely detecting that, and immediately he declared within fraction of 1 second stopped. Then it required some time, and that fire and other ground staff came, and they have told that there is nothing to take tension, and it was so well managed by the company that there is nothing, that no passenger has panic, and everybody was safe, and they made within 20 minutes an alternative flight, and everybody was taken care of, right? And we should in fact thank I was told that already it is there in the news that some fire and all happened, but pilot and co-pilot and the management of Indigo, they extremely behaved well, and no passenger were hurt, and everybody was safe, and within 20 minutes they have made alternative arrangements, and they were deplaned with luggage and all, and with children, everybody, and even old passengers, and then they were given the new other plane, and we were safely landed.
So DGCA there, of course, taking stock of this whole matter and ordering a probe. This, of course, after the Indigo flight caught fire last evening while it was taking off. Moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Expressing concerns over delay in handling the Coimbatore blast case to the NI, the Tamil Nadu governor expressed serious concerns over the delay of 4 days in handing over the Coimbatore blast case to the NI and possible destruction of crucial evidence in a high-profile terror plot. The governor also lauded the police that established the car blast as a serious terror attack conspiracy within hours of incident, and lamented soft peddling by state government, further urging that no politics on terrorism and no leniency to terrorists should be the motto. RTA response has shown that the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than 100 crore rupee funds in the last 7 years. In just past 1 year, the AAP government has granted the Waqf Board more than 62 crore rupees. Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, the BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. While on one side Kejriwal government has banned crackers, the other side salaries are being paid to the Waqf Board staff.
62 crore rupees was allocated to Waqf Board last year at a time when salaries of ASHA workers was not increased, when 13,000 students of SC, ST, OBC community were not given their coaching fees, when DDU college was not paid its fees because of which the salaries of teachers had to be cut, when 53% of teaching positions are vacant in Delhi government schools because Delhi government claims it has no money.
The UP Legislative Assembly Secretariat on Friday has announced the disqualification of the Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan from the House. This, of course, a day after court sentenced him to 3 years in jail in a hate speech case. However, Azam Khan got bail just hours after being granted 3 years imprisonment. A big allegation levelled against Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, where Congress has alleged that the Chief Minister's office is trying to pie the media and has paid 2.5 lakh each to the journalists for Deepavali. Mumbai police has arrested film producer Kamal Kishore Mishra for allegedly running over his wife in Mumbai. The incident was reported in the wee hours of Thursday and the film producer was absconding ever since. BSF recovered huge cashier farms and ammunition from the Indo-Pak border in Punjab. The arms consignment was dropped by the drone from across the border. 3 AK-47 rifles, 6 empty MAG, 3 pistols, 6 empty MAG and 200 rounds along with ammunition were recovered. At UN Terror Meet, India lauded FATF grey listing of Pakistan. Raised the removal of Pakistan from the FATF grey listing, alleging that it helped control terror, and even before Pakistan white listing, talk of removal from grey listing led to spike in terror activity. India wants review of the grey listing mechanism in light of these facts, telling the world that FATF mechanisms need to be more professional. Meanwhile, India has shared intricate details of the 26/11 terror operations where crucial evidence of the attack was shared with the world. Pakistan and China's role pinned in the UNSC meet on terror. India also shared audios from Pakistan-based control room on 26/11 and Pakistan Army Major was also named in the evidence shared.
Ago, on 26 November 2008, the city of Mumbai was witness to one of the most shocking terror attacks of our times. 140 Indian nationals and 26 citizens of 23 other countries lost their lives in a period of 4 days.
Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has said that he will remain silent as he does not want to damage the country and expose the Pak eyesight. Now, an RTI report has revealed that Arvind Kejriwal's AAP government has granted over 100 crores of public funds to the Delhi Waqf Board since it came to power in 2015 and an amount of over 60 crore rupees that was given a loan in 2021.
The BJP has slammed the Aam Aadmi Party over funding of the Delhi Waqf Board to the tune of over rupees 101 crore in the past 7 years. This after an RTI response revealed that the Kejriwal government allocated rupees 1.25 crore to the board in the first year since assuming office in 2015-2016. Since then, the amount increased to rupees 1.37 crore in 2016-2017, rupees 5 crore in 2017-18, rupees 8.85 crore in 2018-19, rupees 22.72 crore in 2019-20 and a staggering amount of rupees 62.57 crore in 2021. The BJP has accused the Aam Aadmi Party of playing politics of polarization.
दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार जहां एक और जब हिंदुओं के पर्व त्योहार आते तो उनको नहीं मनाया जाए इसके लिए वो कदम उठाते हैं, चाहे वो दीपावली हो, दीपावली पे पटाखे पर प्रतिबंध हो या छठ पूजा पर यमुना घाटों पर काम नहीं करना हो सरकार के द्वारा, और एक तरफ बकवर्ड हो उसके माध्यम से मुल्ला मौलवियों को सैलरी देने का काम करते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आम आदमी पार्टी करती है।
मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, एजुकेशन के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं ये सारा पैसा वापस रिकवर करें और सबको बराबरी तौर पर मान्यता दें। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए विशेष तौर पर 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाए और दूसरे धर्म के बच्चों को भी फीस रिइंबर्स ना की जाए। ये बहुत बड़ा गुनाह और पाप है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हमारे बच्चों के साथ बेइंसाफी है।
And called out Delhi Chief Minister's pay parity with salaries of other religious institutions.
Has this money been given to any other religious institution? The salary of imams was increased using the Delhi government money. But has salary of any other religious institutions, religious figures been increased like this? And this was happening at a time. 62 crore rupees was allocated to Waqf Board last year at a time when salaries of Asha workers was not increased.
While AAP government funding to the Delhi Waqf Board is now in the eye of a storm, the party is sticking to decisions made while refuting all allegations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, BJP leader Amit Malviya will file a police complaint against The Wire for a series of fake news tarnishing his image. Here's a report on what has transpired so far.
It was the biggest fake news story. It may just be the most grave case of journalistic malpractice. The Wire is exposed and is all set to face legal action.
On October 11th, 2022, Meta's communication head, Mr. Andy Stone, issued a categorical denial and stated that the documents presented by The Wire in its report were fabricated and that the ex-check status had been mischaracterized. Consequently, I am left with no option other than to seek appropriate legal remedies against The Wire and its management and reporters.
First, we addressed our questions to the founding editor of The Wire, who refused to take any questions. Then we dialed Wire's ombudsman, who once again said that she wouldn't like to respond to any of our questions.
I had three specific questions with regards to the statement that has been put out by The Wire, which basically does not cover three aspects. Number one, with regards to why exactly wouldn't The Wire bring in a technical expert on a story which requires proof from the third party?
These are all important questions and they will be answered at some point. But at the moment, I'm not going to speak on this.
The Editors Guild of India had issued an elaborate statement on tech fog 290 days ago. They wanted government and judicial action on the basis of The Wire story.
Now, in a meek U-turn, the Editors Guild of India issues a statement which effectively gives an exit route to The Wire. Not a single line of condemnation. In fact, the Editors Guild of India refuses to call out India's biggest journalistic malpractice.
In fact, the entire ecosystem that enabled The Wire has gone silent now. From defending so-called fact-checkers in the Delhi police net, to silence on fake news peddled by Lutyens. Much has been overlooked, but can the biggest case of fake news be ignored? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in a massive development in the MLA poaching case, Republic has accessed an audio tape of a conversation between a TRS leader and a seer. Here's a full report on what this audio tape entails.
As the MLA poaching case continues in Telangana, Republic TV has accessed a leaked tape between TRS MLA Rohit Reddy and a seer. TRS MLA, while talking to the seer, is heard allegedly making an offer to him.
myself and Santosh and other persons.
Okay.
So on that time I will discuss with Santosh.
Okay.
I will not reveal the names. Don't worry. I'm directly dealing with the person. I'm not in between of this.
Yeah.
So, there is no confusion in this.
Yeah.
I will discuss the matter with Santosh tomorrow.
Okay.
Then I will revert.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, Swamiji.
Yeah.
But I request you to please put it very confidential, or else our lives are gone.
No. You don't have to worry in this.
Yeah.
If anything, little bit of issues, if we found means, immediately we will make it patch up and we will convert that matter. And we will give the complete protection from the center. Don't worry.
Okay.
However, there is no mention of the exchange of money in the 14-minute conversation. Earlier, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi at the Bharat Jodo Yatra claimed that both BJP and TRS are corrupt parties.
हमारे लिए टीआरएस और बीजेपी एक ही चीज है। ये एक ही सिक्के के दो भाग हैं और ये दोनों एक साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं। ये आपको समझने की जरूरत है। ये एक दूसरे की मदद करते हैं। दिल्ली में टीआरएस उनकी मदद करती है और तेलंगाना में बीजेपी इनकी मदद करती है और दोनों की दोनों पार्टियां लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ हैं, पैसे की राजनीति करती हैं, एमएलए खरीदने का काम करती हैं, सरकार गिराने का काम करती हैं।
This comes as the ACB court had previously rejected the request of the police to remand the three accused. Meanwhile, top BJP leaders have demanded a CBI inquiry in the matter. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We'll slip into a very short break for now. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Do not go anywhere. On the other side, we'll get you more details as former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan goes against ISI, says, I know a lot of things, but I am quiet.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Good evening and welcome viewers. Just minutes back, the government of India finally did a great thing. It changed the IT intermediary rules. Simple English, from now on, big tech, Twitter, Facebook, Insta, all these big billion-dollar companies for whom India is the biggest market, they all have to now quietly comply with India's laws and India's constitution, and I'm loving it. These American companies like Facebook and Twitter can no longer do whatever they want in India and claim they will comply with Silicon Valley rules. If they don't comply, they are free to get out, pack up, leave our country. You want to make money in India? You follow India's rules. This is the new approach, and viewers, I like this approach. Things have to change in our country. There has to be a quantum shift. Approaches have to change. We've got to learn to be more direct about what we want. For example, last night I said that you cannot have an American citizen, a Chinese citizen, a Nicaraguan citizen becoming an editor, quasi-editor, CEO, quasi-CEO of an Indian news media setup, however big or small this is. In fact, I think, viewers, don't you agree with me? We must start an investigation now on which foreign citizens and green card holders are presently in important positions in India's news organizations. And let me take you in on a secret. Recently, I came to know of one case where, because a particular Lutyens channel was under scrutiny from the investigating agencies, the channel's CEO had to symbolically step aside when the issue of foreign nationality came up.
My point... Very famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now, there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that he can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
Top headlines at 8:30. Bengaluru-bound Indigo flight catches fire during takeoff. Emergency declared at the Delhi airport. DGCA orders probe. Major tragedy averted, but Indigo downplays the fire by terming it a technical glitch. Centre amends guidelines for social media giants. Rolls out from today. IT Ministry to hold news briefing today. Court red-handed in biggest fake news story. Now the Wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan goes ballistic, trains guns at the Pakistan ISI. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with newsbreak coming in from the national capital, where the air quality has further deteriorated and has now plunged to severe categories. From the very poor category, it has now slipped to severe categories, so of course posing several health risks for the Delhi residents. We'll go across to Harsha as well, who's reporting live from Lodi Garden in the national capital. First up, let's listen into a few reactions coming in from the Delhi residents.
पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, सांस लेने में बहुत परेशानी हो रही है, इसके लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए।
आपने भी मास्क पहना है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सबको मास्क का यूज करना चाहिए?
हाँ, इसके बारे में मास्क लेना जरूरी है पहनना, ताकि दिक्कत ना हो आदमी को।
इससे काफ़ी सारी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है, जैसे कि काफ़ी धुआं है तो उससे हमें मतलब सांस लेने में तकलीफ होता है, और भी है बहुत सारे सर का प्रॉब्लम है, बच्चों को भी प्रॉब्लम होता है स्कूल वगैरह जाने में, है ना, तो काफ़ी उनका मतलब सेंसिटिव होते हैं वो लोग पॉल्यूशन से। सबसे पहले तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मतलब जो कार से है उससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है, तो मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अगर उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया जाए तो वो सबसे बेटर होगा, क्योंकि कभी कभी बसें लगता है आधा घंटे पे नहीं आती हैं, है ना, उससे क्या होता है कि बस का प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन होता नहीं है, लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट भी मतलब उससे जाने से कतराते हैं। तो अगर हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करें तो लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज़ करेंगे, और उससे हमें क्या होगा कि मतलब कारों की संख्या कम होगी और उससे पॉल्यूशन भी कम होगा।
And Harsha joining us live from the Lodi Garden, national capital. Harsha, while the overall category remains to be very severe, but talk to us more about the AQI levels at specific specific areas in Delhi which are particularly populated.
Exactly, Samiksha. If we talk about the air quality level at different places, right now where I'm reporting is Mausam Bhavan, the place where all the scientists sit, the place where exactly the evaluation of the air quality is being done here. And if I talk to you about the air quality index here, I'll show you through my Safar app. It's 321 AQI level, PM 2.5, which is in a very poor condition, which is into the red mark, as you can clearly see. And not only this, there are various parts of national capital which are very heavily polluted. The air pollution can clearly be felt, the pollutants can be felt in the air. And if I talk about more places, because if we talk about Delhi, the overall AQI of Delhi is 309, which again is in the border of poor and very poor. It's going to be a very poor in the coming days, because as Delhi is gearing up for the winter season, the AQI level is very, very poor. If we talk about Delhi NCR, if we talk about Noida, so the AQI level in Noida is 392 approximately to go into the severe condition. So these are the places. This is the result of air quality index in the national capital in Delhi, NCR and nearby area. The most polluted areas, Samiksha, in national capital are Lodhi Road, Mathura Road, the areas near airport, the areas where industries are majorly working, Kalinde Kunj, Okla, Simapuri, Azadpur, Anand Vihar area. These are the areas which are very highly polluted. And let me also show you, because this is Mausam Bhawan, and every day what is the air quality index is clearly shown through this meter. As you can see, the ozone layer is 17, the nitrogen oxide is 75, carbon monoxide is 115. These are the pollutants which are right now in a very dense state accumulated in the air of Delhi. And as we are talking about PM 2.5, it's 264, PM 10 is 269. This is condition of Delhi very poor, and poor condition remains here since the lot of political water forces happening between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party regarding what can be done to decrease the air pollution here. What can be done? But till now, no major efforts have been taken, no preventive measures have been done. The stubble burning continued from August till October. We saw how stubble burning was much of the reason. Now Gopal Rai also have stated to lessen the air pollution of Delhi NCR at this time of the season. In the winters, the campaign red light on car off campaign should be approved by LG so that pollution level can be decreased. And not only this, if we talk about industry pollution, which is happening a lot, and Delhi is right now going through air, land and water, three kinds of pollution, because we have seen in Yamuna, now we can also feel the smog in the air. And since the winter is approaching, and as much as the winter will be there in November, the smog in the air could clearly be felt, and the many of the places are in the blurry condition. The India Gate is not visible, Rashtrapati Bhavan is not visible. So this is the condition of national capital. Samiksha, back to you.
Well, Arsha, thank you for that. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. But of course, Delhi residents bearing the brunt of the air pollution rising in the national capital, with the health hazards also rising, with the smoke level only deteriorating with each passing day. Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. An Indigo aircraft was grounded at the Delhi airport after one of its engines caught fire on Friday night. Seconds before taking off for Bengaluru, there were 180 passengers on board. The incident took place at around 9:45 p.m. and the passengers were not immediately evacuated. The passengers got off the plane after 11 p.m. and accommodated on another flight around midnight. The Bengaluru-bound Indigo flight was grounded after the suspected spark. Meanwhile, taking stock of the incident, the Ministry of Civil Aviation ordered officials to submit a report in the incident after looking into it. The spark was reported when Indigo flight was on the runway, sparking a massive emergency. However, all passengers are reported to be safe with no casualties reported. The matter is being investigated with a full emergency having been declared at the Delhi airport. Releasing a statement on the flight emergency, Indigo said that the aircraft operating flight from Delhi to Bengaluru experienced an engine stall during takeoff roll. The takeoff was aborted and the aircraft safely returned to the bay. Cracking the whip on the big tech firms, the Government of India has amended the intermediary guidelines and digital media ethic rules. The amended rules make it mandatory for intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram and others to comply with Constitution of India provisions and India's sovereign laws. New IT rules will have a profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, making them accountable to users and the government of the country, thereby marking the end of rules framed by big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a news briefing today. BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya has said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. Acting on a tip-off of human trafficking, a police team in Badgam conducted raids in a village where it rescued 14 women victims. During the preliminary probe, it was found that the arrested 3 accused were involved in human trafficking by exploiting these women. In fresh trouble for Uddhav camp, ex-Mumbai Mayor Kishori Pednekar has been questioned by the Mumbai police in SRA scam and has also been summoned for further questioning. This comes after an FIR was registered in SRA scam, following which 4 accused were arrested by police in the month of June and the name of Kishori Pednekar was mentioned as well. In a big move, the Maharashtra government has downgraded security cover of MVA leaders and former ministers, including Chhagan Bhujbal, Jayant Patil, Balasaheb Thorat, Nitin Raut, among others. And sources have also informed that a total of 15 MVA leaders' security cover has been downgraded. Security cover for Uddhav Thackeray and his family members and Sharad Pawar and his family members remain as is. Well, cutting into these visuals coming in right now of Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, who's holding a Padyatra for BJP's bipole candidates. The Padyatra taking place in Odisha's Bhadrak. So we'll try and go across to Aniruddha as well for his insights. We'll try to go across to our reporters for more on that, but the visuals coming in from Odisha at this point, where Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is seen holding a Padyatra for BJP's BJP's bipole candidates. So ahead of the bipoles in the state of Odisha, Union Minister conducting a Padyatra. So these are the visuals right now, live visuals coming in right now of the polls, ahead of the bipoles that are all set to take place in Odisha's Bhadrak. Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan holding a Padyatra there with other party workers. We understand that election to the assembly seat is scheduled to be held on 3rd of November. So this is of course the bipoles that are all set to happen in Odisha's Bhadrak. But these are the live visuals coming in of a massive show of strength there by the BJP workers being led by Dharmendra Pradhan. Now, the Karnataka government has ordered a survey of state government-run Arabic schools in the state as they were allegedly not following the syllabus prescribed by the state government. Steps have also been taken following complaints of poor quality of education being imparted. But the move has sparked massive backlash. Here's a full report on what has transpired.
A Karnataka government has ordered a survey of state government-run Arabic schools in the state following complaints of poor quality of education.
We decided to have a survey of Arabic schools, and we have come to know that they are not running the schools according to the education, whatever the prescribed by the education department. So after getting the reports, we will take action.
Karnataka government has issued a new circular regarding the Arabic schools and the syllabus which is being followed by it, which comes under the purview of the state government, which is both aided schools as well as unaided schools as well. This comes on the backdrop of the surveys which was conducted by the state government of Karnataka on the madrasa, stating that there was not enough enrollment, and in this particular regard, if there is not enough enrollment, they will have to be shut down.
This move has triggered a big political fight.
बहुत सारे सवाल उठते हैं कि क्या उनको एक तरह से बंद करने के लिए या उनकी संख्या कम करने के लिए कोशिश की जा रही है, जबकि उस अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के पास वैसे ही शिक्षा के हासिल करने के मौके कम हैं।
और 1300 साल से वो पढ़ा रहे हैं, और उसमें जो एक्सपर्ट्स बनते हैं वो आके उनका एक्सपर्टाइज जहाँ काम में आता है वहाँ काम पे लगे हुए हैं। अब इसको आरएसएस और बीजेपी के लोग या हुकूमत में वो जो हैं वो लोग जानते हैं ये एक्सपर्ट से ज्यादा। इट्स अ लाफिंग मैटर।
Assam and Uttar Pradesh too have surveyed madrasas to improve the quality of education. Can the bid to modernize education be communalized? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break, lots on the other side of this short break. On the other side, we'll get you more on the IT rules that have now been amended by the centre. Social media and for social media giants, IT Ministry is all set to hold a news briefing today. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake story, now the Wire is set to face legal action from BJP IT cell head.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit, when I feel selected.
At the United Nations meeting in Mumbai, shares intricate details bearing the Mumbai terror plot before the world.
मैंने एक शख्स को देखती हूँ जिसके हाथ में बड़ी सी गन है, उसके चेहरे पे कोई डर नहीं था, हम लोगों को मार के उसे खुशी मिल रही है.
This forum is very appropriate to bring attention to the issue of fighting terrorism.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated.
Well, newsbreak coming in of Nancy Pelosi's husband that was attacked by an intruder yesterday while searching for the Democratic leaders. So Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time of this attack. Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband, was severely beaten, suffering blunt force trauma after he was struck several times in the head. And we are now getting to know that he's been admitted to the San Francisco General Hospital for his injuries. President Joe Biden, meanwhile, has decried the attack on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband during remarks at a Democratic event in Philadelphia on Friday evening. President Joe Biden said that he also spoke with Speaker Nancy Pelosi over support and delivered a full-throated condemnation of the despicable attack that he said had no place in America. So Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked late last night, and this we are getting to know that the intruder had come in search of Nancy Pelosi's Nancy Pelosi, but she was not there at the time of the attack. A reaction coming in from President Joe Biden. Let's listen.
And I want us to take a short pause to send our love to Nancy and Paul Pelosi. I've been on the phone with Nancy. Arranged for her to be able to get from Washington out to see her husband, Bobby. That's where she's in the plane now, heading out there. And you've seen the news. He was attacked in their home, and when I spoke to the speaker, she said that he's doing okay. He went to the hospital, was operated on, and he seems to be coming along well. He's in good spirits. The whole family's there. While this invasion is ongoing, the news reports indicate it was intended to be an attack on the house Nancy Pelosi lives in, the third ranking person in the United States in line to be president. You know, it's reports that the same chant was used by this guy they have in custody that was used on January 6th. And the attacks on the U.S. Capitol. I'm not making this up. This has been reported. I can't guarantee it. I can tell you what's being reported. The chant was, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" This is despicable. There's no place in America. There's too much violence, political violence, too much hatred, too much vitriol. And what makes us think that one party can talk about stolen elections, COVID being a hoax, there's all a bunch of lies, and it not affect people?
So, Nancy Pelosi's husband, who was attacked yesterday, and we are now given to understand that the intruder had come in search of Nancy Pelosi, but she was not at the house when this attack really happened. But President Joe Biden there condemning the attack and saying that such hatred has no place in America. A roundup of all the action from the world of sports after BCCI announced its landmark decision to introduce equal match fee for male and female cricketers. The England Cricket Board has announced a 3.5 million increase in funding for the women's regional game to run until the end of 2024. BCCI President Roger Binney heaped praises on Virat Kohli and labelled his match-winning innings like a dream and treat for the viewers. Chirag Shetty and Satvik Sairaj Rankireddy defeated former world champions and top-seeded Tokoro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi of Japan in men's doubles quarterfinals to reach the semi-finals at the French Open. Hosts Australia had to split the points in the Group 1 match of the ICC T20 World Cup against arch rivals England as rain spoiled another game of cricket at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Both games scheduled for October 28th at the Melbourne Cricket Ground had to be abandoned due to rain as Afghanistan and Ireland shared the spoils as well. Manchester United's Brazil winger Anto vowed to continue with his tricks after accusations that he was showboating during his side's 3-0 win over Sheriff Tiraspol. The Spanish prosecutors on Friday dropped all fraud and corruption charges against Brazil following forward Neymar and other defectants in a case over his transfer to Barcelona from Santos in 2013. And on to more international news. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan going ballistic came down heavily on the Pakistan army, saying that he knows facts that he could expose the Pakistan army, going on to add that the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is a coward.
Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan and thousands of supporters began a long-promised march yesterday to the nation's capital Islamabad to challenge the government of his successor and demand early elections. Khan maintains that his ouster in a parliament no-confidence vote in April was unlawful and a conspiracy by his political opponents orchestrated by the United States. A charge denied by both Washington and Pakistan's new premier, Shehbaz Sharif. About 10,000 demonstrators, many of them piled into hundreds of trucks and cars, left on Friday from the eastern city of Lahore, Pakistan's cultural heartland. Many who joined the march at the start were walking on foot. The convoy, which was expected to arrive sometime next week in Islamabad, got off to a colourful start as Khan's supporters danced to the beat of drums and sang patriotic songs. The convoy's route, known as the Grand Trunk Road, covers a distance of 300 kilometers and is expected to include frequent stops with political speeches and rallies in towns and urban areas along the way. Numbers are also expected to swell along the way. Khan, a former cricket star and national sports hero turned Islamist politician, is hugely popular and has been able to rally followers onto the streets. Addressing supporters before the departure from Lahore, Imran Khan described the endeavour as a peaceful march and claimed his political struggle against the government would continue until Sharif's administration agrees to hold early elections. The Pakistani government has repeatedly said that elections will be held as scheduled in 2023.
कि मैं अपनी कौम को आजाद करूं, इसको एक आजाद मुल्क बनाऊं, इस मुल्क के फैसले मुल्क से बाहर ना हो, ना लंदन ना वॉशिंगटन, इस मुल्क के फैसले पाकिस्तान में हो और पाकिस्तानियों के लिए हो। मैं साफ और शफाफ इलेक्शन चाहता हूं और साफ और शफाफ इलेक्शन में मेरी आवाम फैसला करे कि इस मुल्क की क़यादत कौन करेगा। ना वॉशिंगटन करे, ना अमेरिका करे, इमरान खान, ना कोई और करे, आवाम को फैसला करने दो।
On Thursday, Pakistan's powerful military warned that although it was Khan's democratic right to hold a rally in Islamabad, no one would be allowed to destabilize the country. Last week, the country's election commission disqualified Imran Khan from holding public office for 5 years after finding him guilty of illegally selling state gifts and concealing assets as premier. Khan has challenged the ruling in court, seeking to have the commission's order suspended. Authorities in Islamabad have deployed additional security forces to deter any clashes or violence once Khan's convoy reaches the Pakistani capital. Agency report for Republic TV.
Break, lots coming up on the other side of this break. Centre amends guidelines for social media giants roll out from today. IT Ministry to hold a news briefing today. Court red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now Dubai set to face legal action from Amit Malviya.
I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
Tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
At the United Nations meeting in Mumbai, shares intricate details bearing the Mumbai terror plot before the world.
मैंने एक शख्स को देखती हूँ जिसके हाथ में बड़ी सी गन है, उसके चेहरे पे कोई डर नहीं था। हम लोगों को मार के उसे खुशी मिल रही है।
This forum is very appropriate to bring attention to the issue of fighting terrorism.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Elon Musk completes his Twitter takeover, sacks the top Twitter officials, including the CEO, Parag Agarwal.
Rahul Gandhi was waded into the poaching controversy, saying that the TRS and the BJP are two sides of the same coin.
Fire has broken out in a godown in Kurla area of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders have been deployed.
Fire that broke out in Kishtwar of JNK. The attempts are still on to douse the fire.
The Kerala.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Top stories at 9 a.m. viewers. Major tragedy averted, but even as Indigo downplays the fire, DGCA orders a probe. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech Raj. AAP versus BJP over funds to Waqf board as BJP fires fresh questions. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story, now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you all the updates of what's happening with the Waqf board controversy that is unraveling. In fact, an RTI response has shown that the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal in fact has been granted the Delhi Waqf board more than rupees 101 crores of public funds in the last 7 years. In the past year itself, the Aam Aadmi Party government has granted the Waqf board more than rupees 62 crores. Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. While on one side, Kejriwal government banned crackers, while on the other, the salaries are being paid to the Waqf board staff as well. Now, viewers, this is an issue that had been continuously raised by the BJP time and time again as well. And in a fresh response, the BJP has also leveled this attack. And now we are seeing that an RTI response is also being cited. The RTI response, in fact, has shown the figures of the salary that is being paid to the Waqf board staff by the Delhi government as well. Now, this is an RTI response that shows that Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi government under the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf board more than rupees 101 crores of the public funds in the last 7 years. Now, in the past year itself, the Aam Aadmi Party government has granted the Waqf board more than rupees 62 crores. And we are seeing that hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf board. The BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization, that on one hand, the Arvind Kejriwal government is banning the crackers, while on the other, salaries are being paid to the Waqf board staff.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार जहां एक और जब हिंदुओं के पर्व त्योहार आते तो उनको नहीं मनाया जाए, इसके लिए वो कदम उठाते हैं, चाहे वो दीपावली हो, दीपावली पे पटाखे पर प्रतिबंध हो, या छठ पूजा पर यमुना घाटों पर काम नहीं करना हो सरकार के द्वारा, और एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड हो उसके माध्यम से मुल्ला मौलवियों को सैलरी देने का काम करते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, जो एक हिंदू विरोधी के साथ साथ वो तुष्टीकरण, एक विशेष धर्म के लोगों की तुष्टीकरण का काम करते हैं। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके पास 101 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड के लिए है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आपके पास मंदिरों के पुजारियों के लिए सैलरी देने के लिए पैसे नहीं है। दूसरा सवाल है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के जो चेयरमैन हैं वो आपके खास विधायक हैं, वो लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में, गंभीर आरोप उनके ऊपर है। वक्फ बोर्ड की ज़मीनों पर कब्जा किया जा रहा है, उनकी ज़मीनों के जो मस्जिदों के स्कूल तोड़कर वहाँ दुकानें बनाकर उनका कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन किया जा रहा है और उससे पैसे की उगाही हो रही है। एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड की ज़मीनों पर अवैध रूप से कब्जा है और उसी वक्फ बोर्ड को दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा की ग्रांट देकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली की जनता इसके खिलाफ है।
केजरीवाल जी ने अब तक 100 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है और ये पैसा जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ऐलान किया था कि 20,000 रुपया मौलवी को और 10,000 रुपया उनके सहायक को दिया जाएगा, उसके लिए बंटित किया गया। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ शिक्षा के नाम पर जब लोन लेने के लिए हमारे बच्चे गए तो केवल पूरे साल में 2 लोगों को लोन दिया गया। केवल 2 लोगों को कहा गया कि पैसा नहीं है अभी हमारे पास, हम लोन नहीं दे सकते। और उधर जब माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे जिनकी फीस रिम्बर्समेंट होनी थी उनको भी पैसे नहीं दिए गए, ये कहकर कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। हमारे सिख बच्चों को भी माइनॉरिटी में फीस रिम्बर्स नहीं हो पा रही, जो कि एससी के और एसटी फंड्स में पैसे होते हैं माइनॉरिटीज के लिए। एक तरफ सिख बच्चों को उनकी फीस भी रिफंड नहीं की जा रही माइनॉरिटी कोटे में, और दूसरी तरफ 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, एजुकेशन के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं ये सारा पैसा वापस रिकवर करें और सबको बराबरी तौर पर मान्यता दें। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए विशेष तौर पर 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाए और दूसरे धर्म के बच्चों को भी फीस रिइंबर्स ना की जाए। ये बहुत बड़ा गुनाह और पाप है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हमारे बच्चों के साथ बेइंसाफी है।
AAP does not mean आम आदमी पार्टी, it means और अपीजमेंट वाली पार्टी। मियाँ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, you have spent 100 crore rupees of Delhi government's money, of the taxpayers' money on Waqf, for which you have said tan man dhan samarpit. At one point you say that there must be the pictures of Hindu deities on currency notes, but these currency notes and this money which belongs to a taxpayer is spent only for one community as part of your vote bank politics. Has this money been given to any other religious institution? The salary of imams was increased using the Delhi government money. But has salary of any other religious institutions, religious figures been increased like this? And this was happening at a time, 62 crore rupees was allocated to Waqf Board last year, at a time when salaries of ASHA workers was not increased, when 13,000 students of SC, ST, OBC community were not given their coaching fees, when DDU college was not paid its fees because of which the salaries of teachers had to be cut, when 53% of teaching positions are vacant in Delhi government schools because Delhi government claims it has no money. On the one hand, you spend money on Waqf Board, which has many properties which it can utilize. But on the other hand, no such kind of allotment is made for any other religious institution. Instead, in fact, as far as Hindus are concerned, there is a prohibition put on bursting of crackers during Diwali. Now Chhat Puja has come, but Ma Yamuna has not been cleaned. And in fact, we are seeing that silicon defoamer is being used in Yamuna Ji, which will poison or which will affect the health of those who go for Chhat Puja. This shows the Aurangzebi mindset of Arvind Kejriwal. At one point of time, the Congress party had said that the first right of resources on this country belongs to one community. Now, because Arvind Kejriwal wants to emulate the Bade Mian of appeasement politics and wants to become the Chote Mian of appeasement politics, this kind of appeasement is being done, this kind of vote bank bonanza is being given. This only shows that बनना है तुष्टीकरण का भाईजान, सजानी है वोट बैंक की दुकान, इसलिए कभी करो हिंदुओं का अपमान और कभी करो इस प्रकार का तुष्टीकरण का गान।
Well, there you heard it, viewers. Several scathing remarks and attacks on the Aam Aadmi Party government for giving this kind of an amount to the Waqf board employees as well. And this is something that we have been seeing, that the BJP has been levelling allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party since quite some time now. Let me also bring in my colleague Harsha, who's on the ground reporting on this story. Harsha, good morning to you. Tell us more about this RTI that has the response to the RTI that has been gotten of rupees 101 crores that were being allocated to the Waqf board, and in the last 1 year itself 62 crores as well that has been allocated to the Waqf board. And what are some of the reactions that you're also picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party justifying this move?
Exactly. The Aam Aadmi Party continues to be in the radar of BJP as from past few weeks. We are seeing, first of all, it was the issue of pollution and Ghazipur landfill, but now it's a new issue which has come up because it's RTI activist Ajay Bose who filed petition of RTI in Supreme Court on 29 September 2022 after it was admitted by Aam Aadmi Party government that they have allocated rupees 101 crore to Waqf board, rupees 62 crore in 2021-2022 and rupees 39 crore in the year 2015-16. And not only this, the issue is also getting up because till now Asha workers, DDU teachers, the Sikh Granthis and others, the Shikshavid and the government employees, the MCD has right now not being paid by Aam Aadmi Party government. We also saw in the past few months how High Court pulled up the Aam Aadmi Party government stating that they are spending crores on advertisement but not paying their employees, and Aam Aadmi Party government cited the lack of finances because of which they are not able to pay the government employees and the MCD. But right now it is clear that they are paying imams, they are paying maulanas who are working in Waqf board, they are paying their salaries, but on the other hand they have not paid anything. Now BJP has hit hard on Aam Aadmi Party government, stating, we heard the views of Shehzad Poonawalla, Adesh Gupta, Manjita Singh Saab, Parvesh Verma, all those leaders who hail from Delhi are clearly stating that Aam Aadmi Party government Arvind Kejriwal on one side is trying to woo Hindu voters by stating that the images of deities should be put on the currency notes. On the other side, the appeasement politics of Aam Aadmi Party government towards Muslim can clearly be seen. For this minority politics, this all is being done, and do Aam Aadmi Party government has already admitted that they have paid finances, they have paid a heavy sum of amount to Waqf board. Now BJP is not going to leave it here. They are going to do protests, they are going to do press conferences, they are going to ask the government to reply on this, that till now they haven't paid the pundits, till now they haven't paid the Sikh Granthis, till now they haven't paid the Asha workers, the Anganwadi workers, the DDU workers, teachers, contract teachers, Shikshavid and many more government employees have not been paid till now by Aam Aadmi Party government. Well, the huge sum of amount is being spent on advertisements on the salaries of imams and muezzins and maulanas. Though there are almost 185 mosques in Delhi, national capital, and all the mosque imams are being paid by Aam Aadmi Party government. On the other side, there are many who are yet not being by Aam Aadmi Party government. So these are the issues which are being picked up by BJP, and BJP is going to get on the ground. They are going to do a press conference, they are going to do a protest against Aam Aadmi Party government regarding all these issues, because clearly the politics, because before Gujarat election on one side he is trying to woo Hindu voters, on the other side the appeasement politics of minority could clearly be seen of Aam Aadmi Party. And it was mentioned by RTI activist Ajay Bose clearly in his RTI that it is being done by Aam Aadmi Party government to woo the minority in Delhi. Back to you.
Well, all right, Harsha there getting us the latest as far as the RTI is concerned. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you as and when the updates arrive. Thank you for the moment, Harsha, for joining us on the broadcast. And coming across to some more breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers, the Thakre camp MLA Kailash Patil is protesting in Osmanabad over the several issues of farmers for the last 5 days. And in a latest update, Republic has accessed these visuals of Maharashtra state transport buses being vandalized and public property being damaged as well. Now remember, they have been protesting against the farmers' issues and asking for remunerations from the government as well. My colleague Sandeep is on the ground reporting on this story. Sandeep, if you can hear me, tell us more about these visuals that we're getting of this kind of damage to the public properties as well. But also tell us about these protests over the past 5 days that are being carried out by this MLA.
See, yes, Priyanka, as far as the protest is concerned, Kailash Patil, the Uddhav Thackeray camp MLA, has been protesting in Osmanabad over the remuneration of crops and crops insurance as well. Now, there are several other issues wherein he is protesting. Now, in the same sequence, the local farmers have extended their support, but now what we can see is that the farmers are coming off the street, and in fact, the supporters of Uddhav Thackeray camp MLA Kailash Patil are on the street, and now this protest is taking a violent course. And in fact, in the visuals, as you can see, that how the public property, how MSRTC bus was violently, in fact, stones were pelted and the harm was being made to public property. Now, it will be very much crucial to see what kind of action does Eknath Shinde's government takes in regards to the protest that has been taken. In fact, the violent protest that has been taken. Whether is there any kind of case will be going to get registered against these people? That will be something to see.
Well, all right, Sandeep there getting us the latest as far as these protests are concerned. Thank you, Sandeep, for joining us on the broadcast for today. And here's some news in brief, viewers. An Indigo aircraft was grounded at the Delhi airport after one of its engines caught fire on Friday night, seconds before taking off from Bengaluru. There were at least 184 people on board the Airbus of A320 aircraft. The incident took place around 9:45 p.m. and the passengers were not immediately evacuated. The passengers got off the plane after 11 p.m. and accommodated on another flight around midnight. The Bengaluru-bound Indigo flight was grounded after the suspected spark. Meanwhile, taking stock of incident, the Ministry of Civil Aviation ordered officials to submit a report in the incident after looking into it. The spark was reported when Indigo flight was on the runway, sparking a massive emergency. However, all passengers were reported to be safe with no casualties reported. The matter is being investigated and a full emergency has been declared at the Delhi airport.
It's a technical slag that was reported. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ problem takeoff nalle ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ they identified, and in fact we should appreciate the pilot for his timely detecting that, and immediately he declared within fraction of 1 second stopped. Then it requires some time, and that fire and other ground staff came, and they have told that there is nothing to take tension.
Releasing a statement on the flight emergency, Indigo said that the aircraft operating flight from Delhi to Bangalore experienced an engine stall during takeoff roll. The takeoff was aborted and the aircraft safely returned to the bay. Cracking the whip on big tech firms, the Government of India has amended the intermediary guidelines and digital media ethics rules. The amended rules make it mandatory for intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram and others to comply with the Constitution of India provisions and India's sovereign rules. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, etc., making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules framed by big tech firms which see itself as above the sovereign laws. In the wake of the development, IT Ministry will hold a news briefing today. Bharatiya Janata Party's Information and Technology Cell head Amit Malviya said that he has decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. Acting on a tip-off of human trafficking, a police team of police officers Budgam conducted a raid in the village Dulipora and rescued 14 women victims, including some minors. During preliminary investigation, it has been found out that the arrested 3 accused persons were involved in human trafficking by exploiting them. In fresh trouble for Uddhav camp, ex-Mumbai Mayor Kishori Padnikar has been questioned by Mumbai police in the SRA scam and has also been summoned for further questioning today. This comes after an FIR was registered in SRA scam, following which 4 accused were arrested by police in the month of June and the name of Kishori Padnikar was mentioned. In a big move, Maharashtra government downgraded security cover of the MVA leaders and former ministers including Chhagan Bhujbal, Jayant Patil, Balasaheb Thorat, Nitin Raut, Nana Patole, Vijay Vadintkar and Sanjay Raut, Nawab Malik, Varun Sardesai and Dhananjay Munde, Bhaskar Jadhav and others as well. Sources have informed that a total of 15 MVA leaders' security cover has been downgraded. Security cover for Uddhav Thackeray and his family members and Sharad Pawar and his family members remains as it is. Well, viewers, we have been tracking for you the air quality index of the national capital, which has been deteriorating by the day, and post Diwali as well. We have seen a dip in the Delhi AQI and an increase in the PM levels of 2.5 and 10 as well. Let's take a look as to several voices that we're picking up with respect to the AQI index of the national capital.
पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, सांस लेने में बहुत परेशानी हो रही है, इसके लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए।
आपने भी मास्क पहना है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि सबको मास्क का यूज करना चाहिए इसको?
हाँ, इसके बारे में मास्क लेना जरूरी है पहनना, ताकि दिक्कत ना हो आदमी को।
इससे काफ़ी सारी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है, जैसे कि काफ़ी धुआं है तो उससे हमें मतलब सांस लेने में तकलीफ होता है, और भी है बहुत सारे इस तरह का प्रॉब्लम है। बच्चों को भी प्रॉब्लम होता है स्कूल वगैरह जाने में, है ना, तो काफ़ी उनका मतलब सेंसिटिव होते हैं वो लोग पॉल्यूशन से। सबसे पहले तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मतलब जो कार से है उससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है। तो मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अगर उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया जाए तो वो सबसे बेटर होगा, क्योंकि कभी कभी बसें लगता है आधा घंटे पे नहीं आती हैं, है ना। उससे क्या होता है कि बस का प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन होता नहीं है, लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट भी मतलब उससे जाने से कतराते हैं। तो अगर हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करें तो लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज़ करेंगे, और उससे हमें क्या होगा कि मतलब कारों की संख्या कम होगी और उससे पॉल्यूशन भी कम होगा।
Now viewers, we have seen over the past few days how the Delhi AQI index in fact has been deteriorating, and it has in fact come into the severe category for the first time this season. And we have also seen that the PM10 level that has touched 500, that is the highest on the scale, while the PM 2.5 was recorded at 455 as well. And the severe category affects the health of the people as well and seriously impacts those with existing diseases. And viewers, this has been a point of concern and a point of debate since the past several years, and even last year we had seen that the Chief Justice of the country as well had spoken about this and had said that this is a deplorable condition in the national capital, that people have to wear masks inside their houses as well. Coming across now, viewers, to some more breaking updates that we're picking up. Visuals from Ghaziabad's Loni area, where a case has been registered and a probe is underway after a bullet rider hit the young man who was walking behind. And instead of helping the injured youth, he beat him mercilessly. On the contrary, and the youth has come up to the rescue, was also beaten up. Accused has absconded from the spot. Now, a shocking detail, in fact, coming to light from Ghaziabad's Loni area, where now we are being told that the authorities have taken cognizance of this entire incident that has been caught on camera. These are the visuals of that entire incident that you're putting out on your screens right now. And the authorities have taken cognizance and registered a case, and the probe, in fact, we're being told, is also underway after a bullet rider hit the young man who was walking from behind. You can see those visuals of the man who's riding the bike and who was also beaten up mercilessly. Instead of helping the injured youth, he was beaten up, and the youth had come to the rescue was also beaten up as well. And we were being told that the accused has in fact absconded from that particular spot. This is the exact visuals of the spot that we're putting out on your screens, where this shocking incident has come to light, where the youth in fact that had come up to help the person who was being beaten up was also then beaten up by this accused, and he had in fact absconded from that particular area post this. And our reporters are on the ground covering this story for you. Piyush, by
that the UN Security Council is holding a meeting in any format in India, that it is doing so when we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of our independence, the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, is especially noteworthy. I thank the members of the committee and the Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate for their efforts in holding this special meeting in India. I would also like to acknowledge His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, for his remarks that were read out just now by Ambassador. Your presence here in Delhi today for this special meeting of the CTC demonstrates the importance that the UNSC members, member states, and a wide range of stakeholders place on this critical and emerging facet of terrorism. That the Council is holding this special meeting of its Counter-Terrorism Committee in India is also a product of the fact that counter-terrorism has become one of the top priorities during our ongoing tenure in the Security Council. Terrorism remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council in the past 2 decades has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment. In recent years, terrorist groups, their ideological fellow travelers, particularly in open and liberal societies, and lone wolf attackers have significantly enhanced their capabilities by gaining access to these technologies. They use technology and money, and most importantly, the ethos of open societies to attack freedom, tolerance, and progress. Internet and social media platforms have turned into potent instruments in the toolkit of terrorists and militant groups for spreading propaganda, radicalization, and conspiracy theories aimed at destabilizing societies. Another add-on to the existing worries for governments around the world is the use of unmanned aerial systems by terrorist groups and organized criminal networks. Being a relatively low-cost option with an increasing ease of accessibility, misuse of these unmanned aerial platforms for nefarious purposes by terrorist groups, such as weapons and explosives delivery and targeted attacks, have become an imminent danger. They are therefore a challenge for security agencies worldwide. The possibilities of using weaponized drones for terrorist purposes against strategic infrastructure and commercial assets call for serious attention by member states. Our own experience of the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and you will all recall the briefing yesterday, our experience showed us how a benign technology of voice over internet protocol, VoIP, could be used for organizing and directing such a barbaric terrorist attack from beyond our borders. More recently, these terrorist groups have been using unmanned aerial platforms such as drones and quadcopters for cross-border trafficking of drugs and arms and for carrying out terrorist attacks. And such risks are not limited to India. In Africa, drones have been used by terrorist groups to monitor movements of security forces and even of UN peacekeepers, making them vulnerable to terrorist attacks. A few months ago, terrorists launched cross-border drone attacks on the UAE and Saudi Arabia, targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, which led to loss of lives and injuries, including to Indian nationals there. India has strongly condemned these cross-border drone attacks, both in UAE and Saudi Arabia. With this context, we felt an urgency to initiate a focused discussion at this preeminent Security Council organ, the Counter-Terrorism Committee, charged with the purpose of combating terrorism on this evolving threat from misuse of new and emerging technologies. In January last year, while addressing the Security Council on the issue of terrorism, I had called for the need for the international community to adopt an 8-point action plan, which remains relevant in the context of today's meeting as well. One of the key points I had advocated was for member states to increase funding for UN organs such as the UN Office of Counter-Terrorism, the UNOCT. We have with us Ambassador Vladimir Voronkov, Under-Secretary General for Counter-Terrorism. Excellency, I am happy to announce that India will be making a voluntary contribution of $500,000 in the UN Trust Fund for Counter-Terrorism this year to augment the efforts of UNOCT in providing capacity-building support to member states in preventing and countering the threat of terrorism. I would like to conclude by reaffirming India's commitment to strengthen international efforts to combat terrorism, including combating the use of new and emerging technologies. The Delhi Declaration, which is to be adopted at the special meeting of the CTC, will exemplify the commitment of the international community in dealing with the threat of use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. We are honored to host this special meeting of the Counter-Terrorism Committee in India and contributing to international efforts in this regard. I am confident that today's special meeting will be yet another milestone for this Council to deal with a pressing issue which requires the urgent attention of the international community. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Dr. Jaishankar for his remarks, and I am pleased to invite His Excellency Mr. Michael Moussa Adamo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Gabon, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Well, viewers, we had just cut across to the UNSC Counter-Terrorism Committee meeting that is being carried out in the financial capital in Mumbai, where Dr. S. Jaishankar, in fact, had yesterday also addressed, but today as well, he has been speaking about the new technology that is being used by terrorist groups for carrying out these nefarious activities. He has specifically spoken about how airborne drones, in fact, are being used for carrying out the terror activities, and he has also, in strong words, condemned the cross-border terrorism and cross-border drone attacks as well that are being carried out. Yesterday as well, he had spoken about a united stand against terrorism and terror groups, and today as well, he has reiterated. He has briefly also spoken about the blockchain. He's spoken about new technology that is being used by terrorist groups, and specifically focused on the airborne weaponry system, including the drones, and he has specifically also condemned the cross-border drone attacks as well. In fact, he has also spoken about how India will make a voluntary contribution of $500,000 in the UN Trust Fund for countering terrorism this year.
This is the first time that the UN Security Council is holding a meeting in any format in India. That it is doing so when we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of our independence, the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, is especially noteworthy. I thank the members of the committee and the Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate for their efforts in holding this special meeting in India. I would also like to acknowledge His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, for his remarks that were read out just now by Ambassador. Your presence here in Delhi today for this special meeting of the CTC demonstrates the importance that the UNSC members, member states, and a wide range of stakeholders place on this critical and emerging facet of terrorism. That the Council is holding this special meeting of its Counter-Terrorism Committee in India is also a product of the fact that counter-terrorism has become one of the top priorities during our ongoing tenure in the Security Council. Terrorism remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council, in the past 2 decades, has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment.
Cutting across to some news in brief now, viewers, from across the globe. An intruder attacked the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with a hammer in the couple's San Francisco home yesterday while searching for the Democratic leader. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time of the attack. Paul Pelosi was severely beaten, suffering blunt force trauma after he was struck several times in the head. He had been admitted to the Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital for his injuries that the hospital has confirmed. President Joe Biden decried the attack on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband during remarks at a Democratic event in Philadelphia Friday evening. The president said that he called Speaker Pelosi with support and he delivered a full-throated condemnation of the despicable act that he said had no place in America. A motorcade carrying House Speaker Nancy Pelosi arrived at Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital, where her husband Paul is being treated following an attack in their San Francisco home. Pelosi was in Washington when the assault occurred and flew back to San Francisco International Airport. A shooting was reported near a Pittsburgh church where a funeral was being held out that left 6 people wounded, including one person who was hospitalized in the critical condition. The funeral at the Destiny of Faith Church was for a man who had been killed in a shooting in Pittsburgh earlier this month. No arrest has been made so far. A funeral service was held on Friday for a Las Vegas police officer who was killed in a shootout during a domestic violence call earlier this month. Iranian security forces opened fire on demonstrations in a southeastern city that has seen weeks of unrest and nationwide demonstrations. Located in Iran's long restive Sistan and Balochistan province, Zahedan has seen the deadliest violence so far in the weeks of the protests that have gripped Iran. In the demonstrations in the city erupted in part over a rape allegation against a senior police officer there. In fact, the protest over the September death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini have also inflamed most of the country. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how Centre cracks whip on social media giants, Amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech rush. And also getting you updates of how caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Walvia. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
Fire that broke out in Kishtwar of JNK. The attempts are still on to douse the fire.
The Kerala Secretary of the PFI, C.A. Rauf, has been arrested. The national capital's oldest Chhat Puja ghats are taken care of so that people can celebrate in a clean environment.
I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
Tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
United Nations meeting in Mumbai shares intricate details bearing the Mumbai terror plot before the world.
मैंने एक शख्स को देखती हूँ जिसके हाथ में बड़ी सी गन है, उसके चेहरे पे कोई डर नहीं था। हम लोगों को मार के उसे खुशी मिल रही है।
This forum is very appropriate to bring attention to the issue of fighting terrorism.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset,
Now, viewers, coming across to some more breaking updates that we are getting in a big lead in the TRS versus BJP poaching controversy. The police officials will send 2 leaked audio clips to the forensic lab to check the authenticity of the audio tapes as well. Now, this comes after there were 2 audio tapes which were leaked in the alleged MLA's poaching controversy that has been unraveling since quite some time now, viewers. And we are now seeing that there is a big lead in the TRS versus BJP poaching controversy where the investigation is being carried out by the authorities. And now in the latest that we're picking up, the police has confirmed to us that they will be sending these 2 leaked audio clips to the forensic lab to check the authenticity of the audio as well. And this has of course come after 2 audio tapes which were leaked in the alleged MLA's poaching controversy as well. My colleague Aneri is on the ground getting us all the updates on this big story. Aneri, tell us more about these 2 audio clips, in fact, that had been accessed. These were audio clips that had been leaked. The authenticity of it is going to be confirmed by the authorities. Tell us more about what really has been achieved in the investigation so far. Aneri, if you can hear me now, there seemed to be an audio issue, but if you can hear me now about the 2 audio clips that had been leaked, we are being told that the police is going to send that for authentication of these 2 audio clips, and also tell our viewers about the investigation so far. What are the authorities and your sources in the police telling you? All right, we'll connect that audio line with Aneri in just a bit, but this is a big update that we're picking up, viewers, with respect to the TRS versus BJP poaching controversy that had unraveled, where 2 audio tapes, in fact, had been leaked as well. In that, we could have seen the kind of discussions that were being carried out over the poaching as well. And now we are being told that the police authorities are going to send these 2 leaked audio clips to the forensic lab to check the authenticity of the audio. Aneri is back with us on the broadcast. Aneri, if you can hear me now, tell us more about these audio tapes and the investigation that is being carried out by the police officials so far. And the authenticity of these audio tapes is now going to be checked as well.
That's right, Priyanka. We have been seeing how there's a massive controversy over poaching of the TRS MLAs has been going on since last 3 days in the state of Telangana. And yesterday, we had seen that there were 2 audio tapes which were leaked from TRS sources. But now we also see that the police officials will be sending these 2 audio tapes for the to the forensic lab to check the authenticity of these audio tapes which have been leaked in the controversial case of the poaching of MLAs, because we have been seeing how there's a massive face-off which has been going on between the TRS and the BJP, but also at the same time we have been seeing that BJP clearly hits out at the TRS, stating that where is the proof of the 400 crores, whose money is that, and from where did that money come from, is the questions being raised by the BJP. And also in the same time, we have been seeing that how there are massive developments, because police has also approached the Telangana High Court into this matter after the APD court had rejected the remand of these 3 accused. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Just minutes back, the government of India finally did a great thing. It changed the IT intermediary rules. Simple English, from now on, big tech, Twitter, Facebook, Insta, all these big billion-dollar companies for whom India is the biggest market, they all have to now quietly comply with India's laws and India's constitution, and I'm loving it. These American companies like Facebook and Twitter can no longer do whatever they want in India and claim they will comply with Silicon Valley rules. If they don't comply, they are free to get out, pack up, leave our country. You want to make money in India? You follow India's rules. This is the new approach, and viewers, I like this approach. Things have to change in our country. There has to be a quantum shift. Approaches have to change. We've got to learn to be more direct about what we want. For example, last night I said that you cannot have an American citizen, a
And here's some news in brief from the world of sports. After BCCI announced its landmark decision to introduce equal match fees for male and female cricketers, the England Cricket Board announced a $3.5 million increase in funding for women's regional game to run until the end of 2024. BCCI President Roger Binney heaped praises on Virat Kohli and labelled his match-winning innings like a dream and a treat for the viewers. Chirag Shetty and Satvik Sairaj Renkireddy defeated former world champions and top-seeded Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi of Japan in men's doubles quarterfinals to reach the semi-finals at the French Open 2022. Host Australia has been split the points in the Group 1 match of the ICC T20 World Cup against arch rivals England as rain spoiled another game of cricket at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Both games scheduled for October 28 at the Melbourne Cricket Ground had to be abandoned due to rain as Afghanistan and Ireland shared the spoils as well. Manchester United's Brazil winger Antony vowed to continue with his tricks after accusations he was showboating during his side's 3-0 win over Sheriff Tiraspol. The Spanish prosecutors on Friday dropped all fraud and corruption charges against Brazil forward Neymar and other defendants in a case over his transfer to Barcelona from Santos in 2013. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how the centre cracks whip on social media giants. Amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech Raj. And also how caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Stay tuned for updates on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs. The advanced Grand Vitara rule every road.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Elon Musk completes his Twitter takeover, sacks the top Twitter officials, including the CEO, Parag Agrawal.
Rahul Gandhi, who's waded into the poaching controversy, saying that the TRS and the BJP are two sides of the same coin.
Fire has broken out in a godown in Kurla area of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders have been deployed.
Welcome back, viewers. One of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you is that of Amit Malviya, who is now going to be taking legal action against The Wire for tarnishing his image, is something that he has stated. Here's a full report on what's to be expected on the legal action that will be taken by Amit Malviya.
It was the biggest fake news story. It may just be the most grave case of journalistic malpractice. The Wire is exposed and is all set to face legal action.
On October 11, 2022, Meta's communication head, Mr. Andy Stone, issued a categorical denial and stated that the documents presented by The Wire in its report were fabricated and that the ex-check status had been mischaracterized. Consequently, I am left with no option other than to seek appropriate legal remedies against The Wire and its management and reporters.
First, we addressed our questions to the founding editor of The Wire, who refused to take any questions. Then we dialed Wire's ombudsman, who once again said that she wouldn't like to respond to any of our questions.
I had three specific questions with regards to the statement that has been put out by The Wire, which basically does not cover three aspects. Number one, with regards to why exactly wouldn't The Wire bring in a technical expert on a story which requires proof from the third party?
These are all important questions and they will be answered at some point. But at the moment, I'm not going to speak on this.
The Editors Guild of India had issued an elaborate statement on tech fog 290 days ago. They wanted government and judicial action on the basis of The Wire story.
Now, in a meek U-turn, the Editors Guild of India issues a statement which effectively gives an exit route to The Wire. Not a single line of condemnation. In fact, the Editors Guild of India refuses to call out India's biggest journalistic malpractice.
In fact, the entire ecosystem that enabled The Wire has gone silent now. From defending so-called fact-checkers in the Delhi police net, to silence on fake news peddled by Lutyens. Much has been overlooked, but can the biggest case of fake news be ignored? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side is Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP files fresh questions. And how the air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns on the same. Getting you all the updates on the other side after a short break.
At the United Nations meeting in Mumbai, shares intricate details bearing the Mumbai terror plot before the world.
मैंने एक शख्स को देखती हूँ जिसके हाथ में बड़ी सी गन है, उसके चेहरे पे कोई डर नहीं था। हम लोगों को मार के उसे खुशी मिल रही है।
This forum is very appropriate to bring attention to the issue of fighting terrorism.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
The
Elon Musk completes his Twitter takeover, sacks the top Twitter officials, including the CEO, Parag Agarwal.
Rahul Gandhi was waded into the poaching controversy, saying that the TRS and the BJP are two sides of the same coin.
Fire has broken out in a godown in Kurla area of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders have been deployed.
Top headlines at 10 a.m. Major tragedy averted, but even as Indigo downplays the fire, DGCA orders probe. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech trudge. AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions. Court red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We have a lot lined up for you in this edition. First up, starting with breaking news coming in from Gujarat. Now, even as AAP has been eyeing to come to power in the state of Gujarat, we are now given to understand that the AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign as well for the face of Chief Minister and may ask for suggestions from the people. Also given to understand that Kejriwal will also be holding a press conference in Surat today, during which an announcement is possible on the CM face. AAP will also field candidates on all 182 seats in Gujarat. Internal tussle, of course, between Isauddin Gadvi and Gopal Italia is expected. AAP has declared that they will be seeking opinions from the party ground level cadre as well as over the CM face. They will be declaring either today or day after. Kejriwal going back but promises to. So that's a news break coming in this hour. AAP eyeing Gujarat now to contest 182 seats. And Priyanka is also joining us live for more insights on that. Priyanka, give us more details on AAP's campaign in Gujarat and of course about the CM face, what we're given to understand.
Well, Samiksha, we have seen that the Aam Aadmi Party had made that declaration a while ago that they will be contesting on all 182 constituencies. That was one of the first statements that had been made by Arvind Kejriwal to show that they were serious about contesting in the state of Gujarat in the upcoming elections. And now, of course, we see that a new announcement with respect to the Chief Minister face that had been promised to several of these top contenders of the Gujarat leadership. As you pointed out, Isauddin Gadvi and Gopal Italia are the main two leaders in Gujarat that we are seeing who are campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party, coordinating with the ground level cadre as well. And of course, are two of the known faces in Aam Aadmi Party, at least in the state of Gujarat as well. And of course, both of them, we were being told, had been promised this chief ministerial candidature before they had joined the party as well. Gopal Italia, of course, keeping the Patidar factor in mind, had also been promised to be given a very prominent seat, a prominent position in the Aam Aadmi Party and to be made as the chief ministerial face as well. But apart from that, we had also seen that Isauddin Gadvi had been promised the same before he had joined the party, and he had been promised that he will be somebody who will be seated inside of the Vidhan Sabha and he will be given a seat that will be winnable for the Aam Aadmi Party, so that there can be some contestants, some candidates as well inside of the assembly who can raise the issues of Aam Aadmi Party. Now, of course, this will remain to be seen as to how the internal tussle between Isauddin Gadvi and Gopal Italia will also be carried out, because we now be being told that Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann are in Gujarat once again, and they will be going towards Surat and other places in the state of Gujarat as well, where they will be having meetings and speaking to the ground level cadre to understand who really is the leader, who really is the party cadre choosing as the chief minister face as well. So that will be something that will be discussed in these meetings and chopals, if I may, that will be carried out by the Aam Aadmi Party at a ground level to understand who is the leader that has more backing as well. But as of now, we do see that an internal tussle that can be impending in the Aam Aadmi Party, because Ishudan Gadvi and Gopal Italia, both of them had been promised the chief ministerial ship and the chief ministerial candidature as well in the Gujarat Assembly. And of course, it will have to be also seen where Ishudan Gadvi and Gopal Italia will be fighting from as well under the Aam Aadmi Party ticket. Gopal Italia, of course, had been also said he is a leader of Surat and perhaps will be given a ticket from Surat as well. But Ishudan Gadvi as well will have to be adjusted in some of the seats that are easily winnable for the Aam Aadmi Party in that case. So all of those nuances will be figured out and ironed out by Arvind Kejriwal as he is in the state. And today will be carried out several chopals where they will be taking a poll from the ground level cadre as to who their leader, who they believe can be made as a good chief ministerial candidate.
Yes. Also, Priyanka, how do you read into this Gopal Italia, who could be fielded by the AAP as a CM face, given the fact that he has made several controversial remarks in the past?
Well, that is something that the Aam Aadmi Party has completely sidestepped, and they do not believe that it is an issue for them to be fighting at all, because they have completely sidestepped this entire issue and they have stated that they are completely backing Gopal Italia, and that this is the BJP's conspiracy to dig out older videos of Gopal Italia and then make them viral once again. And we had seen the kind of demeanor of Gopal Italia himself when we had also confronted him, and he had stated, and he had in fact made a mockery of it and stated that this is not an issue at all. So it seems as though Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal are completely backing Gopal Italia. They are not perturbed by the kind of videos that had come to light of him making these kind of suggestions against a particular religion, and then of course also making those kind of remarks against the Prime Minister using casteist and misogynistic remarks as well in those videos, and something that has not affected the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann, Ishudan Gadvi or any of the leaders for that matter.
Yes. Priyanka, thank you for that. We'll keep coming back to you. So, developing story coming in from Polbang, Gujarat, where AAP is expected to run a campaign for the CM face. Moving on then to more news, an RTI response that has shown that the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than 100 crore of public funds in the last 7 years. In just the past 1 year, the AAP government, we are told, has granted the Waqf Board more than 62 crore rupees. Now, hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, the BJP has said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. So of course, BJP there hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party over the RTI response that which shows that the Delhi government under Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf Board over 100 crores of public funds in the last 7 years. In fact, in just last 1 year, the AAP has granted the Waqf Board more than 62 crore rupees. We have a reaction as well coming in from the BJP. Let's listen in.
A huge RTI expose done yesterday that 101 crores was granted to Waqf Board by the Delhi government from the taxpayers' money, and only in the last 1 year 62 crores was granted. Now another expose from an RTI that the salaries and the payments made to the imams and the muezzins was increased by the Arvind Kejriwal government, and almost 31.3 crores was paid in last 7 years, of which 20 crores was paid just in 2 years between 2019 to 2021. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for Asha workers. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for the DDU college or the salaries of teachers or for 13,000 SC, ST, OBC students who wanted coaching. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money to clean up Yamuna Ji so that there would be no pratibandh on Chhath Puja. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal was putting ban on firecrackers and not allowing Hindus to celebrate their festival. But this bonanza was given to Waqf Board, this bonanza was given to imams only because of the appeasement politics. Did Arvind Kejriwal at the same time grant such salary hikes to Hindu Pandits, to Sikh Granthis? And there are only 185 mosques which were granted this kind of huge salary hike bonanza for imams and muezzins.
तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार जहां एक और जब हिंदुओं के पर्व त्योहार आते तो उनको नहीं मनाया जाए, इसके लिए वो कदम उठाते हैं, चाहे वो दीपावली हो, दीपावली पे पटाखे पर प्रतिबंध हो, या छठ पूजा पर यमुना घाटों पर काम नहीं करना हो सरकार के द्वारा, और एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड हो उसके माध्यम से मुल्ला मौलवियों को सैलरी देने का काम करते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, जो एक हिंदू विरोधी के साथ साथ वो तुष्टीकरण, एक विशेष धर्म के लोगों के तुष्टीकरण का काम करते हैं। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके पास 101 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड के लिए है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आपके पास मंदिरों के पुजारियों के लिए सैलरी देने के लिए पैसे नहीं है। दूसरा सवाल है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के जो चेयरमैन हैं वो आपके खास विधायक हैं, वो लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में, गंभीर आरोप उनके ऊपर है। वक्फ बोर्ड की ज़मीनों पर कब्जा किया जा रहा है, उनकी ज़मीनों के जो मस्जिदों के स्कूल तोड़कर वहाँ दुकानें बनाकर उनका कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन किया जा रहा है और उससे पैसे की उगाही हो रही है। एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड की ज़मीनों पर अवैध रूप से कब्जा है और उसी वक्फ बोर्ड को दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा की ग्रांट देकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली की जनता इसके खिलाफ है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अब तक 100 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है और ये पैसा जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ऐलान किया था कि 20,000 रुपया मौलवी को और 10,000 रुपया उनके सहायक को दिया जाएगा, उसके लिए बंटित किया गया। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ शिक्षा के नाम पर जब लोन लेने के लिए हमारे बच्चे गए तो केवल पूरे साल में 2 लोगों को लोन दिया गया। केवल 2 लोगों को कहा गया कि पैसा नहीं है अभी हमारे पास, हम लोन नहीं दे सकते। और उधर जब माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे जिनकी फीस रिम्बर्समेंट होनी थी उनको भी पैसे नहीं दिए गए, ये कहकर कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। हमारे सिख बच्चों को भी माइनॉरिटी में फीस रिम्बर्स नहीं हो पा रही, जो कि एससी के और एसटी फंड्स में पैसे होते हैं माइनॉरिटीज के लिए। एक तरफ सिख बच्चों को उनकी फीस भी रिफंड नहीं की जा रही माइनॉरिटी कोटे में, और दूसरी तरफ 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, एजुकेशन के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं ये सारा पैसा वापस रिकवर करें और सबको बराबरी तौर पर मान्यता दें। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए विशेष तौर पर 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाए और दूसरे धर्म के बच्चों को भी फीस रिइंबर्स ना की जाए। ये बहुत बड़ा गुनाह और पाप है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हमारे बच्चों के साथ बेइंसाफी है।
And Harsha also reporting live, getting us all those updates. Harsha, another new allegation that's been leveled by the BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla, saying that it's not just the funding which amounts to over 100 crore rupees. Kejriwal also paid salaries to the imams which ran into crores of rupees in the last 7 years.
Exactly, Samisha, we are getting to know not only BJP spokespersons but also Delhi BJP now senior leaders is also hitting it out on Aam Aadmi Party government, because for all the favorable reasons, for all the non-payment which Aam Aadmi Party government has still now done of government employees. No payment has been given to government employees, no payment has been given to DDU workers, DDU teachers, ASHA workers, the Shiksha with the contract teachers, the government employees, the MCT who has been working dedicatedly in Delhi, all have not been paid yet. For paying them, Aam Aadmi government cited the lack of finances with the government, because of which it was not able to pay them. But on the other side, Aam Aadmi Party government in the RTI file, they accepted that they have paid rupees 101 crore to the Waqf board, and not only rupees 101 crore, there was different sum of amount which was paid in different years in the span of 7 years. In 2015-16, they paid almost rupees 62 crores to Waqf board. In 2021-2022, some 39 crore was paid. Some 39 crore was paid, and eventually these large sum of amount was paid to salaries were also paid to imams and maulanas who were working in masjids and mosque as well, and the sum is around 33.71 crores as salaries which is being paid. And now we have heard the voices of Shehzad Poonawalla, Adesh Gupta, now Manjinder Singh Sirsa also hitting it hard at Aam Aadmi Party government, that on the one side they are doing to woo Hindu voters before Gujarat election. They are saying that the images of goddess goddess Lakshmi and god Ganesh should be done on currency notes. On the other side, they are doing appeasement politics of minorities, and this is the kind of politics which Arvind Kejriwal government is being doing in national capital. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Harsha. So Harsha getting us all those details. BJP, of course, training guns at the Aam Aadmi with respect to the funding of the Delhi Waqf Board, saying that not just over 100 crore rupees was paid to the Delhi Waqf Board in last so many years, but also the fact that the imams have been paid salaries which ran into crores of rupees in last 7 years. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court. Now, the police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers extending their support. The farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. After officially taking over Twitter, Elon Musk in a statement said that Twitter may change its content moderation policies. Musk further said that comedy is now legal on Twitter. An intruder attacked the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with a hammer in the couple's San Francisco home. This while Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time of the attack. Meanwhile, Pelosi's husband has been shifted to the hospital for immediate medical treatment. Condemning the attack, Biden said that measures to be taken to avoid such despicable attack.
He said that he's doing okay. He went to the hospital, was operated on. And he seems to be coming along well. He's in good spirits, and the whole family's there. While this invasion is ongoing, the news reports indicate it was intended to be an attack on the house Nancy Pelosi lives in, the third-ranking person in the United States in line to be president.
And breaking news coming in, the Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet against comedian Bharti Singh and her husband as well before the court. They were arrested in the 2022 in connection with the drugs case. They are currently out on bail, but the Mumbai NCB having filed a 200-page charge sheet against comedian Bharti Singh as well as her husband Harsh Limbachia. Sandeep reporting live on this from Mumbai. Sandeep, if you could give us more details on this charge sheet that has been filed by the Mumbai NCB.
See, as far as the case is concerned, remember in 2020, November 21 case was in fact registered, and in fact a raid were also carried out at the properties of Bharti Singh and her husband Harsh Limbachia, and production houses as well as a residence was also raided, and in fact 86.5 grams of marijuana was recovered from their residences during the raid, and in fact following which they were arrested, and in fact later on they were granted the bail. It will be very much crucial what all things have been included in the charge sheet, because as far as Bharti Singh and Harsh Limbachia are concerned, they are out on bail. It will be very much important what kind of actions will be next taken by Narcotics Control Bureau, whether they will be arrested again in regards to this, or what kind of order the court will pass in regards of the charge sheet that has been passed. It will be very much important to see that, Samiksha, as well as it will be very much important to see how will the legal battle goes on in regards to this, because the quantity of drugs is just 86.5 grams. So it will be important to see what kind of course now the court will take legally.
Also, Sandeep, just a follow-up question. What has been the response coming in from Bharti Singh when they were arrested, of course, in connection with this case, and this, of course, while they are out on bail in this case?
See, when we talk about Bharti Singh and Harsh Limbachia, they were in fact behind the bars, and in fact following which they were also given bail by the courthouse. So later on, as the drugs were recovered, the quantity was very much low. So that's what at that point of time in the courthouse, the advocate Ayaz Khan, who was representing Bharti Singh, had mentioned that the quantity is very low, and hence they didn't wanted more actions from Narcotics Control Bureau. But so far there hasn't been any kind of reaction given after the charge sheet has been filed. We are trying to connect the lawyer as well as Bharti Singh in regards to get their version over this.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for those details. So, Sandeep getting us all those details of the Mumbai NCB having filed its charge sheet in connection with the case that has been filed against Bharti Singh as well as her husband in a connection to a drug case. It remains to be seen the response that comes in from Bharti Singh. But yes, that's the charge sheet that has been filed in connection with the 2020 case that in connection with the drug case for which the duo are currently out on bail. Moving on, then, former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan isn't going down without a fight and has begun a mega march to the Pakistan's capital city demanding early elections. This development comes after Imran Khan challenged the Pakistan Election Commission's decision to not allow him to hold public office for 5 years.
Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan and thousands of supporters began a long-promised march yesterday to the nation's capital Islamabad to challenge the government of his successor and demand early elections. Khan maintains that his ouster in a parliament no-confidence vote in April was unlawful and a conspiracy by his political opponents orchestrated by the United States. A charge denied by both Washington and Pakistan's new premier, Shehbaz Sharif. About 10,000 demonstrators, many of them piled into hundreds of trucks and cars, left on Friday from the eastern city of Lahore, Pakistan's cultural heartland. Many who joined the march at the start were walking on foot. The convoy, which was expected to arrive sometime next week in Islamabad, got off to a colourful start as Khan's supporters danced to the beat of drums and sang patriotic songs. The convoy's route, known as the Grand Trunk Road, covers a distance of 300 kilometers and is expected to include frequent stops with political speeches and rallies in towns and urban areas along the way. Numbers are also expected to swell along the way. Khan, a former cricket star and national sports hero turned Islamist politician, is hugely popular and has been able to rally followers onto the streets. Addressing supporters before the departure from Lahore, Imran Khan described the endeavour as a peaceful march and claimed his political struggle against the government would continue until Sharif's administration agrees to hold early elections. The Pakistani government has repeatedly said that elections will be held as scheduled in 2023.
कि मैं अपनी कौम को आजाद करूं, इसको एक आजाद मुल्क बनाऊं, इस मुल्क के फैसले मुल्क से बाहर ना हो, ना लंदन ना वॉशिंगटन, इस मुल्क के फैसले पाकिस्तान में हो और पाकिस्तानियों के लिए हो। मैं साफ और शफाफ इलेक्शन चाहता हूं और साफ और शफाफ इलेक्शन में मेरी आवाम फैसला करे कि इस मुल्क की क़यादत कौन करेगा, ना वॉशिंगटन करे, ना अमेरिका करे, इमरान खान, ना कोई और करे, आवाम को फैसला करने दो।
On Thursday, Pakistan's powerful military warned that although it was Khan's democratic right to hold a rally in Islamabad, no one would be allowed to destabilize the country. Last week, the country's election commission disqualified Imran Khan from holding public office for 5 years after finding him guilty of illegally selling state gifts and concealing assets as premier. Khan has challenged the ruling in court, seeking to have the commission's order suspended. Authorities in Islamabad have deployed additional security forces to deter any clashes or violence once Khan's convoy reaches the Pakistani capital. Agency report for Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break for now. Do not go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Centre cracks whip on social media giants. Amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech rush. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the Wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya.
I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
Tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
United Nations meeting in Mumbai shares intricate details bearing the Mumbai terror plot before the world.
मैंने एक शख्स को देखती हूँ जिसके हाथ में बड़ी सी गन है, उसके चेहरे पे कोई डर नहीं था, हम लोगों को मार के उसे खुशी मिल रही है।
This forum is very appropriate to bring attention to the issue of fighting terrorism.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Elon Musk completes his Twitter takeover, sacks the top Twitter officials, including the CEO.
Top headlines at 10:30. Major tragedy averted, but even as Indigo downplays the fire, DGCA orders probe. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech rush. AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story, now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category, residents raise concerns. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We have a lot lined up for you in this edition. Straight up starting with an update coming in on the Coimbatore blast case. And latest update coming in of the VHP leader who has visited the Coimbatore blast site this 7 days after the blast took place. So we'll put out those visuals as well of the VHP leader visiting the site. But this 7 days, of course, after the blast really happened and the NIA having taken over the case, the VHP leader, National Secretary Sthantu Malyan, while speaking to the public, said that the incident happened before Diwali and that Coimbatore is a peaceful town in Tamil Nadu, and even as the PFI is banned, there was an attempt to vitiate the atmosphere and that PFI activists wanted to disturb the atmosphere. Varshini also reporting live on this. Varshini, give us more updates you're picking up. We are now given to understand that the VHP National Secretary visited the Coimbatore blast site.
Well, yes, Samiksha. So the VHP, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad National Joint General Secretary had come down to the blast site and he had visited and he went into the temple and even inspected the whole situation here. And the Coimbatore City Police had helped him out with all the details. And he also spoke to Republic where he mentioned about how radicalization has been going on in Tamil Nadu for a very long time. Over 40 years, Coimbatore has been a very sensitive and a hot spot in the state of Tamil Nadu to such terror activities, including the 1998 blast. And he's also mentioned something about how the PFI was recently banned and how there could be a relation between the blast and the ban, and that is the very important thing that worries the VHP, and how the VHP condemns this kind of an activity happening right in front of a temple and an area where a lot of Hindus live. And he's also mentioned about how they will be definitely trying to make sure that these kind of things are being condemned by Vishwa Hindu Parishad. And he's also mentioned about how the Tamil Nadu government should make sure that these kind of radicalization efforts are being stopped completely, and not just Coimbatore but also in other parts of the state. And he's also mentioned something about how Coimbatore is a very sensitive spot because it is the very closest to the state of Kerala, where a lot of PFI and terror-related activities happen. Therefore, he requested and he demanded the Tamil Nadu government to make sure that the checkpost in the Kerala-Tamil Nadu border are being tightened and securities are being increased, so that every time a vehicle comes into Tamil Nadu from Kerala, there should be extremely important vehicle checking to be happening. That is what one of the main points that he requested the Tamil Nadu government. He's requested to the PES through Republic. Therefore, this is the VHP's visit to the blast site, and these are the things that the VHP wanted to put out on behalf of their Vishwa Hindu Parishad to the Tamil Nadu government. And he also spoke about how the NIA investigation could bring out a lot of important information that the state and the country needs to know about what is going on in the city of Coimbatore.
Yes, Varshini, stay with us. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation also you had with the VHP leader.
As an organization, we are touring all over the country. Especially this incident happened before Deepavali. Our Karyakartas told immediately if you come there will be some problem because of the tension. You see, Coimbatore is a peaceful town in Tamil Nadu. Last 40 years, after starting the mass conversion in Meenakshipuram, the Muslim communities planned to divide whole Tamil Nadu into their active Kendram. For example, Ramanathapuram is an area. Tirunelveli is an area. Like that, they selected the western part of Tamil Nadu, connected with Kerala. It is Coimbatore they selected. 1983 onwards, the killers are started from here. You know the so many organization leaders. 1998 February 14th, very big car bomb blast like this was happened in 1998 in Advani's public meeting. Now, PFI is banned. The activists, they collected the old materials. They want to dispose, I think like that. So they are keeping so many places these type of items. This Deepavali time, Mandir, very big crowd will come. They want to make a Hawa in Coimbatore city, and in order to that, the business will be destroyed in this area. This 24, 25 is the business time. So, Vishwa Hindu Parishad as an organization, last 2-3 years, we are telling these type of activities. Last June, I met the press in Kerala. I told the PF should be banned because the whole activities Kendra is border to this. If you are all India press, you please take a survey of the border places of Palakkad and Coimbatore district. So many hundreds of acres are purchased by the Muslim Finami names and forms. It is their
And Varshini also reporting live from Coimbatore. Varshini, give us more updates. Of course, the terror angle which is under scanner as we speak. But talk to us about the action happening right now. We see police officials who are also present at the location.
Definitely, Samiksha, we can take a look at the blast site because we are back here since the NIA investigation could begin any time. You can see extremely, a huge number of police are deployed here. Even last few days when we were here, this amount of police were not here. But now, again, since the investigation has been transferred to the NIA and the FIR also has been fined, any time there could be surprise visits from the NIA. Therefore, there should be complete safe security here. Therefore, you can see police are huge in number today. They are here from the morning and they are stationed here in different shifts. But also the main thing is that since it's a temple that the public visits, there has to be enough security so that the public can normally come in and go. And before the blast, there was only one checkpost here, but now they have made sure that there are checkposts in the entrance of the road and near the temple also, so that the public can also freely come visit the temple anytime they want, and also make sure that the usage of this road, the commuting, does not also become a major issue after the blast. But how much ever we speak about the safety and security that is being tightened in this area, the panic you can sense from the public is definitely high. They are definitely afraid to come into this street, which is one of the most important market areas in Coimbatore. And you can also notice that the police are also trying to make sure that there are enough number of security in other important places of Coimbatore, not just the place where the blast happened, but also important places in Coimbatore, which includes the racecourse area, the Victoria Hall area, and the other bazaar areas also, so that they can avoid any kind of confusions. And there is police vehicle frisking happening in every nook and corner of the city. They are frisking every single vehicle, be it a two-wheeler or a car or anything. Checking is happening in every single street, not just main roads, but also the smaller lanes everywhere. The frisking is happening to make sure they don't miss out on any important information that they could receive from these kind of vehicles that is traveling. And particularly if you see, the vehicles that are being mostly frisked are the vehicles that come in from other states like Kerala, like Andhra Pradesh and Telangana also. Therefore, this is the Coimbatore city is still not back to normal. It's still not, though the city is calmer now, much calmer, the sense of panic among the common man is definitely not yet lessened. Though the Tamil Nadu government and the Tamil Nadu police, DGP and the Coimbatore city commissioner constantly keeps telling that everything is under control, the normal people, the common man is definitely afraid of what could happen at any point of time.
Yes, Varshini, also talk to us about the deeper terror plot that is, being looked upon, because let's not forget that what we're given to understand is that the accused, who's now, of course, who has died in this particular blast, he visited the Kerala prison, and also the fact that he probably could be linked to the ISIS terrorists as well.
Well, Samiksha, if you see about these terror links, the kind of links that have been figured out as of now is definitely startling. Like, as you mentioned about the person that Azharuddin in the Kerala prison was met by the Jamesha Mubin who died in the blast, and also very importantly Feroz Ismail, which Republic broke about the news about him. Feroz Ismail, who was deported from UAE in 2020, was also has played a very important part in this whole planning, because while he was deported to India, that is when the ISIS links had entered into Coimbatore city through this one particular accused who's been arrested in this case, Feroz Ismail. Therefore, that is also very, very important to note, because this whole ISIS module is what has been followed here. And also another important revelation in this case is about Dalka, whose father was Al-Umma Nawab, who's an accused who's still in the jail, and also Jamesha Mubin's father has also been related to Al-Umma in the past, and also this cousin who was lastly arrested by the police, Afzal Khan, was also said to have been the important person in this case, as he was the one who ordered all these explosive products online. Therefore, all these people have come together, they have radicalized each other, and they have formed this group, and they have come up with this huge plan. They have planned out everything perfectly, and from NIA's FIR yesterday we saw that there were notebooks found in the house which had details of a lot of Islamic religious lines, and also a lot of information about jihad that they have written. Therefore, this has been a very important revelation from the FIR. And also we learned that there has been several other notebooks which had information about possible blast sites, locations which were termed as tourist spots, and that was the key word that they had mentioned, the code word, and so many things was obtained. And that is how these people have been talking to the police also. Since last 3 days they were in police custody, and in the police custody we come to understand that these people have given statements regarding how they planned this whole thing and how it was supposed to happen, but the police is not opening up and giving us all the intricate details about the statements. But roughly we get to know from sources that Afzal Khan and Feroz Ismail, these two people have played a very important role in the whole planning, and Jamesha Mubin has also been very important, and that is why he was also the suicide bomber in this whole case.
All right, Varshini, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So Varshini reporting live from Coimbatore from that blast site where the incident happened 7 days back. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one from J&K. Where a big lead, this is a big lead coming in, beg your pardon, from Rajasthan's Srigangnanagar, where a park intruder was shot down, was neutralized by the BSF Jawans. Reports suggest that the intruder was trying to forcefully enter the international border of Anupgarh, and was neutralized by the BSF Jawans near the Sirpur outpost. So, park intruder shot dead by the BSF troops in Rajasthan. BSF DIG and senior officials having reached the location as well, and we are told that the body of the park intruder has been handed over to the Anupgarh police. And well, those are the visuals also on your screens of the park intruder who was shot down by the BSF Jawans. The incident happened at Rajasthan's Srigangnanagar area, the border area. We have Amandeep reporting live from Jaipur. Amandeep, give us more details on this Pakistan intruder who was shot dead at the border area.
देखिए, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय भारत पाकिस्तान सीमा पर ये व्यक्ति जो था कल देर रात करीब 8 साढ़े 8 बजे के आसपास भारत की सीमा में घुसने की कोशिश कर रहा था, ज़बरदस्ती घुसने की कोशिश कर रहा था। उस वक्त 3 से 4 बार बीएसएफ जवानों की तरफ से इसको वार्न किया गया और वार्न करने के बाद इसको सरेंडर करने के लिए किया गया था। लेकिन जब ये सरेंडर नहीं कर रहा था और लगातार भारतीय सीमा में घुसने का प्रयास कर रहा था, उसके बाद फायरिंग हुई और फायरिंग में इस व्यक्ति की मौत हो गई। अब इस व्यक्ति के बारे में बीएसएफ के तमाम बड़े अधिकारी, इंटेलिजेंसी और सीआईडी के अधिकारी जो हैं वो पूछताछ कर रहे हैं और पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आखिर इसकी इंटेंशन क्या थी कि भारतीय सीमा में ये घुसना चाहता था। सेकेंडली ये है कि जिस वक्त ये फायरिंग हुई, जिस तरीके से फायरिंग हुई है उसमें इसकी डेथ हुई है। 3 से 4 गोलियां इसको लगी हैं और माना ही जा रहा है कि ज़बरदस्ती वार्निंग के बावजूद भारतीय सीमा में घुसने का प्रयास कर रहा था। तमाम बड़े अधिकारी बीएसएफ के और इंटेलिजेंसी के अभी बॉर्डर पर मौजूद हैं। इसके साथ ही अभी इस व्यक्ति की पहचान और पहचान के बाद ये कहाँ का था और क्यों ये भारतीय सीमा में दाखिल होना चाहता था, इसका इंटेंशन क्या था, इन तमाम चीज़ों पर, इन तमाम पहलुओं पर अभी जो कह सकते हैं कि रिपोर्ट और तथ्यात्मक रिपोर्ट जो है वो ली जाएगी। और सीआईडी के अधिकारी इस बात का पता लगाने में जुटे हुए हैं कि आखिर इसकी मंशा क्या थी, क्यों आया था। इससे पहले रिजवान नुपुर शर्मा की हत्या करने के लिए इसी बॉर्डर से क्रॉस करने के फिराक में था, जिसको अरेस्ट किया था, वार्न के बाद अरेस्ट किया गया था, जिसका नार्को टेस्ट भी गुजरात में हुआ था। तो एक सेंसिटिव मामला इसको कह सकते हैं कि बीएसएफ की फायरिंग में एक व्यक्ति की मौत हुई।
Yes. Well, thank you, Amardeep, for those updates. So, Amardeep reporting live on this news coming in from Rajasthan, where a park intruder was shot down by the BSF jawans. And moving on then, a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe to ascertain the cause and suitable follow-up action in relation to the flight that caught fire, the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has ordered officials to submit a report in the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows, the latest update being that the air quality remains in severe category. Visuals that have also surfaced show black smoke that has covered several areas of the national capital.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court. The police has submitted a remand report against the verdict of the ACB court, saying order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the MLAs. Uddhav camp MLAs Kailash Patil staged protests in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13th absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hails from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules which have been framed will have a profound impact on the intermediaries, including Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and the government, thereby marking the end of rules framed by big tech firms which see itself as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a news briefing today. BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish its reputation. His reputation, the matter pertains to Meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat where Chief Ministers face. The party will run a campaign for the face of Chief Minister. The Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal will hold a press conference in Surat today regarding the same. A day after officially taking over Twitter, Elon Musk in a statement said that Twitter will make changes to its content moderation policies. Musk further said that comedy is now legal on Twitter. An intruder attacked the husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with a hammer in couple's San Francisco home. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time of the attack.
She said that he's doing okay. He went to the hospital, was operated on, and he seems to be coming along well. He's in good spirits. The whole family's there. While this invasion is ongoing, the news reports indicate it was intended to be an attack on the house Nancy Pelosi lives in, the third-ranking person in the United States in line to be president.
And news coming in from the national capital where the air quality index has plunged to severe category. Let's listen into what the residents have to say, raising concerns over the deteriorating health quality leading to various health hazards. And those are the visuals as well coming in from the national capital, in which you can see thick smog that has engulfed the national capital, with the air quality index now having plunged to severe category from very poor earlier. So air index, the air quality index, which has further deteriorated and is now under severe category, raising several health concerns as well. Residents, of course, flagging these concerns in the national capital. So air quality continues to deplete in the national capital. Let's listen into some of those residents raising their concerns over the air quality situation in the national capital.
सांस लेने में बहुत परेशानी हो रही है, इसके लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए। हाँ, इसके बारे में मास्क लेना जरूरी है, पहनना, ताकि दिक्कत ना हो आदमी को।
इससे काफ़ी सारी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है, जैसे कि काफ़ी धुआं है तो उससे हमें मतलब सांस लेने में तकलीफ होता है, और भी है बहुत सारे इस तरह का प्रॉब्लम है। बच्चों को भी प्रॉब्लम होता है स्कूल वगैरह जाने में, है ना, तो काफ़ी उनका मतलब सेंसिटिव होते हैं वो लोग पॉल्यूशन से। सबसे पहले तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मतलब जो कार से है उससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है। तो मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अगर उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया जाए तो वो सबसे बेटर होगा, क्योंकि कभी कभी बसें लगता है आधा घंटे पे नहीं आती हैं, है ना। उससे क्या होता है कि बस का प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन होता नहीं है, लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट भी मतलब उससे जाने से कतराते हैं। तो अगर हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करें तो लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज़ करेंगे, और उससे हमें क्या होगा कि मतलब कारों की संख्या कम होगी और उससे पॉल्यूशन भी कम होगा।
And my colleague Harsha filed a detailed walkthrough on the situation that prevails in the national capital, the air quality index, which has further plunged to severe category, raising severe health concerns for the national capital residents. Listen in to this walkthrough.
Post-Diwali, the air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted. Anand Vihar at 456 AQI, Ashok Vihar at 422 AQI, Noida at 392, and Delhi overall AQI air quality index is 309, which is in a very poor state. It has been seen that since the evening of October 23, the air pollution has increased, and it is because of the setting of firecrackers by individual, the increase in agriculture fires, and also reduction in temperature, and because of the wind speed, dust and smoke in Delhi NCR, which have been responsible for the bad air quality index in Delhi NCR. Not only this, regarding pollution, seeing the increase in pollution level, the central panel has issued a closure order to 24 industrial units in Delhi NCR for violating pollution related status. So this is the condition. The medical experts are clearly saying the itchiness can be felt in the air and the eyes by many public, and the increase in the hospitals have increased, seeing the smog and the bad air pollution in Delhi NCR. So this is the condition of Delhi NCR, where the air quality is continuously deteriorating day by day.
And politics that has also ensued over the air quality. So even as the air quality continues to deteriorate in the national capital, plunging to severe category, it's politics that continues in the national capital with the netas only passing the buck. And this, of course, after the air quality has further plunged to severe category. Let's listen into the reaction coming in from BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla.
Is long over, but the AQI in Delhi and the pollution in Delhi is plummeting. AQI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble. He said this last year and last to last year. In fact, in Punjab, 20% increase has been marked in the stubble burning compared to last year. 2,000 incidents have taken place of stubble burning just yesterday. And entire North India is facing pollution. More importantly, the IIT has shown that the main causes of pollution in Delhi are vehicular pollution, industrial pollution, dust on the roads, construction dust, biomass burning. What has been done on all these fronts? Did the parali burning incidents not reduce because the biodecomposer of Arvind Kejriwal, which was marketed for 23 crores, was a complete failure? What steps have been taken by the Punjab government of AAP and Delhi government of AAP? No answers to all of this, and therefore the agenda was to demonize Diwali, demonize Hindus. Now see, Yamuna Nadi has also not been clean, and therefore there is a ban on Chhat Puja at the ghats of Yamuna. So Hindus will be banned from bursting crackers, Hindus will be banned from Chhat Puja, and they will be blamed for pollution. This is the mindset, the Aurangzebi mindset of Aam Aadmi Party, which has done nothing for Delhi as far as pollution is concerned.
So BJP, of course, raising several questions and asking the Aam Aadmi Party to take accountability when it comes to the deteriorating air index in the national capital. This, of course, after the air quality index has further plunged to severe category. As you can see, these are visuals from earlier today where a thick smoke can be seen that has engulfed the national capital, and several such scenes that have surfaced from across the national capital, not just one particular area. And of course, a lot of reactions as well coming in, with citizens only raising their concerns over their health in wake of the deteriorating health situation. We'll slip into a very short break, but more news break to continue on the other side of this very short break. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech crunch. Court red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the Wire set to face legal action from Amit Malia.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Just minutes back, the government of India finally did a great thing. It changed the IT intermediary rules. Simple English, from now on, big tech, Twitter, Facebook, Insta, all these big billion-dollar companies for whom India is the biggest market, they all have to now quietly comply with India's laws and India's constitution, and I'm loving it. These American companies like Facebook and Twitter can no longer do whatever they want in India and claim they will comply with Silicon Valley rules. If they don't comply, they are free to get out, pack up, leave our country. You want to make money in India, you follow India's rules. This is the new approach, and viewers, I like this approach. Things have to change in our country. There has to be a quantum shift. Approaches have to change. We've got to learn to be more direct about what we want. For example, last night I said that you cannot have an American citizen, a Chinese citizen, a Nicaraguan citizen becoming an editor, quasi-editor, CEO, quasi-CEO of an Indian news media setup, however big or small this is. In fact, I think, viewers, don't you agree with me? We must start an investigation now on which foreign citizens and green card holders are presently in important positions in India's news organizations. And let me take you in on a secret. Recently, I came.
It's
11 a.m. and here are the headlines. Centre cracks whip on social media giants. Amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech grudge. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over funds to the Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. But politics over air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you updates on one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you today with respect to the Waqf board and how there have been several allegations that have been levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party government for giving out at least 101 crore rupees to the Waqf board and 62 crores in the last 1 year itself. Now we are picking up several voices on this big story. Now viewers, we are getting Anurag Thakur's reaction to the Delhi government funds on the Waqf board as well. Let's listen in.
जो राम मंदिर का विरोध करते थे और जिन पार्टी के नेता खुले में आकर हिंदू देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते थे, जिनको अपने मंत्री को मंत्री पद से हटाना पड़ा, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अराजकता के प्रतीक हैं, फर्जी बातें करने वाले हैं। और मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ, ये तो नया प्रोपेगेंडा शगुफा छोड़ दें ताकि इनके भ्रष्टाचार की कहानी पे ज़्यादा चर्चा ना हो। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली में मौलवियों को तो आप 18,000 रुपये साल का देते हो, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथियों को, चर्च के पादरियों को भी क्या आप 18,000 रुपये प्रति वर्ष देने का काम शुरू कर रहे हो? क्यों नहीं दे पाए? ये फर्जीवाल हैं जी, ऐसा ही होता है। फर्जी वाले जो हैं यही काम करते हैं।
Well, viewers, we listened in to Anurag Thakur's reaction to this RTI response that we had also picked up. And Harsha, my colleague, is on the ground reporting on this story. Let me also bring her in. Harsha, tell us more about the RTI response and the kind of reactions that we are seeing of the BJP levelling these allegations, claiming that there was no salary increase for the ASHA workers or the several other protests that were being carried out in the national capital. But there were money that was being given to the Waqf board to the tune of 101 crore rupees as well. What is the Aam Aadmi Party responding as in this entire matter?
Exactly. Priyanka, let me tell you one thing, that all the senior leaders of BJP, be it Anurag Thakur, be it Maninder Singh Sarsa, be it the spokesperson Shahzad Poonawala, Amit Malviya and others, all have been hitting hard at Aam Aadmi government, stating clearly that the policy of Aam Aadmi Party government is appeasement politics. They have been doing appeasement politics for minorities. They are pretending to woo Hindu voters before Gujarat election. They are doing campaign. They are talking about the images of Goddess Lakshmi and God Ganesh in the currency notes. But on the other side, they are doing all for the appeasement of Muslim. As in Delhi, 101 crore was given to Waqf board, rupees 62 crore was given in 2015-16, while rupees 39 crore was given, rupees 39 crore was given in 2015-16, rupees 62 crore was given in 21-22 to Waqf board. Not only this, the salaries of imams, maulanas and other who work in masjid and mosque, they were given the salaries, they were paid the salaries of sum of total rupees 33.21 crores. While if we see on the other side, Hindu pandits, the priests haven't been paid yet, the Sikh granthis haven't been paid yet. Not only this, the government employees which have been working for Aam Aadmi Party government in different ministries as well, they have not been yet paid by the government. All are non-paid. MCT hasn't been paid. Asha workers, DDU teachers, the Shiksha with the contract teachers, none of them have been paid till now by Aam Aadmi Party government. Aam Aadmi Party government clearly cited the lack of finances because of which they were unable to pay to the government employee. And let me also tell you that the High Court also pulled up the Aam Aadmi Party government, stating that they are spending more on advertisements and are not paying the salaries of all these whose salaries are still not being paid. So these are the politics of Aam Aadmi Party government, which BJP is clearly stating.
That's right, Harsha, you're breaking down some very important points of this very important story as well. But as you pointed out, there are several reactions to this big development that we are also tracking for our viewers. Stay with us as we play out those reactions of Shehzad Poonawalla and several other BJP leaders about what they had to say about these allegations.
Done yesterday, that 101 crores was granted to Waqf Board by the Delhi government from the taxpayers' money, and only in the last 1 year 62 crores was granted. Now another expose from an RTI that the salaries and the payments made to the imams and the muezzins was increased by the Arvind Kejriwal government, and almost 31.3 crores was paid in last 7 years, of which 20 crores was paid just in 2 years between 2019 to 2021. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for Asha workers. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for the DDU college or the salaries of teachers or for 13,000 SC, ST, OBC students who wanted coaching. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money to clean up Yamuna Ji so that there would be no pratibandh on Chhat Puja. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal was putting ban on firecrackers and not allowing Hindus to celebrate their festival. But this bonanza was given to Waqf Board, this bonanza was given to imams only because of the appeasement politics. Did Arvind Kejriwal at the same time grant such salary hikes to Hindu Pandits, to Sikh Granthis? And there are only 185 mosques which were granted this kind of huge salary hike bonanza for imams and muezzins.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार जहां एक और जब हिंदुओं के पर्व त्योहार आते तो उनको नहीं मनाया जाए इसके लिए वो कदम उठाते हैं, चाहे वो दीपावली हो, दीपावली पे पटाखे पर प्रतिबंध हो या छठ पूजा पर यमुना घाटों पर काम नहीं करना हो सरकार के द्वारा, और एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड हो उसके माध्यम से मुल्ला मौलवियों को सैलरी देने का काम करते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, जो एक हिंदू विरोधी के साथ साथ वो तुष्टीकरण, एक विशेष धर्म के लोगों के तुष्टीकरण का काम करते हैं। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके पास 101 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड के लिए है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आपके पास मंदिरों के पुजारियों के लिए सैलरी देने के लिए पैसे नहीं हैं। दूसरा सवाल है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के जो चेयरमैन हैं वो आपके खास विधायक हैं, वो लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में, गंभीर आरोप उनके ऊपर है। वक्फ बोर्ड की ज़मीनों पर कब्जा किया जा रहा है, उनकी ज़मीनों के जो मस्जिदों के स्कूल तोड़कर वहाँ दुकानें बनाकर उनका कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन किया जा रहा है और उससे पैसे की उगाही हो रही है। एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड की ज़मीनों पर अवैध रूप से कब्जा है और उसी वक्फ बोर्ड को दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा की ग्रांट देकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली की जनता इसके खिलाफ है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अब तक 100 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है और ये पैसा जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ऐलान किया था कि 20,000 रुपया मौलवी को और 10,000 रुपया उनके सहायक को दिया जाएगा, उसके लिए बंटित किया गया। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ शिक्षा के नाम पर जब लोन लेने के लिए हमारे बच्चे गए तो केवल पूरे साल में 2 लोगों को लोन दिया गया। केवल 2 लोगों को कहा गया कि पैसा नहीं है अभी हमारे पास, हम लोन नहीं दे सकते। और उधर जब माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे जिनकी फीस रिम्बर्समेंट होनी थी उनको भी पैसे नहीं दिए गए, ये कहकर कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। हमारे सिख बच्चों को भी माइनॉरिटी में फीस रिम्बर्स नहीं हो पा रही, जो कि SC के और ST फंड्स में पैसे होते हैं माइनॉरिटीज के लिए। एक तरफ सिख बच्चों को उनकी फीस भी रिफंड नहीं की जा रही माइनॉरिटी कोटे में, और दूसरी तरफ 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, एजुकेशन के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं ये सारा पैसा वापस रिकवर करें और सबको बराबरी तौर पर मान्यता दें। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए विशेष तौर पर 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाए और दूसरे धर्म के बच्चों को भी फीस रिइंबर्स ना की जाए। ये बहुत बड़ा गुनाह और पाप है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हमारे बच्चों के साथ बेइंसाफी है।
Well, viewers, we are also now shifting focus to what's really happening in Tamil Nadu, where now we're learning that the VHP is now visiting the site at the blast site, in fact, that had taken place 7 days ago. And we're getting in those visuals and several voices on the same. Let's listen into those.
So, in order to save Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu government is pro and they are supporting the terrorist type of mentality. So, we are thinking the government should take stringent actions against these terrorists, and we want to take the NIA came and they will, yesterday they first FIR, they told it is the terrorist activities behind this. I am to the press, I am asking the government to find out the connections of the international terrorist group activities in Coimbatore.
Sir, you mentioned about PFI ban recently that happened. Do you think there could be any relation between PFI ban and the terror attack that happened right now?
I think they wanted to do these things throughout the Tamil Nadu before Deepavali because the stock was there. So they want to test. I think it is some type of you are banned PFI. We are not banned, we are active, like that they are telling. Sleeper cell is there. You please verify the foreign trips done by the organizations of the group and their foreign money involvement and their connections. So that is the area to the intelligence.
Now, viewers, we picked up those reactions as far as the blast is concerned, and now we're learning that the VHP, in fact, had also gone to the blast site. And of course, we have seen the kind of war of words that had broken out between the BJP and the DMK as well, as far as this entire blast is also concerned. And we had seen those statements also coming out. Varshini, if you can hear me, who's joining me on the broadcast, she's been on the ground tracking this story for us very closely. Varshini, we had seen those war of words, and we had also seen those statements coming in that the state government was not prompt in handing over this entire investigation to the NIA as well. But speak to us about what's happening on the ground right now. The VHP had gone on the site where the blast had taken place.
Well, yes, definitely. So all the it's been 1 week after the blast happened. The blast happened on 23rd, and for the past 1 week, there have been many important party leaders and many important group leaders who've been visiting the blast site, who've been also expressing their angst against the whole matter and condemning this terror attack that has happened in Coimbatore city. And like that, VHP National Joint General Secretary Stanu Malyan had come to the blast site, and he had also inspected where the the Coimbatore city police also assisted him by explaining a lot of things that was that happened here on the day of the blast. And he also spoke to the press when he told Republic page about how the VHP is condemning this whole terror act, and also though the police did make sure that the law and order was proper during this whole investigation and that the people were not affected, and immediately how they isolated the whole blast side and they protected the common man from getting affected by this matter. But also, though it was all laudable, but still there was a delay in action, and there was an intelligence failure that also took place. So he also spoke about that as well, and he also mentioned about how radicalization is happening in several parts of Tamil Nadu, not just Coimbatore, and that the state government has to take action to make sure that many youngsters particularly from Muslim community are not getting radicalized. And the major thing he mentioned is about the PFI ban. He said that there could be links between the ban and this attack. Maybe this could be a way that the people who belonged to PFI wanted to show that they will always be alive and they will also always be functioning even though that there is a ban. So these kind of controversial remarks were also made by the VHP National Joint General Secretary. Therefore, this situation in Coimbatore, is though it is calm, the Coimbatore City Police are trying to take control of the whole city and make sure that the people are able to live peacefully. But at the same time, now the investigation has been completely gone to the hands of the National Investigation Agency. Therefore, NIA will be, making sure that all the investigation and whatever moving forward from here is being handled carefully, and all the important details come out of these investigations.
Well, absolutely. Varshini there getting us the latest as far as the investigation is also concerned, viewers, in this entire blast that had taken place, as you pointed out, 7 days ago. And of course, the VHP, I beg your pardon, is also on the ground taking cognizance of this entire blast. And of course, we had seen the kind of war of words that had also broken out with respect to how the state government did not hand over the investigation in a prompt fashion to the NIA as well. For the moment, we move on to some other stories. We'll be tracking this story very closely for you. Shifting focus to what's really happened with the UNSC counter-terrorism meeting, where External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar spoke about terrorism at length once again today. And he has spoken about airborne weaponry, including those drones, and cross-border terrorism that is being facilitated by the drone technology as well, that is being used for nefarious activities. Here's all that you need to know.
Remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council, in the past 2 decades, has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment. In recent years, terrorist groups, their ideological fellow travelers, particularly in open and liberal societies, and lone wolf attackers have significantly enhanced their capabilities by gaining access to these technologies. They use technology and money, and most importantly, the ethos of open societies to attack freedom, tolerance, and progress.
Here's some news in brief, viewers. Taking stock of the incident, DGCA has ordered a detailed investigation to ascertain the cause, and suitable follow-up action shall be taken. Meanwhile, Ministry of Civil Aviation ordered officials to submit a report in the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now the latest forecast shows the air quality will remain very poor category for the next 3 days. Visuals on your screen show dense cloud of black smoke covering Mathura and Barakamba Road, Pragati Maidan, Anand Vihar area, among others.
And I have on many occasions talked about the need for our framework of laws and rules to continue to evolve, to meet the challenges and opportunities of the technology space and in general and the internet in particular. And it is part of that today we are here to discuss about the recently notified amendment to the IT rules, which were last substantively changed in February 2021 and notified in May 2021. And now we have these amended rules that are coming into force as of last night. These rules are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted, and there is a defined, codified accountability between them and the platforms that straddle the internet. This basic boundary condition and these principles were established a few months ago. We have then gone through consultations and the rules have been notified yesterday. The amended rules consist of 3 broad additions, if you want to call it that. The first is in the aspect of due diligence. If you recall that there is a clause or section in the rules, which is the Rule 3, that deals with due diligence obligations of the intermediary. And the due diligence obligations of the intermediary in previously were limited to notifying the users of the rules and guidelines that the intermediary wanted them to follow. There was only an obligation of notification. The rules have been, in the amended rules, if you read the amendments, there is a much more definite obligation on the intermediary in terms of making efforts, that the intermediary has to make efforts that no unlawful content is posted on the platform. And in the broad category of obligations on the intermediary to follow, we have added misinformation under 3B5. 3B5? Yes. 3B5. So I draw your attention to that as well, that the internet cannot be and the intermediary should not be party to not just unlawful content, illegal content, pornography, content that is detrimental to national security, but intermediaries cannot be and should not be party to any deliberate misinformation as content on their platforms. And I will explain that. I'm sure you have questions on that, and we'll take that up. Misinformation is not just about media. Misinformation is about advertising illegal products and services that range from porn to online betting. That is also misinformation. Misinformation is also in the fintech community, misrepresenting products or services. And of course, misinformation also refers to false information about a particular person or a particular entity. That is number one. The second set of amendments relate to the fact that India is a constitutional republic and democracy. And Articles 14, 19 and 21, these have come up during the consultations, as you recall, that some intermediaries believed or believed mistakenly that their guidelines and their rules and their operating, let's say, whatever, community guidelines, whatever they refer to that, supersede the constitutional rights of 14, 19 and 21. The rules make it very clear that regardless of where your jurisdiction is, if you are providing a service to an Indian citizen, then Article 14, 19 and 21 cannot be diluted or ignored. The third aspect of the amendment is the fact, and as some of you and most of you have heard this during the consultation, that the grievance redressal mechanism that we had left to the intermediaries to manage by simply prescribing the need to appoint a grievance officer is broken, is not functional. And we have millions and lakhs of messages in the government as testimony to that, to make sure that the grievance redressal mechanism functions and that the core principle of accountability is maintained and is intact and is strong and is strengthened. We have talked about a grievance appellate committee here where consumers and citizens and digital nagriks who are unhappy with or find that the grievance redressal mechanism by the intermediary is not responsive enough can appeal to the GSE, which will be a digitally hosted platform. We will start with maybe one or two of those GSEs and it will proliferate as the need for that expands. There is a question from the industry on the GSE on whether this can morph into a self-regulatory organization. And I have said this before, and I say now, the government is not really interested in playing the role of an ombudsman here. It is not something that we have the capacity and capability to do, but this is a responsibility we are taking reluctantly because currently the grievance redressal mechanism is not functioning as it should be, and the accountability promise that we have made to the citizens of India is not being met. Apart from these three amendments, I just want to broadly share with you and through you to the citizens of India and of course the intermediaries and all of those who are on the internet, that the government is wanting to work with the intermediaries, work with all those companies who are on the internet, big and small, Indian and foreign. We want to work in a partnership model to ensure that our common collective objective of a safe and trusted internet for all our Indian citizens and digital nagriks is met. Our mission is that. And so therefore this is not about making it difficult for anybody. This is not for making it difficult for selecting or targeting any company. This is really what should be a collective mission for all the stakeholders of the internet, which is to make the internet a safe, trusted, while keeping its attributes of openness intact and alive, keeping it safe and trusted, making it safe and trusted, keeping it safe and trusted, and establishing the principle of accountability between the intermediaries and the consumers. So I will leave it at that, and I will be happy to take any questions. Thank you. How do you want to do this? Is there anybody from PIB who's doing this? You will do it?
Yes, please. So my name is my question is about the inclusion of the age schedule of the Indian Constitution. So does it mean that every intermediary, irrespective of the size, has to release its privacy policy user agreement and terms and conditions in 23 languages, including Sanskrit?
Yes. Yes, you asked the question, I give the answer.
So what about the grievance if a social media organization decides to not comply with certain complaints? So what would be their mechanism to perhaps go?
If a consumer raises a grievance with an intermediary and the intermediary does not respond or responds not satisfactory to the consumer has the right to appeal that to the GSE.
Right, and do they, so if as an organization, if I feel that I do not want to comply with what the government is asking me to do, GSE is asking me to do, then they will go to the court. So it's again...
No, look, under any law in India, anybody has the right to approach courts. Nothing that the rules does say, nothing that the law says prevents anybody to go to the court system. But if an intermediary is interested in resolving this within the system of law and the rules, we have provided an escalation mechanism where there is a GAC that will address it. If they are dissatisfied with the GAC's order, they can go to the courts, of course. As of today, as I've said to you today, our approach towards jurisprudence and laws is evolving. We would like this to be a partnership between the government and the intermediaries to make sure that the internet is a safe and trusted space for our 120 crore Indians. Okay. Now, if it needs a further modification of the rules, we will not hesitate to do it. If it needs a new law, as I have indicated earlier, we will not hesitate to come up with new legislation. Our mission, and we believe it is our duty, that the 120 crore Indians who are online must feel safe and trusted on the internet. That is our mission.
Yes, I got Sir Sarkar from Dubai. Sir, I want to ask you that the GAC, the constitution of this, when you say independent members, could these also be from social media companies, or would these be professors from IIT?
So, Sankar, on the GAC, we will have a separate structure. We believe the GAC is an important institution. And so I will not say anything very facetiously or casually or flippantly about the GAC. We will come back and present the structure, the organization, and the workings of the GAC very shortly.
So just one more point. So to Aditi's question, it actually says English or any language. So just to clarify, it could be English or any language, right?
You must understand the spirit of what we are doing today. We are trying to tell the intermediaries and work with all the intermediaries to say that there are going to be 120 crore Indians who are going to be using the internet. And it is possible that a large number of these citizens are going to use different types of platforms. They come at the internet with various different types of language background, geographical background. I have not used the word, we have not used the word inclusion as a mandate. It is very easy for us to add that word and say it is mandated. But look, the model that we are adopting with all things technology is that there is a partnership between the government and the innovation ecosystem that basically straddles the internet of the tech ecosystem. So we are queuing there, saying, look, there is this thing about multiple languages. We are not mandating anything currently, but that doesn't mean that we will not mandate it if there's a need to mandate it. We did not mandate the GAC in May 2021. We, in good faith, thought that intermediaries, by appointing a grievance redressal officer, would automatically understand that the grievance redressal officer is supposed to address grievances, not have some tokenism there. Now, if some people haven't understood that, that is why we are in a sense forced to have the GAC. हाँ हाँ जरूर जा सकते हैं, इसमें कोई बैन नहीं है, एकदम जा सकते हैं. जैसे आप जानते ही हैं कि अगर सीसीआई का किसी को ऑर्डर मिलता है वो जा सकते हैं कोर्ट, एनक्लेव जा सकते हैं. नेचुरल जस्टिस का जो प्रिंसिपल है हम कभी उसमें कोई बाधा नहीं डालेंगे, लेकिन हम ये कह रहे हैं कि सिटीजन्स और डिजिटल नागरिक का भी नेचुरल जस्टिस का जो प्रिंसिपल्स है उसको भी प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए. इसीलिए हमने आर्टिकल 14, 18 और आर्टिकल 14, 19 और 21 का बात किया है इसमें, और हम इसलिए हमने जीएससी के बात किया है.
I just wanted to understand, like आपने बोला कि we gave them an opportunity, but they were not ready to listen. So what?
No, I didn't say any of this, huh?
Not exactly. I'm not quoting the word, but it was tokenism. So what kind of violations or what kind of reluctance did you find from the company? Were there glaring cases where they were not ready to listen to citizens?
I am willing to go on record and say we have lakhs of messages from citizens and digital nagriks whose grievances were not responded to, apart from either by just saying we have received your grievance, thank you for sending the grievance, or no response at all. And that is not acceptable for us. When we say the internet should be open, we mean openness in a certain construct. When we say that the internet, we owe it to our citizens to have the internet open and safe and trusted, we mean safety and trust means a range of issues. When we say accountability, accountability means if a citizen has a problem real or imaginary, it becomes the obligation of the intermediary to respond to that problem, real or imaginary, in a manner satisfactory to the digital नागरिक. वो जब तक नहीं होगा, हम उस पे we will keep looking for ways to make sure it happens.
Is penalty also one of the ways going forward?
Look
at something like that.
You know, our government, our Prime Minister does not like to bring in punitive into laws if we can avoid it. I think we all understand that this is a common goal and a common mission to make the internet safe and trusted. I can't believe any intermediary wakes up in the morning and says, let's do everything to make the internet not safe and trusted. Nor should an intermediary wake up in the morning and say, no, we want to escape accountability. We will work with them. And only as a last resort will we resort to the need to incorporate penalties.
I will
go
one by one. Ashish, please. Sir, in the coming days, will there be any parameters on which kind of result of the grievances officer can be appealed to the GSC or?
No, look, I have said this, Ashish, earlier also. We are all learning as we go along. What we did not know in February 2021 and May 2021, we know today. What we don't know today, maybe we'll find out 6 months later. And I have told you that this whole internet space, we will continue to evolve our approach. I am saying again, through you, to the intermediaries, and of course I'll be meeting with them as well, that we don't see this as a binary saying that this is our goal and this is not your goal. This is not about regulating intermediaries as much as saying these are our common goals and that intermediaries must work with the government to achieve these common objectives of safety and trust. Because again, Ashish, let me say one more thing. I'll tell you why safety and trust. We have a $5 trillion economy goal. We have a $1 trillion digital economy goal. A significant part of that $1 trillion digital economy is on or adjacent to the internet. So safety and trust on the internet is not just it's not just a simple statement of rhetoric. It is also a real economic issue for investments, for jobs, all of that.
Sir, Mohita from PTI, how do you respond to critics who have said that this will perhaps give a greater handle to the government to decide content on internet and on social media platforms?
No, so we are not addressing content at all. We are addressing only grievances.
GSC will sit in decision of overriding what the social media platforms have decided.
No, I'm repeating in slow motion that we are not overriding anything. The GSC's role, and we will be more than happy to share the GSC once the institutional framework is ready. We will share it with the public and we will share it with the media. The GSC is here to sit as an appellate body in the event that the consumers, who are the most important stakeholders in the internet, are dissatisfied with the grievance process run by the intermediary.
So the other thing is on the structure, sir. Will there be any, I know it's going to be appointed by the government, but will there be any government official on it?
It says that. It says that there will be one government official and two independent. Yes, of course.
And two independent.
Yes. And in any event, my issues today, don't spend too much time dwelling on that because we will come back to you. And we will take all the questions and you can kick all the tires of the GSC when we present the GSC to you. So I think today we are only talking about that need for an escalation or of an unsatisfactory or dissatisfied consumer in the grievance addressal process. Yeah.
Will GSC have any kind of suo motu powers to take up content or to take up challenge the decisions made by grievance officers? Suo motu powers.
Suo motu to nahi hoga. As of today, we do not see the need for the GSC to have any suo motu powers.
Just want to understand when you say that the intermediaries are making reasonable effort for the user to post and can you elaborate because it seems like onus is now being put on user family?
No, it's the onus is on the intermediary. No, the onus is on the intermediary to make sure that there is no, from Schedule 3.1, that entire schedule, except for those exceptions, they have the obligation to make sure that their content moderation policies ensure that type of content does not find place on the platform. Simple. No, I'll explain how this works, just so that you understand. Intermediaries today are protected under Section 79. Section 79 from any prosecution relating to content on the platforms. That is the blanket safe harbor that they have. If you violate the rules or you are not in compliance with the rules, basically what happens, the consequential impact is not punitive, not financial as of now, is that you lose your safe harbor status. Which means that if I am aggrieved by a content on your platform and you are the intermediary, I can then go to the courts and get natural justice through the court system. You have no protection that the IT Act has so far provided you. That's all it does. So therefore, if you want to continue to be an intermediary, there are certain obligations that are cast on you by the IT rules. And those obligations include A, making very clear what type of do's and don'ts you have for your platform. B, making sure that if there is illegal content as defined in the rules, you are taking reasonable effort to make sure those content are removed. And C, even if you are unable to do it with your content moderation, whatever algorithm, people, whatever, when reported, that content has to come down in 72 hours. We're giving you 72 hours. Frankly, I am of the opinion 72 hours is too long. And it was 24 hours during consultation, but it was widely felt that this is early days, so let's keep it at 72, and then progressively as the platforms and intermediaries gain their capacity and capability, we'll create a shorter window. That's the background.
Ashmit, you may go next. Two-part question. First one is GST. Historically, courts have frowned on organizations and bodies which perform constitutional functions but don't have judicial members. So is that
Look, I think that is something we heard in the consultation process as well, that this is not statutory. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
So your question was, again on GST, you mentioned that there's a vast volume of complaints which are not addressed in the current mechanism. Does that then require for significant bandwidth in GST in terms of various benches? Yes, do you have another?
No, look, see, here are the two scenarios that will arise out of this. One is that intermediaries understand that accountability is an important aspect of what we seek from them. We, as in the people of India and the citizens and the users, seek from them. And they respond better. That is one option. That they address their own grievance addressal mechanism, they do it in a better way, they do create more capacity there. If they don't create capacity, obviously someplace the capacity has to be created. Then the GSC creates a capacity. And I have said this repeatedly. It is not an area that the government is very keen to get into. We are doing this very, very reluctantly, and we are doing this because we have an obligation and duty to the digital Nagriks कि उनके grievance को कोई सुने. अगर सुनने वाला है नहीं प्लेटफॉर्म पे तो सरकार तो सुने. अगर वो सुनने शुरू करेंगे then we don't have a need for an expanded GSC. You understand? I said this earlier also, that it is really a disincentive. The GSC is a disincentive to the intermediaries not to continue the status quo casual way of approaching grievance redressal.
सर मैं पीयूष पांडे हूँ।
हाँ जी।
समिति जो गठित की जाएगी,
हाँ जी,
उसकी प्रक्रिया और उसमें किस तरह के सदस्य होंगे उसके बारे में जरा।
पीयूष जी, मैं आज नहीं बोलूंगा इसके बारे में। इसके बारे में एक सेपरेट कॉन्वर्सेशन होगा, क्योंकि हम मानते हैं ये जीएससी बहुत ही एक अहम, बहुत ही एक महत्वपूर्ण इंस्टीट्यूशन बनेगा आने वाले दिनों में, इंटरनेट के लिए भी, इंटरमीडिएट्स के लिए भी और अलग अलग चीजों के लिए। तो इसके बारे में हम एक स्पेसिफिकली डिफरेंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे। इसका स्ट्रक्चर क्या होगा, मूल रूप से उसका कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्या होगा, पावर्स क्या होंगे, स्कोप्स क्या होंगे, टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस क्या होगा, उसका डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म कैसा रहेगा और कब शुरू होगा।
Towards the end.
Sorry?
Sir, they are asking for
there's something online. Why don't you ask? We'll come back to you in a bit. Online, पूछ लीजिए. Who's online?
I think Mr. Asim wanted to ask a question.
Yes, बोलिए, असीम.
सर एक तो ये कि एक दिन में लाखों से ज्यादा भी कंप्लेंट आ सकते हैं, क्योंकि 80 करोड़ लोग हम ऑलरेडी यूज कर रहे हैं। तो 1 लाख कंप्लेंट को डील करना क्या आसान होगा ये जीएससी के लिए? और दूसरा ये कि जीएससी के जो डील का ट्रांसपेरेंट होगा, कौन कौन से ऑर्डर्स जो है उसके जो सारे हटाने के कंटेंट हटाने के ऑर्डर जो है ऑनलाइन होंगे?
नहीं, ये तो मैंने एक तो ये कहा है कि हमें उम्मीद ये है कि इंटरमीडियरीज और प्लेटफॉर्म्स अपना जो ग्रीवेंस एड्रेसल का जो मैकेनिज्म है उनका, उस पर उनका सुधार होगा, वो कैपेसिटी बढ़ाएंगे और अपने डिजिटल नागरिक जो हैं, कंज्यूमर्स हैं, उनके ग्रीवेंसेस को बेहतर एड्रेस करेंगे। ये एक उम्मीद है। ये अगर उम्मीद सच नहीं हुआ या साकार नहीं हुआ तो फिर आप जो कह रहे हैं कि जीएससी पर बहुत बड़ा बोझ पड़ेगा, लेकिन जीएससी के बारे में हम एक अलग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे। जीएससी के पूरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और फ्रेमवर्क और टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस के बारे में एक अलग सा एक हम एंगेजमेंट करेंगे आपके साथ, आज नहीं। Come, let's go back to. Okay.
Sir, two questions. First is that if this GST, if it also deals with products, services, fintech, misinformation, then don't you think then that they will also have to go on kind of fact-finding mission of what is wrong, what is right, and it's like it overlaps with what consumer tribunals do.
So I get your question. So I think, first of all, just some basic principal issues. One is that all intermediaries are covered by the IT intermediary, the rules. So the rules don't separate fintech, social media. All intermediaries are covered by the IT Act, and therefore all intermediaries are covered by the rules. Point number one. Do all consumers of all intermediaries have the same type of intense grievance addressable complaints? We have looked at what we are receiving. We receive some more than the others. They are a little bit more lumpy towards certain types of platform and not so lumpy towards other types of platform. The GSE sits today on appeal of all grievance officers. This is the model. But if we find going forward, that is why I said we will have a separate conversation about the nature, type, numbers, terms of reference of GSEs. If there is a need for having multiple GSEs, dealing with multiple type of grievances, these are all things that we will think through. It is not the idea is not to say there will be 3 people sitting with 80 lakh issues that they are going to deal with. ऐसा नहीं है, थोड़ा सोच समझ के काम करते हैं हम. So we will come back. We understand this, that we will address the GSE's capacities, the numbers, but like I said, it is our fond hope that the intermediaries will do a much better
cost of running these GSEs, that they also have to bear the burden.
You are giving me ideas, so maybe I'll sit and consult with you on these ideas. Not a bad idea.
सेंसिटिव कंटेंट को लेकर के हमेशा से सवाल रहता है ये कि जब वो अपलोड किए जाते हैं तो उसके बाद बहुत सारे लोग उसको अचानक देखते हैं और उसके बाद रिएक्ट भी करते हैं। कई ऐसी घटनाएं भी हुई जहाँ पर कुछ दंगों की शक्ल में वो बदल गए।
बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन।
ऐसे कंटेंट, ऐसे वीडियोस को तुरंत हटाने के लिए क्या ये जीएससी तुरंत वर्कआउट करेंगे?
नहीं, इसमें जीएससी का कोई रोल नहीं है, इसमें रूल्स का रोल है और हमने कहा है कि 72 घंटे में उसको निकालना चाहिए। आपने राइट नेल पे हथौड़ा मारा है। हमने ड्यूरिंग कंसल्टेशन और बिफोर कंसल्टेशन आवर आइडियाज़ की 24 घंटे में निकालनी चाहिए इसको, क्योंकि वायरलिटी और वेलोसिटी ऑफ वायरलिटी हमने देखा हुआ है नेगेटिव मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो मैंने आई हैड सजेस्टेड 24 आवर्स, लेकिन पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन हमने किया, उसमें लोग कहे कि नहीं 24 घंटा इज़ टू लेस, उसको 1 हफ्ते करो। तो नेगोशिएट करके थोड़ा कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ में आया है 72 आवर्स। But I will tell you on record, as a citizen, as somebody who understands technology, and lastly as an MOS in this ministry, that I believe 72 hours is too less. I will urge all the intermediaries, while the letter of the rule says 72 hours, that the spirit should be as fast as possible.
Well, there you have it, viewers. Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar, in a very long press meeting as well, he has spoken about the GSE. He has spoken about how the government has gotten into this reluctantly, and that they want to build an entire principles of natural justice will not be violated in this entire matter, and that they have also stated that this is a step towards the $5 trillion economy goal, in which internet is adjacent. And this is not a simple statement of rhetoric as well. We're tracking the story very closely for you right now, slipping into a very short break and bringing you details on the other side.
Elon Musk completes his Twitter takeover, sacks the top Twitter officials, including the CEO, Parag Agarwal.
Rahul Gandhi was waded into the poaching controversy, saying that the TRS and the BJP are two sides of the same coin.
Fire has broken out in a godown in Kurla area of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders have been deployed.
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area.
And cutting across to some more dramatic visuals that we're getting from the national capital now, viewers, where the Aam Aadmi Party workers are staging a protest outside Delhi LG, I beg your pardon, Vinay Kumar Saksena's residence. We are getting you these images from the national capital where this protest, in fact, is going on right now. And we have been seeing the kind of friction between the LG and the Aam Aadmi Party as well, where
And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest.
ठीक है भाई लाइव
And slipping into a very short break, but getting you updates of these dramatic visuals that we're picking up from the national capital, viewers, where the Aam Aadmi Party workers are staging a protest outside Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saksena's residence.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable.
A video has gone viral on social media that shows a moving car leaving bursting firecrackers in its boot space near Cyber Hub Gurugram. After the video was shared on social media, it has received 5.4 million views and 54,000 likes on social media. And in the video, it can clearly be seen a black sedan which is moving towards DLF Phase 3 from Cyber Hub, leaving a trail of bursting firecrackers. It appears that the video has been shot by a motorist tailing a car from behind. The police have registered proper case in this entire incident. Gurugram police is carrying out a proper investigation. Police has identified car and its owner. After inquiring with the owner stated that he sold off car to some other person. DLF Phase 3 SHO Sandeep Kumar has clearly stated anyone who violates traffic regulation, strict action will be taken against the culprits.
दिल्ली के लोग की जिंदगी को बर्बाद करना चाहते हैं। आज ये दिल्ली के लोग जहां पर आपके पास इकट्ठा हुए हैं, आज तो आपने पुलिस का ये पूरी भीड़ इकट्ठा कर दी।
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs. The advanced Grand Vitara rule every road.
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT ministry will also...
Very famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now, there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that he can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
Top headlines this afternoon. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech crouch. AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions. Court red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. But politics over air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. AAP workers now take to the streets. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We are live and breaking, straight away cutting across to the live visuals coming in from the showdown in the national capital where the AAP workers are staging a protest outside Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saksena's residence. As you can see, a massive show of strength there by the AAP workers who are staging a protest outside Delhi LG residence. Now remember, there's been a massive face-off between the LG and the AAP in recent times as well. Let's take a look at these visuals coming. Piyush Shori reporting live from the showdown site. Piyush, give us more details. What is the protest about? It's yet another escalation as far as that face-off is concerned between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG.
So you rightly said, Samiksha, that it is actually a big confrontation again that has erupted between the Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party government, and this is now only expected to increase with the MCB elections now coming in. Now, there have been several allegations that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party on the LG and saying that the LG is not allowing the Aam Aadmi Party to function properly and saying that the Lieutenant Governor is also trying to obstruct the preparations of Chhat. The Aam Aadmi Party workers now are staging a protest at Raj Bhavan, which is the official residence of Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. So it is now going to be interesting to see that how actually this entire battle between the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi and the Aam Aadmi Party governor is going to pan out. Back to the studio.
Also, Piyush, give us more details as to any AAP leaders who are also present at the spot where we see supporters of AAP, of course, but who are the big AAP leaders who are present at this spot where the protest is being carried out?
There would be several top leaders of AAM that may expected to join this protest. Some of them include Saurabh Bharadwaj, Amatullah Khan, and even Aditi Madlina. But as of now, it is not known that when exactly are they going to be coming. So it is not going to be coming. So yes, we are going to be seeing of how many AAP leaders now are going to be coming and joining this protest.
Yes. Piyush, stay with us. So those are the visuals coming in right now where you can see heavy barricading as well. Outside Delhi LG's residence, there are personnel who are present trying to prevent the situation from escalating. But yes, a massive show of strength there by the AAP workers who've gathered in large numbers to stage a protest against the Delhi LG. Now remember, there's been a face-off between the LG and the AAP in the past as well in recent times, which has only been escalating, and now in yet another turn of events, AAP workers who've gathered in large numbers to protest outside Delhi LG's residence. This, of course, on a day when the Delhi Chief Minister is in Gujarat to campaign for the Gujarat polls. But as you can see there, the police officials who are present in large, who are also present at the spot to try to control the situation. Let's take a closer look at these visuals coming in. All right, Piyush Ori is at the location just outside Delhi LG's residence where the AAP workers are staging a protest. Piyush, over to you. Give us some more updates that you're picking up from the protest site.
So as you can see over here that there is now a massive protest which is going at the LG residence, and also due to which there is also a lot of traffic jam which is reported around the area. Now it is going to be interesting to see that how actually this is all going to end over here. And as I said, the acrimony between the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi and the Aam Aadmi Party governor is only going to increase with the upcoming MCD elections. The Aam Aadmi Party is not willing to its work, especially at a time when it is making preparations for doing all the Chhat preparations. So yes, there is a lot of bitterness, there is a lot of aggressiveness is being faced by the people of Delhi, as you can see from the traffic jam which is over here. Yeah.
All right, those are the visuals also coming in. Piyush, stay with us. As you can see, heavy barricading is there by the police officials. Yes. Piyush, if you can show us the scenes around, of course, the AAP workers who gathered in large numbers. Also, if you could talk to some of these AAP workers as to what their demand is as they up the ante against the Delhi LG.
Making you show the protest side, I would just like to tell you about how actually the scene is outside the area where this protest is happening. And you can see over here how much traffic jam is over here. So you can see the end result of it all, first of all, is being faced by the people of Delhi, who are facing the brunt of the heavy barricading which is being done by the protest. Now the Aam Aadmi Party may claim that the LG is trying to obstruct its work. The LG is trying to not make it do well as far as the Chhath preparations are concerned, and they are protesting about it. But at the end of it all, what we are seeing is that the the problem is being faced by the residents of Delhi, as you can see from the traffic jam, the heavy traffic jam which you can see around the area. So it is now going to be interesting to see that will Aam Aadmi Party workers take also the notice of the problems which are being caused by the normal residents of Delhi and reduce its protest, or they will only continue to amplify their protest, taking into consideration that there are huge stakes involved in the upcoming MCD elections.
Yes. Also, Piyush, if you could show us around the protest site as well, where the action is taking place. We understand there is heavy barricading, of course, as seen in these visuals. Personnel who are present right there to prevent the situation from escalating. But yes, the AAP workers who are there in large numbers holding banners against the Delhi LG. This on a day when the Delhi Chief Minister, of course, is in Gujarat to campaign ahead of the elections in the state. But as you can see, the situation is definitely tense as the workers, the AAP workers, continue to protest against the Delhi LG. They are raising several slogans and banners as well. But for now, moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one from Gujarat. Now, newsbreak coming in, sources have informed that the Gujarat cabinet will move a proposal to constitute a committee, just like in Uttarakhand, under a retired High Court judge, to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code. So, the Uniform Civil Code, which is in the offing when we talk about Gujarat, and this, of course, stays months after Uttarakhand also implemented the Uniform Civil Code. So, sources now suggesting that the Gujarat government is likely to be Gujarat government could announce a panel on the Uniform Civil Code. Well, we'll try and go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor as well to get his perspective on this. Remember, this comes just months ahead of Gujarat going to polls, so a big measure that can be taken and is expected when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code, which is already in action when it has already been formulated in the state of Uttarakhand. Sources now suggesting that the UCC panel is likely to be formulated in the state of Gujarat. And news coming in, sources suggesting that the Gujarat cabinet is in all likelihood today going to move a proposal to constitute a panel just like the one in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat. So UCC that could be implemented in the state of Rajasthan as well, and ahead of that a panel that is all likely to be formulated in the poll-bound state. So after Uttarakhand, Uniform Civil Code could very much be passed formulated in the state of Gujarat as well. So this is source-based information coming in. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, how do you read into this? A big move there, just of course ahead of the elections in the state of Gujarat.
It was being talked, Samiksha, for a while that Gujarat will make that move. BJP-led Uttarakhand up to the elections in Uttarakhand last year, early this year, and now we are seeing Gujarat also making that move. Before that, we have seen a uniform code already there in Goa, and of course there is this law commission study as well, which was commissioned by the present government in Delhi. So essentially, you would see a lot of political.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Abhishek. We'll try and connect with him again, but that's a big lead coming in. Gujarat government move on the Uniform Civil Code, where a panel could very much be formulated in the state of Gujarat. Well, this is a source-based information that is just trickling in that Gujarat cabinet will today move a proposal to constitute a committee for the implementation of Uniform Civil Code in the state, and this panel would be headed under retired High Court judge to evaluate all the aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code. And Abhishek is back with us. Abhishek, please continue. You were talking to us about the Uniform Civil Code which could be formulated in the state of Gujarat.
Yeah, so as you know, there was some audio issue there, Samiksha.
All right, we have Priyanka also joining us live. Priyanka, if you could give us more details on the source-based information that is just coming in, that in today's cabinet meet, a panel could be formulated on the Uniform Civil Code.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. As Abhishek was also pointing out about the Uniform Civil Code and the debate that has surrounded it. And we have now seen that the BJP has always spoken about UCC and how it can be implemented in an efficient manner here in the state of Gujarat as well. This is something that has been discussed in earlier cabinet meetings as well in the leadership of Vijay Rupani when he was the chief minister, as well in those cabinet meetings. The entire cabinet, in fact, was a different one. That has also been discussed, but we do see now that this time as well, that this is a debate that is being taken forward by the government of Gujarat with respect to the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code and how it can be went about with respect to how Uttarakhand had also been done, as Abhishek was also pointing out, under the scrutiny of a retired High Court judge, where how it had to be examined as to how it can be implemented in the state as well. And that is exactly what we can expect in Gujarat as well. And of course, we are seeing that the cabinet meetings that had also had discussions on this were of the new cabinet as well, where the MOS Home Harsh Sanghvi, in fact, had also been present, and he had been the one who had been leading this debate as well on the UCC. And this time as well, we see that he might be addressing a press conference over the Uniform Civil Code and how the committee will be formulated by the government of Gujarat and how it can be examined to be implemented in the state of Gujarat, and the technicalities that will be thereof to be kept in mind when it comes to implementation of the UCC as well. And of course, we will have to keep in mind the timing of this entire debate as well coming forward, because we are expecting that the elections in the state of Gujarat will be announced at around 1st of November itself. And before that, we are seeing that several such decisions are being taken by the government of Gujarat. This, of course, is going to be a major one, Samiksha, when it comes to the elections. And of course, that notwithstanding, we have seen that this conversation being taken forward by the government of Gujarat over the last 1 year as well. And now we are seeing that perhaps today itself, this is a source-based information that we're getting, that today itself there might be a committee that will be announced by the government of Gujarat going forward as to who will be formulated in this committee, and whether or not this will be the same manner in which Uttarakhand had also been done, where the retired High Court judge had been looking over and it was looking over the committee and examining the implementation of the UCC as well. And we will have to wait and watch as to how details will further come out as and when the decisions are taken. But by around 3:30, we're being told that there might be a press conference that will be carried out by Harsh Sanghvi himself, where he will be speaking about the UCC and the debate of the UCC going forward over the implementation of the UCC in the state of Gujarat as well.
Priyanka, just a follow-up question, like you were talking to us about the Gujarat election. How much of this do you think is important vis-a-vis the UCC, vis-a-vis the Gujarat elections?
Well, Samiksha, we have seen how there have been several political statements when it comes to the UCC. It has been a national debate over the past 1 year, more than that if we have been tracking. But at least in the state of Gujarat, as I mentioned earlier as well, the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani had also spoken in favor of the UCC and how it is the need of the hour as well, and how there were several other ministers as well that had spoken about UCC, and of course taking that debate forward. We see a new cabinet that has come into power under the leadership of Bhupendra Patel, the new Chief Minister of Gujarat, and of course the MOS Home Harsh Sanghvi as well, who are now leading from the front when it comes to implementation of the UCC. But of course, do see right critical point is when it comes to the elections, as you very rightly pointed out, that this will be a point of debate in the upcoming elections, since we have seen a major condemnation from the opposition party, and of course it is going to carry even more weight, because this time we see that the AIMIM and the Aam Aadmi Party that have taken a stand against the UCC are also contesting in these 182 constituencies in the state of Gujarat in the so this is
All right, we seem to have lost our connection with Priyanka, but as Priyanka was telling us, it's going to be a pitched battle in Gujarat, and with, of course, the latest, the panel that is all set to be formulated on UCC implementation. For now, moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar said that internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister also said that this move is a big crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
In a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India, for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over 100 crore rupees of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital or take any accountability. Responding on the depleting air quality in the national capital, Delhi, LG VK Saxena assured action, further saying that Yamuna River, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
झील को देखा था वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the Coimbatore blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble for comedian Bharti Singh and her husband, the Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in 2020 in connection with the drug case. In a big win for border security forces, a Pakistan intruder was killed in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was killed near Sirpur outpost who was trying to enter the international border of Anughar.
કામ મળ્યું હોય એ કામ લગનથી કરીએ ને એનો જે આનંદ છે એ પ્રગતિના દ્વાર ખોલી નાખતો હોય છે અને મને ખાતરી છે કે મારા ગુજરાતના દીકરા દીકરીઓ આવનારા 25 વર્ષ ભારતનો અમૃતકાળ વિશ્વના કલ્યાણ માટેનો કાળ છે અને એના તમે સારથી બની રહ્યા છો। કેટલો સુભગ સંયોગ છે, કેટલો મોટો ઉત્તમ અવસર છે તમને ખૂબ શુભકામનાઓ
auspicious moment.
જેટલી શુભકામનાઓ એટલી ઓછી ખૂબ પ્રગતિ કરો આપના માતા પિતાના સપના પૂરા કરો ધન્યવાદ સાથીઓ
Do well and achieve the dreams of your parents.
All right, that's Prime Minister's address at Gujarat's Rozgar Mela, congratulating the new inductees. So Prime Minister's address at the Gujarat Rozgar Mela. We'll try and go across to Priyanka as well to get more details as to on Prime Minister's address there on Rozgar Mela. Priyanka is with us. Priyanka, if you could. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Priyanka, but Prime Minister there congratulating the new inductees. Prime Minister's address at Gujarat's Rozgar Mela.
Post-Diwali, the air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted. Anand Vihar at 456 AQI, Ashok Vihar at 422 AQI, Noida at 392, and Delhi overall AQI air quality index is 309, which is in a very poor state. It has been seen that since the evening of October 23, the air pollution has increased, and it is because of the setting of firecrackers by individual, the increase in agriculture fires, and also reduction in temperature, and because of the wind speed, dust and smoke in Delhi NCR, which have been responsible for the bad air quality index in Delhi NCR. Not only this, regarding pollution, seeing the increase in pollution level, the central panel has issued a closure order to 24 industrial units in Delhi NCR for violating pollution-related status. So this is the condition. The medical experts are clearly saying the itchiness can be felt in the air and the eyes by many public, and the increase in the hospitals have increased, seeing the smog and the bad air pollution in Delhi NCR. So this is the condition of Delhi NCR, where the air quality is continuously deteriorating day by day.
पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, सांस लेने में बहुत परेशानी हो रही है, इसके लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए। हाँ, इसके बारे में मास्क लेना जरूरी है पहनना, ताकि दिक्कत ना हो आदमी को।
इससे काफ़ी सारी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है, जैसे कि काफ़ी धुआं है तो उससे हमें मतलब सांस लेने में तकलीफ होता है, और भी है बहुत सारे इस तरह का प्रॉब्लम है। बच्चों को भी प्रॉब्लम होता है स्कूल वगैरह जाने में, है ना, तो काफ़ी उनका मतलब सेंसिटिव होते हैं वो लोग पॉल्यूशन से। सबसे पहले तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मतलब जो कार से है उससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है। तो मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अगर उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया जाए तो वो सबसे बेटर होगा।
A very short break. Lots line up for you on the other side of this short break. AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire, and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area.
The air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted.
Pakistan intruder who was shot dead at the border area. Bengaluru bound Indigo flight catches fire during takeoff. Emergency declared at the Delhi airport. For all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat. Soon after Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech crunch. AAP versus BJP over funds to Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions. Court red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns.
AQI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
But politics over air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. AAP workers now take to streets. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up starting with the big story coming in from Gujarat, where sources have informed that Gujarat cabinet will move a proposal to constitute a committee just like in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. So Uniform Civil Code, which could very much be a reality in the state of Gujarat after Uttarakhand. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, a big move there that could happen, which is very much in the offing when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat.
Well, yeah, I mean, you cannot take away from the fact that the announcement is coming or the decision is coming just maybe 2 or 3 days before the Election Commission announces, polls in Gujarat and the Model Code of Conduct kicks in. The political part would always be there, but the fact is that the Uniform Civil Code has been an abiding belief within the BJP since its setting up in 1980. We have seen the party, whenever it has come to power, jockeying with the idea of how to implement it. There has been sometimes lack of consensus, sometimes the issues of constitutional mechanisms that need to be worked upon. Remember, the central government under the present leadership set up or asked the Law Commission to come out with a report on Uniform Civil Code, which could be rolled out nationally and which is being deliberated within the Law Ministry. And in the meanwhile, we have seen the Uttarakhand government setting up a committee to look into the possibility of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Uttarakhand. And that was again a campaign promise ahead of elections earlier this year. Now we are seeing BJP picking up the tap from Uttarakhand now and repeating that in Gujarat. So obviously, since it's a campaign promise, it would be immediately implemented if the BJP and when the BJP comes to power with the elections slated to happen in November and December. It's not difficult to understand that the BJP has now has strong roots in Gujarat, been there in power for 30 years almost now, and 28 years, and they are looking for another term. And this essentially bolsters the core constituency of the BJP ahead of Gujarat campaign as it picks up. You're seeing in the pictures Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, but the campaign face is the son of the soil and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was 17 years as Chief Minister of Gujarat. Apart from Uttarakhand, when the announcement was made in the case of Uttarakhand, at least half a dozen odd BJP states had expressed their desire for similar, examination of the Uniform Civil Code at the state level. So obviously the momentum would build up, but as of now we are hearing it is source-based information that Cabinet is going to meet today and going to take a decision on a UCC panel. So actually, if you look at it, it's not campaign promise in the manifesto. It's actually a decision that would already be taken by the time campaign starts in Gujarat.
Yes, Abhishek, stay with us. We have Zeenat Shaukat Ali also joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to us. If I can get your quick response, how do you read into this? UCC could very much be a reality in the state of Gujarat.
See, I feel that there is nothing wrong with the Uniform Civil Code, but it should be put under discussion. You see, one cannot take an arbitrary action and just implement it, but it should be out for discussion so people are convinced, and there should be, a draft that is circulated and that is, that is looked into and approved. Because, a Uniform Civil Code is part of the directive principles, and we have to consider it seriously, and I'm not against it. But I would certainly say that, passing anything, without, arbitrarily, without, circulating it around, I would prefer that there is a democratic process involved in it.
But ma'am, what we are given to understand as per sources that it is going to be a panel that will be formed headed by a judge, following which decisions would be made. There's going to be a proper discussion on UCC, deliberate discussion, and of course only then it's going to be formulated in the state of Gujarat.
I think that would be a very good idea. Once it is put before a judge and there are proper people put on board and it is discussed, and then after that it is done, I think India is one country, one people, and looking at things that are happening around, I think it would be a good idea, provided it is done democratically, as you have said.
All right, Zeenat Shaukat Ali, thank you for speaking to us. So activist Zeenat Shaukat Ali giving her insights on this, saying that it is indeed a good move. Abhishek Kapoor continues to be with us. Abhishek, when we talk about the state going to polls today, how much of this do you think is going to have an impact on the Gujarat polls?
Well, Samiksha, as I said, the Uniform Civil Code and BJP together are no surprises. As I said, this has been an abiding principle thought with the BJP since its setting up in 1980, and even before that in its Jansangh days, in its Jansangh avatar. So what we are seeing is essentially a pre-poll kind of an injection to the cadres to really get revved up and energized and head into the poll with some momentum. It's not that this is a new idea and the BJP is toying with it now and that it's going to, galvanize a new set of people. It just essentially, insofar as Gujarat is concerned, because the party has broad base and deep roots and remains very strong in terms of its cadre strength. This is just about, apart from all that has been done and apart from the general grip that the party has over the state apparatus, this is essentially aimed at, I believe, energizing the cadres, bringing them out of their homes, get them into the campaign, and of course, generally to buttress its perception that BJP strongly stands, backs, and wants to bring a Uniform Civil Code at the soonest. So, since they are having some difficulties at the same time in terms of the legal issues that are taking a bit of time to sort out, I think the BJP decided that in whichever state they are in power, they would be setting up similar panels. Once those panels submit their reports, a collective decision would be taken. And then when you say, for example, that out of 30 states in the country, 31 states in the country, say 18 states or 16 states which are directly under the influence where BJP is in power or under the influence of the BJP, if they come together and collectively decide, then it becomes both a majority decision and a federal decision in terms of bringing a Uniform Civil Code in the country. So yes. I think the party might be thinking, the top leadership might be thinking along those lines. But as I said, today, insofar as Gujarat's decision is concerned, it's going to act as more like an injection to rev up the cadre just ahead of elections that are going to be announced just in a couple of days.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us, and for our viewers also who are watching this broadcast, if you could break it down for us, the salient features of the Uniform Civil Code.
So essentially what happens is all criminal cases, Samiksha, get adjured by the Criminal Procedure Code and the Indian Penal Code. So when it comes to crime, every citizen is treated as an equal. Or when it comes to personal laws, every community has, every religion, they have their own set of rules and norms guided by traditions, religious books, and that an argument goes against bringing in homogeneity of citizenship. And that's the reason why most of the modern societies, for example, are generally guided by civil laws which are uniformly applicable to all, irrespective of the denomination, their religious denomination, their caste denomination, their class denomination they come from. So it's a well-evolved thought which has existed in modern day for quite some time now. India really, when we became independent, chose, because the British had really no stakes in our society, they allowed every community, every section of the society, every religion, caste, denomination to have their own customs and traditions, so long as they continued to pay taxes. The British regime, essentially being a colonial regime, was only interested in taxes and nothing else, not about development of the country and cohesion in the society. In fact, they wanted to do a divide and then rule. So that divide and rule philosophy perhaps guided their decision to keep these separate laws. But when we became independent, there was a resistance because people had got used to those, living with those norms. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to modernize. He couldn't do anything with the other communities, but in the case of the majority Hindu community, he brought in those Hindu code bills, the codes that are called in sometime in 1955. The Muslim community, the other communities, Christians, they resisted. So essentially, every community continued to have their own separate laws, and that's why, post 1955, momentum started building up with a demand gathering that why not have uniformity of civil laws as well. So it's not a new demand, but it gained more traction within the BJP because a section, the Jansangh at that time, because a section of the majority community thought that while they are subject to modernizing laws through the code bills, the other communities continue to live with their own traditional / regressive laws. But that was something which started getting traction over a period of decades and ultimately found mention as almost an article of faith in the BJP from its inception in 1980. Subsequently, we have seen off and on demand gaining strength whenever BJP comes to power, but then most of the opposition parties do not really pick up this issue because obviously their vote banks do not allow them to see reason, logic or requirement of a uniform civil code in terms of modernizing influence that it can have. Muslim nations like Turkey have had it, many other nations in the traditional Asiatic societies have had it, but because of vote bank politics, this issue was never, it never became mainstream. It's only now, despite the fact that BJP has been in power under Narendra Modi for the last 8 years, there have been difficulties that now a decision perhaps was taken at the top of the BJP that let the states somehow come out with these panels and suggestions and reports based on which a collective call can be taken, as part of which now we are seeing in Gujarat also this decision being taken. But as I said, it is coming just 2 days perhaps before the election commission.
Yes.
The polls in Gujarat, and that's why it would be obviously open to politicking and opposition attack.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you for joining us and giving us your insights. So, an announcement that is very much on the cards with regard to the formulation of a panel on UCC by the Gujarat government. And we have Majid Memon also joining us. Sir, thank you for speaking to us. If I can get your quick response. The Gujarat government is all set to formulate a panel on UCC. What is your response? Sir, if you can hear us, if I can get your response to Gujarat government, which that is mulling to form a panel on the Uniform Civil Code.
You see, Gujarat elections are round the corner, and attempts are being made to polarize or to rouse religious sentiments, and this appears to be one act in that direction. As far as the enforcement of Uniform Civil Code is concerned, you see, we have seen in the recent past the Law Commission, Honorable Supreme Court, the Parliament, these are all institutions which have examined the possibilities or the difficulties in implementing Uniform Civil Code, although it is the part of our Constitution under the chapter of Directive Principles of State Policy. But you see, there is a fundamental rights, list of fundamental rights are freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom to practice religion, promote religion. It is possible that there may be some kind of a conflict between the Uniform Civil Code and freedom of religion. In any event, the priorities are misplaced. Should not Gujarat government think about generating employment, controlling the price rise, maintaining law and order, bringing peace in harmony in the society? These are all burning issues which are kept in the back burner. And you are talking about things which are of no significance. So I'm afraid, and if you want to have Uniform Civil Code, Parliament is the best place.
All right. Thank you for sharing your views with us. So that was NCP leader Rajeev Memon opposing the idea of UCC that could be implemented in the state of Gujarat. For now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar said internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister also said that this move is a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
These rules are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over 100 crore rupees to public funds to the Waqf Board in last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP has come down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Responding on the deteriorating air quality index in the national capital, the Delhi LG has assured action, further saying that the Yamuna River, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
आपने भलसवा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble for comedian Bharti Singh and her husband, the Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in the 2022 drug case. In a big win for border security forces, a Pakistan intruder was killed in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was killed near Sirpur outpost who was trying to enter the international border of Anupgarh. But politics over air quality continues. BJP now hits out at Kejriwal government, demands accountability. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies as AAP workers stage protest outside LG's restaurants. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers extending their support. The farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, and news break coming in, this one in relation to the Telangana poaching controversy. That's a big lead coming in the TRS versus BJP poaching controversy. The Telangana High Court having passed an order in favour of police. The High Court has asked the 3 accused in the MLA's poaching controversy to surrender before the police. Remember, this comes days after the ACB court had earlier rejected the remand request of the 3 accused, after which Cyberabad police had moved the High Court. So that's a big update coming in. A setback of sorts for the 3 accused in the MLA poaching controversy who've been asked to surrender before the Telangana Cyberabad police. This of course comes days after the ACB court had rejected the remand request of the 3 accused. So trouble there for the 3 MLAs who were seen in this particular video that surfaced of the 3 MLAs, the 3 MLAs in the farmhouse of the TRS leader. We'll go across to Aneri as well for more details, but that's a big breaking update coming in. The High Court asking the 3 accused to surrender before the police. Aneri is joining us live. Aneri, give us all those breaking updates.
Well, Samiksha, definitely a big breaking development coming into the TRS MLA's poaching controversy, which has been going on in the state of Telangana from last 3 days, where we see that after the ACB court had rejected the remand of these 3 accused, stating that there are no enough proofs against them, the ACB court had rejected their remand, and later the Cyberabad police yesterday had moved to the Telangana High Court demanding that these 3 should be sent to on remand for further investigation into this matter. But now, when the hearing took place at the Telangana High Court, we see that the judgment, the order has been passed in favor of the police, and so now the court has asked these 3 main accused who were found at the farmhouse in Moinabad on Wednesday late night when the police officials had conducted raids. These 3 accused have to now surrender before the police into the poaching of MLA's controversy which has been going on, and so this has been one of the big setback for the 3 accused. But also at the same time, the face-off between the BJP and the TRS continues. We have been seeing how there are war of words between the both going on, whereas the BJP also continues to state that they do not have any links to do in this, and also at the same time BJP has been raising questions that where are that 400 crores, as FIR does not mention about it, nor there's no cash seizure which was done from the farmhouse. So now the 3 accused have to surrender before the police once after the High Court has passed this order.
Yes, Aneri, also talk to us about this audio tape that had surfaced. What was heard in that audio tape, and how close does it get to cracking this whole controversy, the poaching controversy?
Well, Samiksha, there are two audio which has been leaked and we have got through our TRS sources, where the two audio tapes have a conversation. First audio tape has a conversation between the Swamiji, who is one of the accused in this case, who was arrested from the farmhouse, and one is Rohit Reddy, that's the TRS MLA. So there is a conversation between both of them where they have been talking about having a meeting in Hyderabad later after 25th. Well, definitely this was before the meeting. This audio tape which has been leaked was before the meeting which had happened on the 25th at the farmhouse. So they have been talking about the meeting and having a meeting with BL Santosh, who is one of the topmost leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So they have been planning that how many leaders will you be getting? That is, will you be getting is the pilot Rohit Reddy. So he says that we have a support of 2 to 3 people, and so first let's finish this process because there are elections on 3rd of November. So this is very crucial election. The Munugudu by-elections are very crucial now.
All right. Nidhi, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more developments on this big story from Telangana. The latest, of course, being the Telangana High Court asking all the 3 accused to appear, to surrender before the police. And moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one from the national capital, where every year on Chhath, thousands of devotees take a dip in the river at several ghats to celebrate the 4-day festival. Remember, last year, hundreds of devotees were seen taking a dip in the river at the Kalindi Kunj despite a heavy layer of foam over water surface that this year too has turned toxic, of course, in the river Yamuna. And these are the visuals also from the Yamuna Ghat, where people have gathered to clean Yamuna river. Let's take a look at this report filed by Priyanka.
Ghat of ITO, and here's the Yamuna waters is still not clean, is littered with full of waste and unclean water, reeking foul smell, and you can see the thick layer of a fog which says air quality index of Delhi NCR is in hazardous condition. It's more than 300, particularly in Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida and Ghaziabad. I'll show you some more visuals of the ghat that is prepared for the Chhath Ghat 4 days festival, and see, this is the temporary ghats which preparations are going on, and see, water is very clean, but this is not the Yamuna water, this is the submersible water, and here are some more things which has to be considered during the days of festival. It has written in Hindi like यहाँ कूड़ा डालना सख्त मना है, पकड़े जाने पर 1100 का जुर्माना. So it should be kept in mind. If rules are not considered, then each and every individual have to pay the fine of 1100 rupees. If we say about the air quality index, so it's more than 300 level, and particularly scientist says that stubble burning in Punjab is the main cause for the worst air quality in Delhi NCR.
So situation, of course, definitely grim in the national capital, with the air quality index also having been dipped, and the quality of river, as you can see, the foam, the toxic foam that has also formed on Yamuna river. A very short break for now, but on the other side we'll continue with our news breaks. On the other side we'll get you latest as it's AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions. And air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे हिसाब से फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case.
Famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that he can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
It's 1 p.m. viewers, and these are the headlines. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon after Uttarakhand. Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech Raj. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over funds to Waqf board. BJP files fresh questions. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the Wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concern.
QI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
Air quality in the national... But politics over the air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus the Delhi LG. Fight intensifies. Aam Aadmi Party workers now take to the streets in the national capital. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking, and one of the biggest stories that we are tracking for you today is that of the end of the big tech era that we have been tracking for you as we know it. And now we are seeing that the Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar in fact had also carried out that very detailed presser where he had categorically spoken about the new set of rules as well. We're getting an exclusive reaction from Rajeev Chandrasekhar as well. Let's take a look at that.
IT Act, the amended IT Acts that have been rules that have been notified last night are a continuing progression of the IT rules that were notified in May 2021 last year. We have as a government and as country and as people learnt a lot in the last 1 year. And it is clear, even after the process of public consultation, 4 months of public consultation, there were gaps in the previous rules. And the gaps related to safety and trust on one hand and accountability on the other hand. And these amendments have addressed both the safety and trust issues, the gaps, and the accountability gaps that existed. The accountability gaps have been addressed by the Grievance Appellate Committee. The safety and trust gaps have been included by rewriting Rule 3 and adding incitement, misinformation, and casting obligations on the intermediaries to be a lot more proactive in terms of content moderation along the lines that have been laid in Rule 3.
So how will these amendments affect the common citizen?
No, it is everything that we do is about the common citizen primarily. It is not a binary to make it make digital Nagrik safe and trusted, as well as allow for platforms to invest and innovate on the internet. So we don't think it's a binary. These two things can continue hand in hand, and this entire approach towards rulemaking is really to make the internet more safe, more trusted, and more accountable for the 120 crore digital Nagriks who will be using the internet by 2025-26 and the 80 crore digital Nagriks who are using the internet today.
Sir, in 3 months a GAC committee will be formed. Could you explain what this committee will be all about?
The GAC addresses the current gaps in accountability between the user and the platform. Because while a lot of platforms have appointed grievance officers, the functioning of those grievance officers have been less than perfect. And the Grievance Appellate Committee is giving an opportunity for citizens who are dissatisfied with the grievance addressal process of a platform to go above and appeal to a Grievance Appellate Committee so that the grievances can be addressed.
So will defamation be under the purview of this act?
No, we have not included defamation at all.
Now viewers, we have seen how the Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar has also spoken about how this is a reluctant responsibility that has been taken up by the government, but we are also seeing several other reactions on this big story today. We also have Kapil Sibal reacting to the IT rules as well. Let's listen into it.
कैप्चर कर लिया, जिसको हम गोदी मीडिया कहते हैं, अब ये सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं। इनका मकसद तो केवल यही है। कौन फैसला करेगा कि ये डेफेमेटरी है और ये अपशब्द इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? 3 लोग डिसाइड करेंगे। अब जब सरकार, इनके मंत्री, इनके बीजेपी के लीडर, इनके मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट अगर ऐसी अपशब्द भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं और जो धर्म संसद में होता रहता है, जो आम आदमी, बीजेपी के लोग, बीजेपी के ना भी हों, बाकी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कुछ नहीं हुआ। उनकी तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई। आजम खान की सदस्यता इन्होंने रद्द कर दी और जो इनके लोग मंत्री, जो इनके बीजेपी के लोग जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, वो ऐसी ऐसी भाषा बोलते हैं, ऐसे भाषण देते हैं जो मैं समझता हूं कि कोई सिविलाइज कंट्री में कोई ऐसा होता नहीं होगा। वो तो आप खुलेआम जो भी कहना चाहते हैं कर रहे हैं। और जो मंत्री लोग जिनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी शुरू हो गई है, वो भी आज मंत्री बैठे हुए हैं। तो बीजेपी ने तो आज तक अपने मंत्रियों के खिलाफ, अपने बीजेपी के जो नेतृत्व है उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठाया कानून के अंतर्गत।
Well, we do see the kind of critique coming in from Kapil Sibal. However, we did see that the Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar had also spoken about how this is not a binary set of rules and this is something that is being done collectively to come together to make internet a safe and trustworthy space as well. In fact, he had also stated that this is a responsibility that the government is taking on reluctantly and that there will be some other punitive action as well that might be added later on, but this is something that they are wanting to avoid as well. And of course, we have been tracking all the reactions coming in on this big story. But for the moment, viewers, let's also move on to another big story that we're tracking for you today with respect to the UCC and how the debate is going forward, keeping in mind the state of Gujarat that is taking a huge step in that direction, that the UCC issue had been also discussed in the cabinet meeting as well. And perhaps today, as per sources, we are being told that today there might be a committee that will be formed to look into examining how the UCC can be implemented in the state of Gujarat as well. We are being told that perhaps several ministers might be coming out and taking a press conference on the same as well. But we do see that now that the elections are also coming forward, we are seeing that the government of Gujarat has also taken up this decision of forming this committee for the UCC and how the UCC will be implemented. As per sources, we are also picking up that as it was a model that was followed in Uttarakhand as well, with under the guidance of a retired High Court judge that was looking over the committee to examine the implementation
and the technicalities that will be faced by the government for implementing the UCC, that will be the same thing that will be followed in Gujarat as well. But of course, this is source-based information. As of now, we are waiting to hear an official statement from the government of Gujarat as well. We are being told that around 3 to 3:30 is when we can expect an official announcement on this matter. But we do see as of now the debate of the UCC going forward, and of course government of Gujarat taking it up in a big way. So close to the elections, also going to be declaring a committee that will be examining the implementation process of the UCC in the state. And of course, we will be getting to you all the voices concerned with this UCC debate that is now formulating in the state of Gujarat. Of course, a big move that is coming in from the government of Gujarat, if it is taken today itself. We have seen, viewers, even when the Uttarakhand decision had been taken to formulate this committee, we had seen how the government of Gujarat had responded positively to it, and they had stated that this is something down the line that the government of Gujarat will also want to implement. This is something that had been stated by the then Chief Minister Vijay Rupani as well in several public platforms, where he had stated and positively spoken about the UCC and how he had stated that the government of Gujarat is serious about taking the UCC debate forward. And we are also tracking for you all the latest as far as the cabinet meeting is concerned. And we are seeing how Bhupendra Patel and along with the several other cabinet ministers as well have also taken this dialogue forward. And today in the day, we can expect that the committee formulation will also be declared by the government of Gujarat as well. Of course, the timeline is going to be extremely crucial, since this is coming weeks before the election, might also be carried out in late November or early December as well. But we do see for the moment that the UCC debate going forward in the state of Gujarat. Moving on to some news in brief. Addressing a briefing on social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar said the internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister said that the moves in a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms
are in a sense indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring, and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, the RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over rupees 101 crores of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम।
Meanwhile, the BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Reacting on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi LG Vinay Saxena assured action. He further said that the Yamuna River, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
आपने भलसा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
Seven days after the Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble to comedian Bharti Singh, Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in 2020 in connection to a drug case. In a big win for the border security forces, a Pakistan intruder was killed in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was killed near Serpur outpost, which was trying to enter the international border, Anupgarh.
ఆ కృష్ణా జలాల నీటి పంపకాల విషయంలో నికృష్టమైన రాజకీయం చేస్తున్నందుకు 811 టీఎంసీల నీళ్లను ఇప్పటికే ఎప్పుడో పంచి ఇవ్వాల్సిన కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం ప్రధానమంత్రి 8 ఏళ్లుగా తాత్సారం చేస్తూ మా రంగారెడ్డి, హైదరాబాదు, నల్లగొండ, మహబూబ్ నగర్ జిల్లా రైతుల ప్రజల పొట్టగొడుతున్నందుకు, కృష్ణా జలాల పంపిణీలో నికృష్ట రాజకీయం చేస్తున్నందుకు మరొక ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. కేంద్రం నిర్వాకం వల్ల, కేంద్రం నాన్సుడి ధోరణి వల్ల ఈరోజు దిండి కానీ, ఎస్ఎల్బీసీ కానీ, కల్వకుర్తి కానీ, నెట్టెంపాడు కానీ, పాలమూరు ఎత్తిపోతల పథకాలు కానీ వీటన్నిటినీ కావాలని ఇబ్బంది పెట్టి ప్రాజెక్టులను ఇవాళ కావాలని వాటి పురోగతిని ఆపే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నందుకు మరొక ఛార్జ్. అదేవిధంగా పక్కనే ఉన్న కర్ణాటకలో అప్పర్ భద్ర ప్రాజెక్టుకు జాతీయ హోదా ఇచ్చి మాకు ఒక ప్రాజెక్టు కూడా జాతీయ హోదా ఇవ్వనందుకు తెలంగాణ రైతుల పక్షాన మరొక ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. మా మహిళా సోదరీమణుల పక్షాన 400 సిలిండర్ ధరను 2014లో 400 ఉన్న సిలిండర్ ధరను ఈరోజు మూడింతలు చేసి 1200 రూపాయలు చేసి ఈరోజు మళ్ళీ కట్టెల పొయ్యే దిక్కయ్యేటట్టు చేసినందుకు, పొగబెట్టినందుకు, వంటింట్లో మళ్ళీ పొగబెట్టినందుకు మా ఆడబిడ్డల తరపున ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ప్రపంచంలోనే అత్యధిక సిలిండర్ ధర చేసినందుకు ఒక అసమర్థ ప్రధాని నాయకత్వంలో మా ఆడబిడ్డల తరపున ఈ అసమర్థ ప్రధాని మీద, ఈ అసమర్థ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. 22,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఆయిల్ కంపెనీలకు సబ్సిడీ రూపంలో ఇచ్చారు. కానీ మేము ఆడబిడ్డలకు సబ్సిడీ ఇవ్వండి, 3 రెట్లు పెరిగి అవస్థలు పడుతున్నారు సిలిండర్ ధర అంటే ఇంతవరకు ఒక పైసా ఇవ్వకపోగా ఉన్న సబ్సిడీకి కూడా మంగళం పాడినందుకు 2014లో ఉన్న నగదు బదిలీ రాయితీని సున్నాకు తీసుకొచ్చి దొంగ దెబ్బ కొట్టినందుకు నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారి ప్రభుత్వం అన్ని వర్గాల ప్రజల పక్షాన ముడి చమురు ధర పెరగకపోయినా, ముడి చమురు ధర $94 నరేంద్ర మోడీ అధికారంలోకి వచ్చినప్పుడు, ఈరోజు $98-99. ముడి చమురు ధర పెరగకపోయినా మోడీ చమురు ధర పెంచి దేశ ప్రజల మీద పెట్రోల్ దెబ్బలతో, డీజిల్ రేట్లతో సావు దెబ్బ కొట్టి ధరల దాడి చేసి నిత్యావసర వస్తువుల ధరలు పెంచి మధ్యతరగతి, దిగువ మధ్యతరగతి ప్రజల నడ్డి విరిచినందుకు ఈ దేశంలోని దిగువ మధ్యతరగతి పేద ప్రజల పక్షాన ఈరోజు ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఉప్పులు, పప్పులు, నూనెలు, కూరగాయలు అన్ని రేట్ల పెరుగుదలకు, ఆర్టీసీ ఛార్జీల పెరుగుదలకు, ఈ పెట్రోల్, డీజిల్ ధరల పెంపే కారణం. దానికి ముడి చమురు ధర పెరగకపోయినా మోడీ చమురు ధర పెంచి ఈరోజు 30 లక్షల కోట్లు వసూలు చేసి ఈ దేశంలోని పేదవారి నుండి మళ్ళీ అందులో వాటా రాష్ట్రాలకు ఇవ్వకుండా వాళ్ళ కిందే పెట్టుకొని కూర్చున్నందుకు నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. మన రాష్ట్రంలో, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న గిరిజనుల సంఖ్య పెరిగింది 6% నుంచి రాష్ట్ర విభజన తర్వాత 10% పెరిగింది, పెరగబోతున్నది. మీరు మాకు వెంటనే రిజర్వేషన్లు పెంచుకునే అవకాశం ఇవ్వండి అని చెప్పి 5 ఏళ్ల కిందట కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి శాసనసభలో తీర్మానం చేసి బిల్లు పంపించాం. 5 ఏళ్ల నుండి గిరిజన రిజర్వేషన్లకు మోకాలు అడ్డం పెట్టినందుకు, 5 ఏళ్ల నుంచి తాత్సారం చేసి మా గిరిజన బిడ్డల పొట్ట కొట్టినందుకు మా రాష్ట్రంలోని గిరిజన బిడ్డల తరపున నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. పార్లమెంట్ లో ప్రశ్న అడిగితే
5 months back,
ప్రతిపాదన
we had
రాలేదని
asked them
పచ్చి
to
అబద్ధం
give
చెప్పి మా గిరిజన
reservation
బిడ్డలను
for the
మోసం
JSP,
చేసినందుకు
but they
మా
haven't
గిరిజన
done
బిడ్డల
anything
తరపున
yet. That is
ఛార్జ్
one of the
వేస్తున్నాం.
charge which we have filling
ఈ
against the
రాష్ట్రంలోని
Bharatiya
గీత
Janata
కార్మికులు
Party.
గౌడన్నలకు దోకా ఇచ్చినందుకు, పక్కనే ఉన్న కర్ణాటకలోనేమో గీత వృత్తి అక్కడ కాకుండా చేసి, అక్కడ రద్దు చేసి, అక్కడ కళ్ళు గీయడాన్ని రద్దు చేసిన కర్ణాటకలోని బీజేపీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి మళ్ళీ అదే పార్టీ కపట ప్రేమను ప్రదర్శించి అలవిగాని హామీలు ఇస్తున్నందుకు, కర్ణాటకలో అక్కడ సావు దెబ్బ కొట్టినందుకు, అక్కడ ఉన్న ఈడిగ సోదరులను సావు దెబ్బ కొట్టినందుకు, వారి కులవృత్తి మీద కొట్టినందుకు, వారి కడుపు మీద కొట్టినందుకు మరి ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. బీసీల జనగణన చేయండి అని దేశంలోని రాజకీయ పార్టీలు ఎన్నో అడిగినా, బీసీ వర్గాలు అడిగినా వారిని పట్టించుకోకుండా, అసెంబ్లీ తీర్మానాలు చేసినా పట్టించుకోకుండా మొండిగా వ్యవహరిస్తున్న మోడీ సర్కారు మీద మా బీసీ సోదరుల పక్షాన, బీసీ సోదరీమణుల పక్షాన, బీసీల మీద దొంగ ప్రేమ ప్రదర్శిస్తూ బీసీల జనగణన చేయకుండా, కేంద్రంలో ఓబీసీ మంత్రిత్వ శాఖ పెట్టకుండా తాత్సారం చేస్తున్నందుకు మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద మరి ఛార్జ్ షీట్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఈ దేశం వసుదైక కుటుంబం పెద్దలు చెప్తారు. అట్లాంటి ఈ దేశంలో అన్ని వర్గాలు బాగుండాలి, అన్ని కులాలు బాగుండాలి, అన్ని మతాలు బాగుండాలనే స్ఫూర్తి ఏదైతే ఫౌండింగ్ ఫాదర్స్ ఇచ్చినారో ఈ దేశంలోని మైనారిటీల మీద, అల్పసంఖ్యాకుల మీద ఈరోజు కడుహీనంగా దాడి చేస్తున్నందుకు, ఇష్టానుసారంగా ప్రవర్తిస్తున్నందుకు ఈ రాష్ట్రంలోని మైనారిటీ సోదరుల పక్షాన ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. కార్పొరేట్ దోస్తులకేమో కొమ్ముగాస్తూ 11.5 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయలు, 11.5 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయలు వారికేమో రద్దు చేసి ఈ దేశంలోని పేద వర్గాలకు ఇచ్చే సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలను మాత్రమే బదనాం చేస్తూ స్వయంగా నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఇవి ఉచిత పథకాలు అనుచితం, ఇవి రేవిడి అని అడ్డమైన మాటలు మాట్లాడుతున్నందుకు ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఈ దేశంలోని పేదల పక్షాన కార్పొరేట్లకు కొమ్ముగాస్తూ దేశంలోని పేదలకు ఇచ్చే పథకాలను మాత్రం, సంక్షేమ పథకాలను మాత్రం బదనాం చేసే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. కార్పొరేట్లకు వత్తాసు పలికే నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం, పేదల కడుపు కొడుతున్న నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం చేస్తున్న ఈ దుష్ప్రచారానికి వ్యతిరేకంగా మా రాష్ట్రంలోని పేద, బడుగు, బలహీన వర్గాల పక్షాన ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. 2 కోట్ల ఉద్యోగాలు సంవత్సరానికి ఇస్తానని చెప్పి 8 ఏళ్లలో 16 కోట్ల ఉద్యోగాలు సృష్టించాల్సిన నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చిన మాట ప్రకారం కొలువులు ఇయ్యకపోగా, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ రంగంలో ఉండే ఖాళీలు 16 లక్షలు నింపకపోగా, ఉన్న ప్రభుత్వ రంగ సంస్థలు మూసివేస్తూ ఇప్పటికే లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలకు పాత్ర వేసినందుకు, అందులో ముఖ్యంగా ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ రిజర్వేషన్లను తుంగలో దొక్కుతూ ప్రభుత్వ రంగ సంస్థలను ప్రైవేట్ పరం చేయడం వల్ల రిజర్వేషన్లకు మంగళం పాడినందుకు, అదేవిధంగా హైదరాబాద్కు మంజూరైన ఐటీఐఆర్ను రద్దు చేసినందుకు, లక్షల ఐటీ ఉద్యోగాలకు గండి కొట్టినందుకు, తెలంగాణ యువతకు తీరని ద్రోహం చేసినందుకు తెలంగాణ యువత తరపున ఛార్జ్ షీట్ వేస్తున్నాం. నల్లధనం వెనక్కి తీసుకొస్తానని పెద్ద మాటలు చెప్పి ఎక్కడుంది నల్లధనం అని ఈరోజు దేశ ప్రజలు అడుగుతుంటే తెల్లముఖమేసి ఈ దేశ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థను పెద్ద నోట్ల రద్దుతో కుదేలు చేసినందుకు, డిమానిటైజేషన్ అనే ఒక పనికిమాలిన నిర్ణయం తీసుకొని దేశ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థకే చిదిమినందుకు నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద జన్ ధన్ ఖాతాలో 15 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇస్తానని చెప్పి నమ్మబలికి మాయమాటలు చెప్పి ఓట్లు వేయించుకొని తర్వాత అది జుమ్లా అని చెప్పి కొట్టి పారేసినందుకు ఈ దేశ మధ్యతరగతి, దేశ సామాన్యుల పక్షాన తెలంగాణ విద్యార్థులపై టీఆర్ఎస్ మీద ఉన్న కక్ష ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒక్క కొత్త మెడికల్ కళాశాల కానీ, ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒక కొత్త నవోదయ పాఠశాల కానీ, ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒక కొత్త ఇండియన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కానీ, ఒక్క ఎస్టీపీఐ కానీ, అదేవిధంగా ఐసర్ కానీ లేదా ఎన్ఐడి లాంటి సంస్థ కానీ ఒక్కటంటే ఒక్కటి విద్యా సంస్థను ఈ 8 ఏళ్లలో తెలంగాణకు మంజూరు చేయనందుకు, అదేవిధంగా విభజన చట్టంలో చెప్పిన
In the last 8
ట్రైబల్
years, the
యూనివర్సిటీని ఈ
center
రోజు వరకు
has
ఏర్పాటు చేయనందుకు
not set up any
తెలంగాణ
sort of
విద్యార్థి లోకం
institutions,
తరపున
let it be
వేస్తున్నాము
IIT
ఛార్జ్.
or IIM or any
విభజన
sort of
చట్టానికి
institutions have
తూట్లు
not been set up, while the tribal
తెలంగాణకే కాదు
entities
ఆంధ్రకు
also
కూడా
were
తీరని
proposed
అన్యాయం
to
చేస్తూ
be set up, but
కోచ్
that is
ఫ్యాక్టరీని
being
ఏర్పాటు
also
చేస్తామని
delayed.
వరంగల్ కు మాట ఇచ్చి మాట తప్పి గుజరాత్ కు తరలించినందుకు, బయ్యారం ఉక్కు ఫ్యాక్టరీ మీద ఇచ్చిన మాట తప్పి ఈరోజు తుక్కు మాటలు మాట్లాడుతున్నందుకు, పక్క రాష్ట్రాలకు ఏమో జాతీయ ప్రాజెక్టు హోదాలు ఇస్తూ మన రాష్ట్రానికి మాత్రం మొండి చేయి చూపెడుతున్నందుకు, వెనుకబడిన జిల్లాలకు ప్రత్యేక నిధులు ఇస్తామని చెప్పి ఎగ్గొడుతున్నందుకు, షెడ్యూల్ 9, 10 ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఇంకా విభజించకుండా నాంచుతూ రెండు రాష్ట్రాల మధ్యన చిచ్చు పెడుతున్నందుకు, ఖమ్మం జిల్లాలోని 7 మండలాలను అప్రజాస్వామికంగా గుంజుకొని పురిట్లోనే తెలంగాణకు తొలి ద్రోహం చేసినందుకు, కరెంటు కటకట నాళ్లలోనే తెలంగాణకు మరిన్ని కష్టాలు నెట్టే ప్రయత్నం చేసినందుకు దేశంలో 13 నెలల పాటు నల్ల చట్టాలు తెచ్చి 13 నెలల పాటు వాళ్ళు ధర్నా చేసే దుస్థితి తెచ్చినందుకు, అన్నం పెడుతున్న రైతన్నకు సున్నం పెట్టే ప్రయత్నం చేసినందుకు, రైతు విరోధిలా వ్యవహరించి 700 మంది ప్రాణాలను బలిగొన్నందుకు, ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్లోని లక్ష్మీపూర్లో రైతుల మీదికి జీబులెక్కించి తొక్కించినందుకు ఈ దేశ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద, దేశ ప్రధానమంత్రి మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్ షీట్. అదేవిధంగా తెలంగాణ రైతన్నలను అవమానించి మా ధాన్యం ఉత్పత్తి పెరిగింది, కొనండి, ధాన్యం సేకరణ చేయండి అంటే మేము కొనము, ప్రజలకే నూకలు తినండి అని నీతి లేని మాటలు మాట్లాడినందుకు తెలంగాణ రైతుల పక్షాన వేస్తున్నాము మీ మీద ఛార్జ్ షీట్. రైతుల రక్తాన్ని కళ్ళ చూసినందుకు, లక్ష్మీపూర్ లో ఇతర ప్రాంతాల్లో రైతుల రక్తాన్ని కళ్ళ చూసినందుకు మీ మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. ఈ దేశాన్ని అప్పుల కుప్ప చేసినందుకు 14 మంది ప్రధానమంత్రులు పనిచేసినారు నరేంద్ర మోడీ కంటే ముందు. వాళ్ళందరూ కలిసి చేసిన అప్పు 55 లక్షల కోట్లు. ఈ ఒక్క ప్రధానమంత్రి, ఒకే ఒక్క ప్రధానమంత్రి, 15వ ప్రధానమంత్రి ఒక్కడు చేసిన అప్పు 100 లక్షల కోట్లు. అంటే ఆయన కంటే ముందున్న మొత్తం 14 మంది చేసిన అప్పుతో పోలిస్తే ఈయన ఒక్కడు చేసిన అప్పే డబల్. 55 లక్షల కోట్లున్న అప్పును 155 లక్షల కోట్లకు తీసుకుపోయినందుకు, ఒక్కొక్క భారతీయుడి మీద 1,25,000 రూపాయలు అప్పుగా మోపినందుకు మరి నరేంద్ర మోడీ మీద, ఆయన ప్రభుత్వం మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. ఆనాడు 62 రూపాయలు ఉంటే డాలర్కు విరుద్ధంగా రూపాయి 6 రాగం తీసిన నరేంద్ర మోడీ ఈరోజు 83 రూపాయలకు రూపాయి విలువ తగ్గిన సిగ్గు లేకుండా రూపాయి పతనం కాలేదు, డాలర్ స్ట్రాంగ్ అయిందనే మాలిన మాటలు మాట్లాడుతున్నందుకు కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద, కేంద్ర దద్దమ్మ వ్యవస్థ మీద, వారి అసమర్థ విధానాల మీద వేస్తున్నాం ఛార్జ్. 5.5 ఏళ్లలో 5.5 లక్షల కంపెనీలు మూతపడ్డాయి. సూక్ష్మ, చిన్న, మధ్య తరహా కంపెనీలు. వారి తరపున, ఈ దేశంలోని సూక్ష్మ, చిన్న, మధ్య తరహా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తల తరపున, వారి తరపున కూడా వేస్తా ఉన్నాం ఛార్జ్. అదేవిధంగా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ రంగ సంస్థల్ని బేచో ఇండియా స్కీమ్ కింద అమ్ముతున్నందుకు, పోర్ట్లు, రైళ్లు, LIC, అదేవిధంగా నవరత్న కంపెనీలు, మినీరత్న కంపెనీలను అమ్మి ఈ దేశ ఆస్తులను నిరర్ధక ఆస్తులుగా పరిగణిస్తున్నందుకు నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వాన్ని అభిశంసిస్తూ వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. కార్పొరేట్లకు కానుకలిస్తూ సామాన్యులకు పన్నుపోటుతో వేధిస్తున్నందుకు, కార్పొరేట్లకు 11.5 లక్షల కోట్లు రుణమాఫీ చేయడమే కాకుండా కార్పొరేట్ ట్యాక్స్ తగ్గించారు. కార్పొరేట్ ట్యాక్స్ ను ఒకటేసారి 10% తగ్గించి 28 నుంచి 18% చేసినారు. కానీ సామాన్యులు తినే పాలు, పెరుగు, సామాన్యుడు తినే రైస్ మీద మాత్రం GST వేసి చావగొడుతున్నందుకు, బ్యాంకులను ముంచి తప్పించుకొని తిరుగుతున్న దొంగలకేమో సామాన్యుల మీద ప్రతాపం చూపెడుతున్నందుకు, కార్పొరేట్లకు కొమ్ముగాస్తున్నందుకు, కాలే కడుపులను మరింత మాడుస్తున్నందుకు వేస్తున్నాము నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్. ఈ ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన తర్వాత కేంద్రంలో 55వ ర్యాంకు నుంచి ప్రపంచ ఆహార సూచికల్లో 107వ స్థానానికి భారతదేశ స్థానాన్ని దిగజార్చినందుకు ఈ దివాలాకోరు అసమర్థ ప్రధానమంత్రి మీద, ఆయన ప్రభుత్వం మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్ షీట్. ఈ ఛార్జ్ షీట్లో మేము పేర్కొన్న అంశాలు మచ్చుకు కొన్ని మాత్రమే. ఇంకా వేయాలంటే ఇంకో 100 వేయచ్చు. శిశుపాలుడు కూడా 100 తప్పులు చేసేదాకా కృష్ణుడు క్షమించిండు. 99 అయినాక 100వ తప్పు చేసినాక అప్పుడు సుదర్శన చక్రాన్ని ప్రయోగించిండు. మేము తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు కూడా అదే విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఈ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి కానీ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు కానీ 8 ఏళ్లలో ఇచ్చింది గుండు సున్నా. ఇకపైన కూడా వారు కేవలం చూట మాటలు, కేవలం పరుష పదజాలంతో తెలంగాణ సాధించిన నాయకుడు, తెలంగాణ జాతి మొత్తం గౌరవించే పెద్దలు మాన్యులు కేసీఆర్ గారి మీద నోటికొచ్చిన పనికిమాలిన విమర్శలు, మాటలు, దూషణలు తప్ప పనికొచ్చే ఒక్క మాట లేదు. అందుకే మునుగోడు ప్రజలకు, తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తా ఉన్నాం. ఈ ఛార్జ్ షీట్ ని ఆరోపణలతో చేసిన ఈ ఛార్జ్ షీట్ కి ఎట్లాగూ వారి వైపు నుంచి సమాధానం లేదు, రాదు. అయినప్పటికీ ప్రజలన్న అర్థం చేసుకుంటారన్న ఉద్దేశంతో మరి మీ ముందు పెడుతున్నామని చెప్పి తెలియజేస్తూ, శిశుపాలుడి 100 తప్పులు పూర్తయినప్పుడు కృష్ణుడు ఎట్లయితే దండించిండో, శిక్షించిండో, తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు కూడా అట్లే తెలంగాణ మహిళలు, తెలంగాణ యువత, తెలంగాణ రైతులు వీరి తప్పులకి దండించాలి, శిక్షించాలని చెప్పి కూడా మునుగోడు ఎన్నికల్లోనే ఆ శిక్ష వేయాలని చెప్పి కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుతూ మీ అందరికీ కూడా హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు.
The people of Munugodu, the farmers of Munugodu and the youth of Telangana should teach a lesson to the Bharatiya Janata Party by looking at all of these things which BJP has promised but not given.
మళ్ళీ ఇంకేటో తీసుకుపోతున్నారు. మళ్ళీ మీతో ఏంటంటే బాధ, మీరు ఇది రాయరు, మాకు తెలుసు. ఇక్కడ మాకు కూడా అంత ఇంత అనుభవం వచ్చింది రాజకీయంగా. ఇప్పుడు 16 ఏళ్ళు అయింది నేను కూడా రాజకీయంలోకి వచ్చి. కాబట్టి పత్రికలు ఎట్లా పనిచేస్తాయి, మీడియా ఎట్లా పనిచేస్తుంది మాకు కూడా కొంత తెలివి వచ్చింది. నేనేమంటున్నా అంటే, ఛార్జ్ షీట్ మీద విపులంగా, వివరంగా వారి వైఫల్యాలు, మా సాకల్యంగా చెప్పే ప్రయత్నం నేను చేసిన. మీరు దయచేసి దానికి కొంత ప్రచారం కల్పించండి, ప్రజల దగ్గర తీసుకొని పోండి. ఇక మీ మనసులో ఉన్న ప్రశ్న నాకు తెలుసు. మీ మనసులో ఉన్న ప్రశ్న ఏంటి అంటే, నిన్న మొన్న జరిగిన ఉదంతం మీద మాట్లాడాలని మీరు అంటున్నారు. నేను ఒకటే చెప్తా ఉన్నా, మేము బాధ్యత గల వ్యక్తులం, ప్రభుత్వాన్ని నడుపుతున్న వాళ్ళం.
Well, viewers, we just saw that press conference coming in, but we also now see that the major clash that is going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG as well. But first, we see that Manish Sisodia is also addressing a press conference. Let's cut across through that.
खेल खेल रही है, उसका एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मामला सामने आया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र जो ऑपरेशन लोटस के ज़रिए चलता है और वो एमएलएज खरीद के जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदते हैं और जनता की राय के खिलाफ जाके एमएलएज को खरीद के जनतंत्र को बर्बाद करते हैं, उसका मामला सामने आया है। इसका तथ्य तेलंगाना से भी जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके तथ्य दिल्ली से भी जुड़े हुए हैं। 27 अक्टूबर को आप सब जानते हैं, मीडिया में रिपोर्ट हुआ, आप लोगों ने भी रिपोर्ट, आप में से कुछ लोगों ने रिपोर्ट किया, सबने तो नहीं किया। 27 अक्टूबर को साइबराबाद में एक रेड होती है और वहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एमएलए खरीदने वाले ऑपरेशन लोटस के 3 दलाल रंगे हाथों पकड़े जाते हैं। 100 करोड़ रुपए के साथ पकड़े जाते हैं। उन दलालों के ये फोटोग्राफ हैं, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये तीनों लोग जो इस फोटो में हैं, ये तीनों दलाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाते हुए 100 करोड़ रुपए के साथ एमएलए खरीदने के लिए ले गए, 100 करोड़ रुपए के साथ पकड़े गए। ये तीनों दलाल हैं रामचंद्र भारती, सिमैया और नंद कुमार। तो रामचंद्र भारती जी को स्वामी भी कहते हैं क्योंकि इनका नाम आगे आएगा, ये स्वामी हैं। और ये 4 टीआरएस के एमएलएस को 100 करोड़ रुपए देकर खरीदने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका षड्यंत्र कर रहे थे। रंगे हाथों पकड़े गए तेलंगाना के एक फार्म हाउस में। अब ये कौन लोग हैं, ज़रा इनको देख लीजिए कि इनके संपर्क किस किस तरह के लोगों से हैं। ये देखिए, आगे दिखा दीजिए, इनके 3-4 फोटो यहाँ उपलब्ध हैं, ये हैं। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर इनकी कितनी पहुंच है, किस तरह के नेताओं के साथ हैं, ये भी साफ दिख रहा है। तो ये तो 27 अक्टूबर को सामने आया और ये लोग पकड़े गए। फिर 28 अक्टूबर को इनके पूरे ऑडियो सामने आए कि किस तरह से ये लोग, और इनमें विशेषकर रामचंद्र भारती यानी स्वामी जी, टीआरएस के एमएलएज के साथ बात करके उनको पोच करने की और एमएलएज लाने की पूरी साजिश रच रहे थे। किस तरह से ये ऑफर कर रहे थे कि आप और एमएलएज लेके आओ, पैसा भी देंगे, पोस्ट भी देंगे, गाड़ी घोड़ा गाड़ी सिक्योरिटी भी देंगे। सारी बातचीत है, 14 मिनट की बातचीत सामने आई थी 28 तारीख को इनकी। और उसमें चौंकाने वाली चीज़ ये थी कि जो दलाल है एमएलए खरीदने वाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, वो साफ साफ खुलेआम उस एमएलए को कह रहा था कि बीएल संतोष जी से पहले आप आओ, पैसे देंगे, नाम बताओ एमएलए के साथ लेके आओ, पैसे देंगे, सिक्योरिटी देंगे, घोड़ा गाड़ी देंगे और बीएल संतोष जी से और नंबर 2 से मिलवाएंगे। उसके बाद फिर आपकी डील फाइनल होगी। और बीएल संतोष जी तो सब जानते हैं, नंबर 2 को बाद में वही दलाल आगे क्लैरिफाई करता है, अमित शाह जी, देश के गृह मंत्री, वो आगे जाके क्लैरिफाई करता है उस ऑडियो में। और साथ साथ ये भी कहता है कि इसके बाद सीबीआई और ईडी दोनों की चिंता मत करना, उसको हम देख लेंगे, हम इसी तरह से करते हैं, जो हमारे साथ आता है वो हम उसको फिर सीबीआई और ईडी से कुछ नहीं होने देते हैं। आज फिर एक नया ऑडियो सामने आया है। यह ऑडियो भी तेलंगाना के एमएलएज और इन ऑपरेशन लोटस के दलालों के बीच की ही बातचीत है। इस ऑडियो में भी वो बीजेपी के दलाल, एमएलए खरीदने वाले दलाल, वहाँ के एमएलएज को लालच देते हुए कह रहे हैं कि हमारे साथ आ जाओ। और यहाँ वो खुलासा करता है कि हम दिल्ली में भी कोशिश कर चुके हैं, हम दिल्ली में भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। वहाँ वो उसको बताता है कि दिल्ली के 43 एमएलएज को तोड़ने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। यानी कि इन्होंने दिल्ली के 43 एमएलएज को खरीदने का पैसा रखा हुआ है। मैं पहले आपको वो ऑडियो सुनवाता हूँ। हम थोड़ा सा ऑडियो, छोटा सा ऑडियो 1 मिनट का वो सुन लेते हैं जो आज सामने आया है।
Then we will have the complete operation, whatever this is. So apart from this, we are getting the Delhi also. Okay. We are having 43 numbers there. So that is also on the same route. No, we are operating in Delhi also. So that is more. We have 43 there. So they will retain their membership. Then what we will do? I will be there and immediately before you coming, take some things. I know what in the morning itself we had a 1 hour discussion with both the people. Shah is asking about that was underline is okay. Underline is okay for you.
वो बता रहा है कि 1 घंटे हमारी बातचीत हुई है। एक घंटे हमारी बातचीत हुई है दोनों लोगों के साथ। आगे उसका रेफरेंस भी दे रहा है कि शाह और बीएल संतोष जी के साथ, मिस्टर अमित शाह और बीएल संतोष जी के साथ में। तो बहुत स्पष्ट है। आपको याद होगा थोड़े दिन पहले आम आदमी पार्टी के एमएलएज ने मिलकर पूरा इसका भांडा फोड़ा था कि किस तरह से उनको बीजेपी के दलाल आके ऑफर दे रहे थे और उनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का पार्टी का साथ तोड़ने की कर रहे थे। मेरे साथ भी कोशिश की थी। और सेम वे आज वही दलाल, उसी तरह के दलाल ऑडियो में कह रहे हैं कि वी आर ऑपरेटिंग इन दिल्ली ऑल्सो इन सेम वे। सवाल यह है कि इन सेम वे मतलब 43 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए आप वहाँ पे 4 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए 25-25 करोड़ दे रहे हो। 43 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए आपने 1075 करोड़ रुपए अरेंज कर रखा है। ये 1000 करोड़ रुपए, 1075 करोड़ रुपए किसका है, कहाँ से आया, कहाँ है? एमएलएज खरीदने का ये पैसा जो वहां पहुंचा वो किसका है, कहां से आ रहा है? जो एमएलएज खरीदने का 43 एमएलएज खरीदने की जिसकी बात वहां का दलाल कबूल रहा है, वो पैसा कहां से आ रहा है, किसका है? इस सब की जांच होनी चाहिए। इस बात की भी जांच होनी चाहिए कि जो ये नाम ले रहा है संतोष जी, शाह जी, क्या ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता बीएल संतोष हैं? क्या शाह जी देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी हैं? और अगर ये देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी हैं तो ये देश के लिए बहुत खतरनाक है, क्योंकि अगर ये देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी बीजेपी के ऑपरेशन लोटस के तहत षड्यंत्र करके एमएलएज खरीदने में लगे हुए हैं, देश के गृह मंत्री अगर एमएलए खरीदने में लगे हुए हैं, तो इसके लिए देश की इससे ज्यादा खतरनाक देश के लिए बात क्या हो सकती है? मैं समझता हूं सबसे पहले तो इसकी ईडी जांच होनी चाहिए। सबसे पहले तो इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। ये सबूत है कि किस तरह से हजारों करोड़ रुपया इकट्ठा कर करके चुने हुए एमएलएज को खरीदा जा रहा है, खरीदने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
Well, of course, viewers, now we have just seen the kind of war of words that have now emerged in this entire audio tapes as well that had come out with respect to the poaching case that is now under the investigation. And now the Aam Aadmi Party has said that they have come out with the proof of this poaching, and they have reiterated the Operation Lotus charge once again on the BJP. And now we are also seeing that the TRS has also attacked the BJP over the poaching charges, and we have seen since morning how the investigating authorities have stated that they will be looking into the authenticity of the audio tapes that have been released. And now viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates that we're picking up in an RTI response that has shown that the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than rupees 101 crores of the public funds in the last 7 years itself. And in just the past 1 year, the Aam Aadmi Party government has granted the Waqf Board more than rupees 62 crores as well. Now, hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, the BJP has stated that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. While on one side, Kejriwal government banned the crackers, while on the other, salaries were being paid to the Waqf Board staff as well. Viewers, this is one of the major stories that we are tracking for you, and we are picking up several voices on the same as well. Let's listen in to what Swami Chakrapani also had to say on the same.
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारत सरकार से मांग किया है कि लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की तस्वीर जो है फ़ोटो पे लगाई जाए, और दूसरी तरफ लक्ष्मी गणेश की पूजा करने वाले ब्राह्मणों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, अर्चकों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, और उसके उलट वक्फ बोर्ड को 7 सालों में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया देने का काम किया है। आखिर ये दोहरी नीति, ये भेदभाव हिंदुओं के साथ क्यों, सनातन धर्मियों के साथ क्यों? क्या सिर्फ हिंदू सनातन धर्म चुनाव के समय सिर्फ बयानबाजी, भावनाओं के साथ खेलने का एक मौका मात्र है? यह बड़ा ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरी मांग है दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जिस प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड को सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया दिया, कम से कम जो देवी देवताओं की पूजा करता है, जो सनातन धर्म को राह दिखाता है, ऐसे अर्चक पुजारियों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, जो आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर आश्रम है, मंदिर है, उसको भी कम से कम उतने 100 करोड़ रुपया, 100 जितना आपने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है उतना हिंदू सनातन धर्मियों पर भी खर्च करिए। ये हमारी मांग है अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा संत महासभा की तरफ से।
Now viewers, we're picking up several voices on the same, but joining me right now is Ajay Basudev Bose as well, the RTI activist from Nagpur who filed this RTI on the Waqf Board allocation of the funds as well. Thank you, Mr. Bose, for joining us here on Republic TV. Or if I could come to you directly, if you could also speak to us about this RTI that you had filed, the response that you have gotten over the funds that were being allocated to the Waqf Board in around the last 5 to 6 years itself. Rupees 101 crores that had been allocated as well. If you could expand upon this RTI that you had filed.
I saw one video of Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, which was getting viral, where he was saying that I am giving huge money to Waqf Board. If no Waqf Board need any money, I am ready for that. So, out of curiosity, I filed that RTI, and I got a very shocking reply, where I found that during election time, when Delhi government was going for election in year 2020, that time they gave 22 crore to the Waqf Board. And after that, in 2021 and 22, they gave a whopping 62 crore to the Delhi Waqf Board. As per Indian Constitution, they can give any amount or aid to the Waqf Board. But my pertinent question is why they have not given anything, not even a single pie, not even a single paisa to any Hindu trust or mandir or anything. Because in our constitution, our constitution is secular. It is written, appeasement to none and justice to all. This is my contention.
So because of your RTI, a can of worms seems to have also opened because of the kind of allocations that have come to light, of the allocations that were being made to the Waqf Board as well specifically, and of course a lot of questions being raised on the Aam Aadmi Party government under the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal as well. If you could specify, over the last 1 year itself, it is also shown that 62 crore rupees were allocated to the Waqf Board. Where exactly were they being allocated, and where exactly was this being allocated from? And of course, if you could speak to us about the kind of responses that you are also getting from the government in terms of your RTI, sir.
No, I got a spontaneous response to my RTI. For that, I don't have any reservation. But my question is this: where this money is going? Whether it is reaching, this money is reaching to the ultimate beneficiary. Because what is happening, you may recall that Waqf Board is being investigated by CBI for various scams, Delhi Waqf Board. And you know, a man of very shady character, Mr. Amanatullah Khan, is the chairman of Delhi Waqf Board. So, exactly this money which is being allocated by the Delhi government of Arvind Kejriwal is reaching the beneficiary, is my pertinent question.
Well, absolutely. Ajay Basudev Bose, I thank you very much for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing your response that you have also gotten as an RTI activist. And of course, this RTI has opened a can of worms, which has also led to the kind of war of words that we are seeing now, viewers, between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP categorically stating that the Aam Aadmi Party government playing a politics of polarization as well. And on that note, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but we'll be continuing to get you updates on this big story on the other side as we are tracking the RTI response that we have gotten, and the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party indulging in a war of words that is broken up.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे हिसाब से फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up. The DCW chief Swati Maliwal has now written a letter to the Prime Minister over the release of the rapist of Bilkis Bano and the parole of Ram Rahim. Now further adding that there has been a demand for the rapists of Bilkis Bano and Ram Rahim to be sent back to jail as well. We have seen, viewers, over the kind of controversy that had erupted over the remission that was given to the rapists of Bilkis Bano, the rapists that had been given a life sentence as well, and we have seen the kind of questions that were being raised over this entire issue in the apex court as well, when the entire argument had also been done over the morality and the ethics issue of whether or not these rapists should actually have been given the remission, and on whose say-so was the remission policy being taken into consideration with respect to these rapists of Bilkis Bano as well. There was a response that had been sought for from the government of Gujarat as well, and we are seeing that the case impending in the Supreme Court as well. And we are also seeing that apart from Bilkis Bano, we have seen that the DCW chief Swati Maliwal in fact has also written to the Prime Minister with respect to the issue of not just Bilkis Bano but the parole of Ram Rahim as well. And we are seeing that further adding that there has been a demand for these rapists of Bilkis Bano and for Ram Rahim to be sent back to the jail as well.
Well, W has taken cognizance of the same, and there are two similar incidents that we are seeing here, Priyanka. Number one, which is
the Bilkis Bano case, in which the convicts were granted parole on the 1992 remission policy, and then we saw Ram Rahim who got parole, and soon after he got parole, we saw politicians that were visiting him, taking blessings, and he was also seen publishing a dance video on the occasion of Diwali. So you see these leaders who are seeking blessings of Ram Rahim, or even the convicts in the Bilkis Bano case who are celebrating their freedom. DCW chief Swati Maliwal has now written to the Prime Minister to take cognizance of the same and to make the rules regarding remission policy and parole that is being granted to these people very, very strict. In the letter that she's written to the Prime Minister, she's clearly stated that the existing rules and policies vis-a-vis remission, parole and even furlough in the country are extremely weak and can be easily manipulated by politicians and convicts for their own political benefit, is what she's written. So here, very, very scathing observations that is coming to the fore, where the DCW chief has written to the Prime Minister against the parole policy, the remission policy that has been there in the country, where there are two separate cases. Number one of Bilkis Bano, where her convicts were released on the remission policy of 1992, and then we saw Baba Ram Rahim, who is out on parole, publishing out a dance video. And not just this, even it's said in the letter that Ram Rahim Ram Rahim actually did outrage the modesty of a woman while he was out on parole as well. And so is in the case of the convicts that is there in the Bilkis Bano case. So very scathing observations that we have coming in from the DCW chief, and very strong demand that she has put forward to the Prime Minister of India. Priyanka.
All right, Tanisha there getting us the details of this letter that has been written by the DCW chief Swati Maliwal to the Prime Minister, appealing to him about the two matters of Bilkis Bano and Ram Rahim as well. For the moment, Tanisha, thank you for joining us. And slipping into a very short break here now, getting you updates on the other side of how it's one law for all Indians, a reality that is likely soon in Gujarat. After Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. And also getting you updates of how Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech Raj.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit, when I feel selected.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the
Top stories and brief viewers. Addressing a briefing on social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar said internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister said that this is a move in a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
These rules are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India, for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over rupees 101 crores of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Reacting on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi LG assured action. He further said that the Yamuna River, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by the next year.
बलसवा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
Seven days after the Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how it's Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over funds to the Waqf board. BJP files fresh questions. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns.
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also...
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Very famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now, there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that he can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon after Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks a whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech raj. AAP versus BJP over funds to Waqf board. BJP fires fresh questions.
AQI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category, but politics over air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. Fresh flashpoint as AAP workers now take to streets. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up starting with our top focus, Gujarat cabinet is likely to move a proposal to constitute a panel just like in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. We are now getting back-to-back reactions on the story as well. So that's a big lead coming in from poll-bound Gujarat, a panel that is all likely to be formed in the state for UCC implementation. Let's listen into the reaction coming in. First, response coming in from the National Conference on the UCC move implementation, which is likely in Gujarat, as a panel is in all likelihood is set to be formed. Let's listen into that reaction.
पहली बात यह है कि 2014 के बाद भारत में बहुत सी चीज़ें हो रही हैं और बहुत सी चीज़ों में कभी ट्रिपल तलाक, कभी कॉमन सिविल कोड, कभी कुछ। गुजरात वालों को क्या प्रॉब्लम है? गुजरात वालों ने तो मोदी साहब को दिया पूरे इंडिया के लिए, और इस वक्त भी कॉमन सिविल कोड ही लगभग चल रहा है, कोई सुन तो किसी की रहा नहीं। और दूसरा ये है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी बातें की जाती हैं। इंडिया जो है ये प्लुरलिज्म के ऊपर यकीन करता है, सेकुलर इंडिया है, हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से चलना है और उसी में खूबसूरती है। जूं जूं इन चीज़ों को बढ़ाया जा रहा है, और गुजरात वाले इसीलिए क्योंकि उनके पास भी कुछ नहीं बचा अब। इन्होंने इंडिया को कहा कि हम जी गुजरात मॉडल, तब बाकी लोगों को गुजरात मॉडल पता लगा उधर है ही कुछ नहीं। जब ट्रंप आया तो गुजरात को छुपाने के लिए उनको दीवार चढ़ानी पड़ी। तो हमने भी सोचा था कि शायद गुजरात में आपको झुग्गी रही नहीं है। तब अब पता लगा कि जब ट्रंप साहब को दावत दी गुजरात में, तो उसको छुपाने के लिए उन्होंने दीवार लगाई। तो जम्मू कश्मीर में अभी दीवार लगाने की ज़रूरत है नहीं, और लगता यह है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें की जा रही हैं। गुजरात के अंदर भी वही हालत है जो बाकी इंडिया के अंदर है। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इन चीज़ों को हवा नहीं देनी चाहिए, और इस वक्त जो इश्यूज़ हैं वो इकॉनमी जो हमारी है वो डाउन जा रही है, उसको देखना चाहिए। बेरोज़गारी बढ़ रही है, लोगों की हालत ख़राब है, बिज़नेस ख़त्म हो रहा है, उस पर सब लोगों को कंसंट्रेट करना है और सिविल सोसाइटी को सामने आना चाहिए।
So reactions coming in from several parties. Of course, we'll play out a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party as well, but a big move there that is all expected to happen in poll-bound Gujarat. Implementation of the UCC is likely. Of course, before that, a panel that is all likely to be formed today in the cabinet meeting that is all set to be chaired. A panel that sources are suggesting would be headed by a retired judge. The panel that would formulate on UCC implementation in the state of Gujarat. So that's a big story from Gujarat, where after Uttarakhand, Gujarat could also, where the UCC could be implemented in the state of Gujarat as well. This as sources telling Republic that a panel is all set to be formed that would deliberate on UCC implementation. In fact, getting in the first Delhi minister reaction as well on Gujarat UCC. First response coming in from the Delhi minister on the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code, which is expected to take place in Gujarat, as a panel is all set to be formed that would deliberate upon the formulation of the Uniform Civil Code. Let's listen into that reaction coming in from the Delhi minister. Yes, we'll try to play out that reaction in just a bit, but that's a big story coming in. Sources telling Republic that a cabinet meet that is being chaired today, the Gujarat cabinet meet, it's going to be discussed, the formulation of a panel that would discuss implementation of the Uniform Civil Code that will be headed by a retired SC judge. So that's a big move there. After Uttarakhand, it's the state of Gujarat that could get the Uniform Civil Code, formulate the panel that could be formulated today that would discuss the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. Remember, this is an important move, and also the fact that Gujarat is all set to go for polls in a few months. The Election Commission also, meanwhile, is expected to announce the dates for the polls in just a few days from now. So with eyes on that Gujarat poll date, big announcement that is expected today by the Gujarat government in relation to the formulation of a panel that would discuss the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat. Well, we have that reaction, the first response coming in from the Delhi minister on the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code that could happen in the state of Gujarat. Let's listen in.
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है गुजरात में, आप इसका सहमत में हैं? मुझे बता दीजिए लास्ट ऐसे यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, बताइए। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है सर, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है गुजरात में, आप इसका सहमत में हैं? मुझे बता दीजिए लास्ट ऐसे यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, बताइए। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है सर।
And we have BJP's RP Singh also joining us. Sir, if I can get your reaction first. Sources now telling Republic that a panel could be formed to deliberate upon the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat.
Well, it's a welcome step. Uttarakhand has already taken this step recently. We appreciate all state governments should take steps according to their state, make the Uniform Civil Code and then give equal right to all the citizens of the state.
Yes. Yes, and sir, just a follow-up question. Do you think that the opposition could have any issues when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code? Because the process is very democratic. It's going to be a panel which would be headed by a SC monitored, retired SC judge. So any resistance you think that could come in from the opposition?
They will resist anything which is done by the Gujarat government or the government set by BJP because of the political reasons. But what is good for the country, that's in material of the opposition. If something is good for the country and if we get a Uniform Civil Code, and women will be most advantages in that because a lot of rights they have been divided off in particular community and particular religious community. So we appreciate the step taken by the Gujarat and then law which will give the report soon and then
Ji, well, thank you so much. So that was BJP's RP Singh speaking to Republic with regard to the news coming in relation to the news coming in of the UCC that could be implemented in the state of Gujarat. This, of course, just months before Gujarat heads for polls. A reaction coming in as well from the AIMIM. Let's listen into the first response coming in from the AIMIM on the big story we are tracking this hour on the Uniform Civil Code.
गुजरात में जब चुनाव सर पर हैं, इन परिस्थितियों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास अपने 26 साला शासनकाल में दिखाने के लिए कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब यूसीसी के नाम का एक नया शगुफा ले आई है। सवाल यहाँ ये है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जब अगर बात की जाती है तो वो IUCC क्यों हो जाता है, इनकम्प्लीट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड क्यों हो जाता है? अगर आपको कंप्लीट सिविल कोड बनाना है तो बात हो सकती है। अब इनकम्प्लीट सिविल कोड तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा। ये कहा जा रहा है कि भाई शादी ब्याह और तलाक के जो है वो कानून, विरासत के कानून जो हैं वो बनाए जाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता के नाम पर जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कर रही है, तो हम मांग करते हैं कि भाई क्या जिस तरीके से कॉरपोरेट जगत के 12 लाख करोड़ का कर्ज माफ़ कर दिया गया, इसी तरह गुजरात में जितने भी जिस किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट के कर्जदार हैं उनका भी कर्जा माफ़ होगा। क्या वो समान नागरिक नहीं है, कॉरपोरेट कंपनी के मालिक और एक आम नागरिक? ये समानता कब आएगी? तो इस पर हम सवाल पूछते हैं तो कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता सारी चीज़ों में आनी चाहिए बजाय सिलेक्टिवनेस के। और 26 साला शासन में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास दिखाने को कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब ये फिर से अपीजमेंट और पोलराइजेशन का पॉलिटिक्स इन्होंने शुरू किया है। मुझे लगता है कि इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा दम नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार घर जाने वाली है।
So the first response coming in from the AIMIM, of course, opposing that move that could happen in the state of Gujarat. So a lot of reactions coming in at this point. BJP's RP Singh, of course, hailing this move, the implementation of UCC that could happen in the state of Gujarat. But for now,